Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see what if Naruto was dirty womenizer of Konoha? Part 1. Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. Now enjoy the video. Prologue. As is part of my ways of writing, I usually start off with comments in the beginning and the end. So, all I have to say at the moment is that this story may seem different to a few, or maybe unoriginal to others. But recently, I lost a lot of files for my two other fictions that I love dearly, Live the Life on the Rails and Hollow. I had a lot of chapters that I never had the chance to download onto here, and it really got to me to lose all that really hard work, along with original works of fiction that I had hoped to do something with. So, I was in a funk for about a month. Then, this baby started forming because I just felt like typing mad like the mad woman I am. And, well, here is the result. This first chapter, as established at the bottom, is just the beginning of the life of Naruto. I felt that it would be nice, for once, to start of a fiction not with Yondaime, as it is by far the more popular choice, and instead with Kushina's life. A change, and I hope some people like it. And to be honest, this is the first time that I ever had any problems naming a story. Odd, but it's true. I've always had a title, even before writing the first words of a story. But with this, it's honestly taken me 3 days to think of a worthy name for what I call my recovery story. Now, here you go. The name means whirlwind, and to me, it means a raging force of power, a storm that is worthy of being watched over. And Naruto means maelstrom. Naruto is power incarnate. Naruto is a storm. Words of the wolf. Sometimes things fall apart for other things to fall into place. Whoever said nothing is impossible, never tried slamming a revolving door. Disclaimer, obviously, I do not own Naruto, but I love it dearly. However, the plot, story, and characters that do not exist in the Narutoverse, all of it belongs to me, baby. Believe it. Senpu. She was being trained as a ninja. She shouldn't cry. She should see this as a mission, a great opportunity to see not only her mother's family, but a great opportunity to prove herself, like her older sister Kasumi, who was already going through the training. But it still hurt. She didn't want to leave her mother and father, and especially her baby brother. She was only 6, and they were sending her to the home of her clan, the Uzumaki, in Whirlpool. She didn't know her grandparents, and she didn't think Kasumi would spend much time with her, already a ninja of the Whirlpool. She was going to be alone with strangers. She sat gazing at the moon through her bedroom window, hands cupping her face as she sighed, long red hair down for the night. She never heard the quiet entrance or the figure that crept up on her. But she wasn't surprised at the strong comforting arms that encircled her and picked her up. She leaned back, knowing her father would hold her. A gentle, rumble voice was heard in the night. "My Haim, you are not happy? You have wanted to train as a ninja for so long." She turned her gaze to see her most favorite person, her father, and the daimyo of the land of fire. He was tall and elegant, with a lean frame and manly aristocratic face. He had black hair to his shoulders, and deep green eyes, which she got from him. "I want to go, Ota-san, but I don't want to leave home." She heard him chuckle as he sat down, facing the open window that showed the beautiful full moon. All children must leave at some time. How else do they grow up? And your grandparents, the daimyo of Land of Whirlpool and her decorated husband, would love to see another of their Uzumaki daughters. When they learned of your bloodline awakening so soon, they were so proud of you. And with your silliness dash, she stuck her tongue out at him, which he only laughed at quietly. They were most happy to have you stay with them. "But why can't I be a Konoha ninja?" His eyebrow quirked. "You don't wish to honor your family?" She squirmed at those words, a small pout on her face. "I do, but I want to go to Konoha, and be one of them. That way, I can be closer. And I can learn their really cool jutsu." She smiled broadly, eyes crinkling at the thought. The daimyo, Daiki, merely shook his head with a small smile. Your mother would not be pleased to know of such. Her beautiful smile crumbled, and she spoke, Oka-san is never happy with me. It wouldn't be any different. Her father scowled, not knowing what to say. He knew very well his loving wife's constant anger at their youngest and wildest daughter. Of what he could understand, it was because the two were so much alike, whether either wanted to admit it. Stubborn, with a streak of brashness, though his wife had tamed down in the past few years of their marriage, and the constant desire for adventure. A true Uzumaki, he understood. Silent, he merely hugged his daughter tighter, and whispered, you two are so much alike, but neither of you will ever understand. His wild daughter's face scrunched up, disbelieving. Then why is she always mad at me, even when I haven't done anything? He sighed, because you two are so much alike, you drive each other crazy. Just know, Haim, that she loves you with all her heart nonetheless. No matter what you say or do, your mother loves you. He knew that his daughter would brush it off, but he had wanted to say it. Looking at the moon, he sighed again, almost reluctant to let his baby girl go. But, it was for the better. He knew in his heart that despite her royal status, she was made for better things, she was made for the world, where excitement and adventure coursed through her veins. He saw after a while that the girl had nodded off, her long beautiful red hair glistening in the moonlight, pale skin soaking in the rays of the night. She and her sister were truly going to be the most beautiful women in the world, but both would naturally hide it. He cared not, for it meant less boys knocking on his door. Standing up, he carried his daughter to bed, and kissed her forehead, smoothing her hair down before he stood up, gazing at his daughter one last time, knowing tomorrow everything would change. Sleep well, Kushina. The horizon has just started to lighten for you, and the path is long and treacherous. But you will make a name for yourself. This I know. He left the room, most certain to close the door quietly behind him. Kushina-chan, you must raise your head higher. There, much better. Now, remember to smile as you pour drinks, while keeping an eye on both your guest and the drink. The 7-year-old was grinding her teeth at this, but complied to her grandmother's orders. She could see in the corner of her eye her grandfather, uncles, and male cousins laughing quietly at her predicament. They knew she loathed this part of her training. If you could call it that. She wanted to be a kunoichi, yes. But this was ridiculous. Kunoichi were fighters just as much as men were. So why in the hell did they only have a woman doing such stupid things? But of course, she already knew the answer. She calmed herself down, finishing the last of her grandmother's and aunt's lesson of serving guests and table manners, along with her female cousins. It was still odd to play girl with anyone. As a Haim, she had no such duties, except to behave properly at functions. But now she had to learn all types of styles for women of different stations, language, acting, composure, and other silly things. But she memorized it nonetheless. The second the 7 girls were dismissed, she quickly excused herself from the table, and left the room. Then she ran for the hills, or her bedroom, to be truthful. Quickly, without the help of the awaiting maid, she stripped out of her exquisite and no doubt expensive attire, and changed into her more comfortable training clothes. It was a black chain mail jacket with thousands of pockets on the inside, and orange long sleeves with a blue swirl and wooden toggles on her left arm, the family insignia of the right turning swirl in orange on her back. The Uzumaki was the founding clan of Whirlpool, and to honor them, the family crest was made as the village's symbol. The collar was fur-lined. Her pants were black with orange stripes on the sides that went to her shins, and black ninja shoes. Her hair was taken out of its fancy do, and put into a messy bun, with the strands at the sides. Leaving her room, she saw her grandfather and the other men were already at the training area designated for the family, and she quickly joined them in taijutsu practice, and none of them mentioned the earlier lesson. Okay, one of her cousins mentioned it, just as they were about to spar together. He was teasing her again. She tried so hard to not do anything. But you know, it never is wise to anger an Uzumaki woman. And her cousin learned that the second they were told to fight. Her adrenaline was pumped with anger, and she surprised them all with her speed, and they all saw her eyes spinning in the family Dojutsu. Fearful, beautiful eyes. The last thing her cousin remembered before being knocked out for a day was her angry face, and her fist pulled back before delivering the nose-crushing blow. Calmed down, she was swept up into a hug by her grandfather, who could only laugh at his most spirited grandchild. She was a true Uzumaki. He spoke, finger-tapping her nose. Kushina, you are an unpredictable ball of trouble. And I would have you no other way. Kushina, you are 9. Act your age, instead of a 3-year-old, yelled her tutor Hataka, a lean tall man with reddish-brown hair, jounin outfit on, his hideki proudly placed on his forehead to show the swirl of Whirlpool, exactly like her family symbol. She sighed, wanting so badly to retort back that civilian 9-year-olds acted the same way, but she cut herself off knowing full well she would lose the long argument. Civilians were just that, civilians. They were not raised as ninja, who act twice their age, and had no ninja-bred traits. And she was one of the heirs of the Uzumaki, the noblest clan in Whirlpool country and highest breeding. A bunch of blah if you asked her. Hi, Hataka-sensei. Though inside, she was laughing her head off. She had just pranked a couple jounin that were being rather perverted, and she felt they deserved what they got for peeking into the hot springs. In fact, they got off lightly. She had put them under a genjutsu with her Dojutsu, Kamigen, God's Eye. Nothing harmful, to be honest, as it was a benign genjutsu to make the victim dream of happy thoughts. It was mainly used on trauma patients or those with mental problems. But she had tweaked it a little to make them dream of what they were currently looking at, but on a much larger scale. Men can't handle anything, and don't think at all with their heads unless a fight happens. She scoffed. It was disgusting what preceded, but when they were caught, the women from the hot spring beat the shit out of them. It was a most impressive display, she had to say. Hataka rubbed the bridge of his nose, knowing full well she would not feel guilt on this. Kushina was a clever girl, very clever, especially with the use of her Dojutsu. He had heard about other Dojutsu users, here and in Konoha, who were treated like royalty for such bloodlines. Kushina, despite all the trouble she gave him, at least earned her skills through practice and hard work. And she was royalty. Come, we have another lesson to finish before the day is out. She smiled, jumping up from her seat, ready to learn whatever he threw at her. He smirked to himself. One thing he enjoyed about teaching the hyper-troublesome girl was the fact that if you wanted to teach her, she was eager to learn. Any attention you gave her was better than anything. The redhead was quickly beside him, following her sensei while bouncing in her shoes, her orange and black jacket hefty from all the weaponry she carried. What are you teaching me now, sensei? Oh come on, gimme a hint. Laughter could be heard from the jounin, as they left the clearing. She was 11, and announced as an official Whirlpool ninja, graduating a year early by special permission. She had nothing to learn there since she was 9, but they kept her in for 2 more years before they realized they were stunting her growth. But unlike the others, she wasn't placed on a team of genin, just like they did to her sister, who was now an ANBU. For her protection, they had said. A princess of the land of fire and Whirlpool was better kept safe than in the hands of the enemy. Liars. They were outcasting her like always because she was an Uzumaki. Compared to all the others, she was an elite in several ways. She hated it. She didn't ask to come from such a great family. It just wasn't fair that they separated her from everyone. Unlike the other genins, she was placed on a team of jounin and chunin, with Hataka-sensei of course team leader. The only good thing about being on such a team was that she was now put on higher missions, and would get more experience. Hataka-sensei explained that she would have more to go on, and learned so much more. He of course was trying to comfort her, but she was thankful for that at least. But it didn't stop the tears she shed, hiding in her favorite spot, the highest hill that was surrounded by the forest, a small but beautifully hidden clearing that showed all of her village. It wasn't long until she had company. Her grandfather had always been able to find her, along with Hataka. No one else seemed able to. Then again, this spot was known only to the three of them. Her grandfather was a great man, one of her 3 favorite men. She loved her cousins and uncles, but they were not impressionable to her. The older man came to the clearing, and sat down beside his granddaughter, quiet like the ninja he was. She could smell from her heightened senses, sweet tobacco and mints and flowers from her grandmother's and aunt's gardens, and hear every breath he took and shift of his clothing. They sat in silence for a time, before his gravely gentle voice spoke. "Haim, life will never be fair. But you are an Uzumaki, and you will move on, like the whirlpool. Every life has a different wave, and this is the one your path shall ride. You will stumble, as we all do. But you must always pick yourself, and continue on the path you choose to ride. It will be hard, and dangerous, but whatever choice you make, understand that your family will always love you, and we will support you in whatever you desire." She felt almost struck by this comment. Very few times in her life did someone even think to give her a serious lesson, let alone actually give her one. But her grandfather was right. She was an Uzumaki, and had no time to dwell in the pity and politics of this village. She was going to get stronger, and prove to them that she was worthy of all they had given her. She would protect them like they protect her. They were family. She swiftly took out her favorite tanto, a gift from her mother, and to the surprise of her grandfather, she cut deep into her right hand, the crimson blood oozing out of the deep wound. She turned to him, deep green eyes sharp and determined, that changed to the Kamigan's silver and gold pupil with 4 black triangles, and she swore, right hand clenched tight, the blood dropping to the forest floor. "Then I swear I will ride the path of my life, with no regrets, no broken promises, and no blood shed of those I protect that is not my blood first." Her grandfather was silent at first, before he stood, his dark green eyes also shifting to the Kamigan. He took the tanto from her hand, and cut into his own old right hand, and nodded his head at her. "No regrets, and no broken promises. To protect our precious people to the bitter end." With that, they clasped bloody hands, letting their blood mix as determined and excited faces stared at each other. And then Kushina smiled, thinking of something rather funny. "I think grandmother will be angry with us when she sees our hands." The old man gave a hearty laugh, grinning at his precious granddaughter. "That she will be, Kushina-Haim. Let's just call it a training accident." Kushina giggled, her long red hair falling out of its bun, and the wind played with the dazzling hair, face open to the world to show her slowly becoming a beautiful woman. She never saw the sad, bitter-sweet smile on her beloved grandfather's face. To the bitter end. She had been an official ninja for only 3 months when she had been put on a B-ranked mission to escort a wealthy merchant. At first it was an easygoing stride, and she was slowly becoming acquainted with her high-ranking teammates, and trusting them to help her become a better ninja. Despite the time that had passed, the scar on her hand was still there from her sworn promise to her grandfather, and she knew it would stay with her for the rest of her life. She looked at it every night, as a reminder of what they had said that night. But this mission was different from the others. This time, she had to kill. It was on the 3rd day that it was becoming suspicious that there was no trace of possible ninja attackers. But as she had learned from the old saying of the elder Uzumaki, the calm of before the storm is what truly drives you mad. The others were just as restless as she was, but they controlled themselves better. It was to the point that Hataka-sensei had her learning while on the trip. For a girl she was quite a stamina and chakra freak, and needed to have something occupy her time. But it was because she was kept busy, that she didn't notice the wary looks on her teammates' faces, and only knew just as the attack happened what was going on. She was scared, and confused. What did they want her to do? Where was she to go first? Her first battle, and she was wasting the seconds by staring on. But then it clicked. It was ninja versus ninja. And her body went into action, instinct setting her in motion, Kamigan out for the fight. She took one of the ninja and started attacking, diverting him from the older Whirlpool ninja. Due to her surprise, she easily knocked him, a swift jab at pressure points. She congratulated herself, but in the corner of her eye, she saw something. Because of the Kamigan, she saw exactly what was about to happen. 25 feet away on the mini battlefield, an enemy ninja was about to strike down Hataka-sensei from the back, as he was occupied by two others in front of him. Instinct and chakra got her there within a second, and she took the jab of the katana through her middle, and blood started spewing from her in seconds. But her adrenaline was so high that she barely felt it, ears pounding and all senses focused on her target, her beautiful terrifying eyes freezing the ninja on spot. He barely uttered the words, "an Uzumaki," before her special ice kunai swiped his throat, spraying onto her, but she didn't care. She turned to see Hataka-sensei already finished, and he was staring at her like the others, amazed and pride in their eyes at their youngest teammate's first real accomplishment. Then it turned to worry as they all saw the sword still sticking through her, and it clicked in Hataka's eyes when he saw their positioning. She had saved him, for the possible price of her life. But Kushina just smiled at him, knowing he was safe, a V sign put up, as she fell, the adrenaline gone and the pain too much to bear that she slipped to unconsciousness. When she woke a few days later, it was to see her sensei and grandparents all taking watch on her. Apparently they had all nodded off, and all had dark circles under their eyes. Trying to sit up, she yelped in pain as her abdomen was put on fire. This made all three wake, and immediately came to her bedside, worry, pride, and happiness all etched on their faces. Her grandmother was holding her closely, careful of her granddaughter's stiff body, and cradled the girl's head near hers, hands running through the silky red tresses. Her grandfather sat beside her legs, a hand on her knee. And her sensei just smiled at her, pride beaming at his surrogate daughter. But Kushina's smile was bright, despite the pain, as she opened her palm to show all of them her bright red scar, and looked to her grandfather, and her voice, raspy from lack of use, spoke of her on pride. No regrets, no broken promise. He nodded at her, eyes softened, as he finished it, and protecting our precious people. Of course, this led to her grandmother asking what the hell the two crazies were talking about, and Hataka laughed quietly to himself as he saw his student and the Uzumaki elder, both proud, stubborn, and strong people, cower before the old daimyo woman, and her evil eye. No. No. It wasn't happening. She had promised. She would never break this promise. Especially to her grandfather. But, he, the old bastard, had forced her to. They came out of nowhere. There was no sign of who was attacking, no hide key or specialized weaponry. She had woken up when the sirens went off in her head, and she was dressed and ready within seconds. She joined her family and the other ninja as they tried to hold back whoever it was that was attacking, but there was so few Whirlpool available, as most had gone to help out the war with Konoha against Kumo, her sister among them, and the rest on missions. Slowly, the tide of attacks took their toll on the ninja of Whirlpool, but at least most of the civilians got away unharmed. Now, it was time to get the royal family out. But the Uzumaki clan had nowhere to escape to. They were surrounded on all sides at the daimyo/Uzumaki compound. Hataka-sensei was with them, and along with her grandfather, they sealed her into a safe room that would open at a time lock, in the hidden room behind her grandmother's throne. She had never screamed so hard in her life as she clawed and punched the door and walls, searching for some way to get out, to protect her family. But she was locked away with the family scrolls, treasures, and documents. And her grandfather's favorite shogi board. Why had they stuck her in here? It wasn't right. She was a kunoichi of Whirlpool, and was prepared to die like the rest of them. Why had they made sure that she was the only one kept safe? Even her cousins had helped make a path to protect her, getting in the line of fire. Why? She wasn't important. They could have sealed 20 others in here, there was enough stored food, water, and ventilation. But they left her alone in the dark room. While they died to conceal her presence. While they died as Whirlpool ninja, as she was hidden away like a fragile princess. For 3 days, she stayed inside the dark room, dying away slowly as she ate only a little, her body in shock, as her mind constantly went over what happened over and over. There was no reasonable explanation other than the wrath of her father, but that wasn't enough. She knew that it wasn't that. Her father had told her long ago that he was prepared for her and her sister's careers, and he meant everything that came with it. Why did they left her, as the last Uzumaki heir? Tears formed in her eyes, but she couldn't cry, not yet. There might be a chance. A slim chance. But it was a hope she was willing to hold on to. On the 4th day, she woke up to the seal being opened, the wall/door cracking open, and she could start to hear noises and voices outside her little room. Getting up, despite her weak and tired body, she stood firmly, ready to attack any pilfers or thieves of her family's last treasures. Her eyes gave light to her vision, even in the dark room, and she prepared her kunai with wind and water element to sharpen the cuts. As the light finally showed the entire room, she saw many standing people in the throne room, and 2 that stood near the room's entrance that had undoubtedly opened the wall. With the burning fury that fueled her veins, she went on the attack, red hair flying behind her as she went to the one on her near right. She didn't care if she was outmatched. If these were the bastards that had attacked and planned to steal anything from her family, they were all going to die by her hand. She got in several good cuts on this very skilled ninja with black hair and weird red eyes, before she was roughly held by someone from behind, with long spiky white hair. She fought with all her strength, but it was giving way as she saw the bodies strewn about in the throne room. Blood was everywhere, with scattered weapons, kunai stuck in the walls. Then realization came to mind, as the scenario played out in her mind. There was no chance for any of them to have lived. They had all gone into the throne room to protect her grandfather and Hataka as they sealed her away. They had no chance as they fought to make sure she lived. She wanted to hate them. She truly did. But she couldn't, as she stopped fighting, and stood there, the tears ready to fall. Her whole body had seemed to have gone numb, and her eyes returned to their green hue. She quietly stepped down the dais, and the bodies of 2 of her favorite men close to her hiding room. From the looks, they had died a hard fight. She didn't bother hiding from these strangers what she felt, as her hands shook, touching her sensei's head and taking hold of her grandfather's withered and cold hand. As she gazed at the rest of them, she knew they all died hard. A Whirlpool ninja's death. An Uzumaki's death. The tears now fell down her cheeks, and she didn't care if these strangers saw. How could she care? Her home was destroyed, and she was the last Uzumaki that held all of the secrets. The one with all of the last memories of her beloved and beautiful home. She was the one who had to remember. She spoke, remembering what her grandfather had said, her raspy voice heard by all in the vast throne room. No regrets, and no broken promises. To protect our precious people to the bitter end. That is what you taught me, Grandfather Uzumaki. But in the end, you denied me, and made me break my promise to you and our clan. Why, you old bastard? Why did you leave me alone? Why? She had screamed out the last question, letting out her frustration as she did so, head facing the ceiling as she cried out. No one made a move as the last Uzumaki let herself succumb to her sadness. She sat there, for nearly an hour, and none of them denied her that small chance to grieve for her clan. After a while, she calmed down. Standing on slightly wobbly legs, she went back to her prison for the past 4 days, and took an empty scroll, and began sealing everything into it. Then she went throughout the compound and took anything of value, clothes, jewels, documents, scrolls, weapons, you name it, she sealed it. After she was done with that, she put it in her jacket, and groomed her hair into a messy bun, and washed her face off. She honestly didn't know what to do now. Go home to her parents was the only option she saw, as life as a homeless ninja was something she did not see as a calling. But that also meant giving up certain freedoms for her mother's respite. Giving up on herself was against her character. Her mother may not be happy with her, but Kushina could not destroy herself to make the woman happy. Her dilemma was solved for her, in the form of the white-haired ninja that had stopped her from killing the red-eyed guy. He crept up on her, although horribly in her opinion. He stood at a distance close for her to know he meant no harm, but at least 3 feet, lest she attack again. Though it was of no use. They weren't the attackers. You know. I believe Konoha wouldn't mind having a little trouble in the form of a pretty red head. Some Whirlpool ninja are still there, though most are planning to join Konoha now that Whirlpool has been debunked. If you want, I can take you there, and we can try to settle you. She was silent, then an idea came to mind. Can I join a genin team? An eyebrow rose. Weren't you on one? She shook her head. Here, they used to treat Uzumaki as royalty. It was stupid in my opinion, though, we are the daimyo's family. But it was still stupid. And because of that, I graduated ahead of time, and was put in a team of jounin and chunin. So, I want to start like everyone else. At the bottom. And in Konoha, no one will know who I am, or steal my bloodline, as there are others of my blood, and none of them are known, so it is safe. No one knows me. No one will treat me like royalty. I'll have to earn it, just like an Uzumaki always does. He stared at her, face contorted in an odd mixture that couldn't be described. But he nodded. Well, Sandame should have no problem with that. You'll have to go to our academy for a couple months, as our next graduating class is then, and you'll be among those your age. It's below your talent, but it's something. She smiled softly at him, wind pulling on her hair, and he was awed at how beautiful this preteen looked, the storm above clouding the sky, the wind pulling on her softly, and he knew this as her element, her home. An Uzumaki was home in water and wind. But as she said goodbye with only a nod and a sad smile, he had to say, it was the greatest first impression he had of Uzumaki Kushina. Upon arrival to Konoha, she was almost swept away by its large size, and the gates of Konoha of course burned into her, a beautiful sight to attest to Konoha's strength. She had no time to sightsee, as she was shunshined to the Hokage's office by the white-haired man, Jiraiya. He introduced himself to the Hokage, and now that Kushina was in a place that she knew was safe, she introduced her full name to him. Uzumaki Kushina, Princess of the Land of Fire and Whirlpool, or the once Whirlpool. The last heir of the bloodline and last bearer of the family secrets. And last living soul to see Whirlpool. My brothers will never be ninja or heirs, so they cannot take the secrets. And my elder sister. I know not if she lives. Her little speech shocked both men, and later she learned the ANBU as well, and then she quickly lost her temper at their lack of speech. Oh come on. It's not that hard to just deal with it. I'm not asking you to call me Kushinaheim. Hell, if you do, I'll kick your ass until I get my point across. I'm an Uzumaki before I'm a princess, and whether you like it or not, you're stuck with me. This woke the ninja from their stupor, and Sandame chuckled, having long heard of the traits of the Uzumaki, and the fiery temper was one of them. This would really be interesting to have her here. But what about your parents? They must be worried? She was silent for a few minutes, before she looked him in the eye again. You can send word that I live in Konoha, that I am safe, and starting anew here. My father will accept this. Whatever my mother says, don't bother remembering. And if my father wishes to see me, tell him I will do so when I can, if you permit me, or if he wishes to come here. Sandame nodded, but he along with Jiraiya stored the little information about her mother for later prodding. Alright then, we can do that. And as for living arrangements, we can easily get you an apartment, but for the next few days, you will be living with Jiraiya. And as for money, I'll arrange for a stipend for you, so you have no need to go into your family accounts just yet. You will be starting the academy in 3 days. She nodded, and after a little more, she left with Jiraiya as her escort, finally moving her Heidi key from her forehead and tying it around her neck. He took her around the basic streets in Konoha, and they talked. He learned quickly that she was a girl not to be messed with, and hated perverts. And oddly hated being in woman's clothing. She learned that he was a super pervert, a jounin that might be taking on a team soon, called a Toad Nin. She had to admit, the toads were cool, and one of the Nin. And oddly, they got along quite well despite some bickering between the two stubborn shinobi. She refused to get Konoha quality clothes, despite the different climate, because these were her clan clothes, and high quality to boot, despite being baggy on her for growth and comfort. And Jiraiya's home was actually pretty clean despite her first impression of the guy. It was a traditional style, 2-story, and had an adjoining dojo and above-ground walkway that was covered. A small garden was near the back, with a mini lake, and he had a nice piece of land with thick trees around the fences. A beautiful home, and quickly was comforted by its simple taste and elegance. She explored the home, with Jiraiya rolling his eyes, before she went to explore Konoha itself. It would take some time to truly understand it and get everything down, but it was a start. On the third morning she found her way to the academy slightly late because Jiraiya had forgotten to wake her, on purpose was more her thought, and she entered the building as the bell rang. Running to the class on the 2nd story, she stopped before the door to take a quick breath and calm her nerves. Come on, this is nothing. I've faced death, and I've killed. I was once a proud ninja of Whirlpool, and I am princess of the land of fire. I can handle this easily. These kids have no experience, and they are not even ninja. Seriously, feet, move now. Alright, you need to get ready, understandable. Now, seriously, you're pissing me off. While she was going through a mental tirade of cursing her feet, she didn't notice someone behind her until they were about to touch her, but again, her blood fueled and the Kamagen swirled, a kunai in hand and ready to attack whoever was about to disturb her. The kunai was met with another, and the hand still grabbed her, firmly to prevent any more movement, but not too hard to hurt her. She saw a tall man with brown hair and burly build, an eyebrow raised on a generally amiable face. Kushina smiled nervously, cutting off her chakra and turning off the Dojutsu, kunai going back into the pouch. She calmed her blood again, and apologized quietly so only the two can hear. I'm sorry. It's a reflex. The teacher nodded quietly. He wasn't going to tell her that he knew of her situation, both her clan name and then of what happened to her home village. Almost everyone in Konoha knew about the attack on Whirlpool. Though only the ninja knew about her being from the Uzumaki clan, and it was well known from Jounin to Genin about how she was found, and that was even seeping into the academy students. He had just seen firsthand the greatness of that family, and he had a feeling that wasn't all this Spitfire had to offer. He spoke gently, "It's alright, Uzumaki-san. I'm your new teacher for the next few months, Yumano Isamu. Just call me Isamu-sensei." She nodded, and he opened the door for her to enter first. But something wasn't right, and her hand grabbed the eraser before it was a foot above her head. She glared at the object, then her eyes shifted to a spiky blonde-hair boy with tan skin and manly aristocratic features, but he still had some baby fat. His eyes, however, were what attracted her attention. They were a blue that the sky should be jealous of. Crystal. She quickly averted her eyes as she stood in front of the class, putting the eraser on the desk as Isamu-sensei stood beside her, hand on her shoulder. He glared silently at a certain blonde before he spoke. "Class, we have a new student. Her name is Uzumaki Kushina, of the Uzumaki clan of Whirlpool. She has already been through the academy there, but she will be joining us for the Hokage's reasons. Welcome her, and treat her with respect like you do to each other. Though that isn't much in itself. He thought to himself before beginning the day's lesson. Kushina sat near the window, eyeing the world outside while she listened to Isamu-sensei go on about history of the nations, and foundings, and all that other jazz, which she had been through since she was 4. 8 years of it got tiring really fast. But she would respect him for doing his job, and listen. Because of her absent-mindedness, she didn't pay attention to the class that was staring at her when Isamu-sensei wasn't paying attention. When it was time for taijutsu practice, she followed them out the door, but noticed that they avoided her like the plague. But she didn't let it bother her for now. At the practice field, everyone was paired off, and she was offended that she was facing a girl that was obviously weak. She spoke aloud, her anger evident. "Excuse me, Isamu-sensei, by why are girls and boys separated? Isn't that sexist?" Isamu's eyebrow rose again. This girl sure spoke her mind. That's the way the system is set up. Why? Do you want to fight one of the boys? Her own eyebrow was raised as if saying, no duh, why do you think I pointed out this fact? He mumbled to himself, before reviewing the clipboard of names. If she wanted to fight a boy, then it would have to be one of the weaker ones for the first time. He didn't know her skills, and wouldn't want to overwhelm her. Alright then, Kushina, you fight with Nara Shikaku. And Shikaku, actually fight. Don't give up within seconds. Shikaku mumbled something that sounded an awful lot like troublesome before he moved to face her. Isamu started the match. Begin. Kushina waited a few seconds, to see if he would do anything. But seeing that he didn't, and just stood there in position, she ran forward first, fist cocked ready for a punch, which he blocked, only to realize too late that it was a distraction as she dropped to the floor, and swept his legs out from under him. She had her hands positioned near pressure points and asked, "Bored, do you yield?" Without missing a beat, he nodded, "I yield." They stood up, and Kushina had an annoyed look on her face, and Isamu tried not to sweat. He had barely seen her move, and it was simple and planned that it was beautiful. And this was coming from a Chunin. He looked up on the list. Inuzuka Tsum was by far the only female he thought had a natural standing chance, and she was a powerhouse. But Kushina looked ready to start trouble, and he might as well give her another boy to fight to sate her fiery temper. Up next, Uchiha Fugaku. The Uchiha scoffed, but did as ordered, and faced her, without even bothering to get in position. Only he and Namikaze were top of the totem pole, and he doubted this know-nothing girl from a no-name village was worth his time, despite her already being a genin. But, maybe Kushina should have warned this village with certain things about Uzumaki. Especially the well-known rule of never pissing off an Uzumaki female. And when the Uchiha refused to take a fighting position, he should have known he was fair game to any humiliation she was about to put on him. Kushina wasted no time after Isamu told them to begin. She knew about the Uchiha eyes, Sharingan. Well, Kamigan was in her opinion much more useful. She called her eyes forth, which surprised the class to see that one of the rumors were true. She did have a Dojutsu, and despite it being beautiful to look at, it was scarier than the Sharingan. She spoke up, warning him, "If you so much as try to copy any technique I throw at you, Uchiha, I will kill you and every last one of you copycats." And with that, she was in a burst of speed, heading toward him, knowing he could easily see her, and as he was about to land an axe kick at her, she dived under on her back, kicking her leg up and straight into his groin. It was quite satisfying to her to see the proud Uchiha fall in pain, and saw several of the guys in the crowd covering theirs and their faces showed sympathy, while the girls were giggling. She hopped up, prepared for him to come back at her with intent on revenge, which he was. It wasn't long before the match started becoming serious, as he wielded the Sharingan. She made sure to show only basic taijutsu, preserving her clan's privacy, knowing full well he will copy it. After a while he huffed, "What is the name of your eyes?" And why aren't you fighting for real? You're holding back. He accused her, eyes narrowed. And he was right. Kushina just blinked at him. My Dojutsu is called the Kamigen. And I'm holding back so you can't copy. My family fighting style is meant for my clan because of our body structures, and the taijutsu itself is a bloodline. Anyone that tries to practice them, even with supervision, will kill themselves. I'm not willing to let you kill yourself because you think it is alright to copy without asking for people's permission. And that goes for my other jutsu. Isamu was rather impressed. Kushina knew her stuff very well, and the name of her eyes was terrifying. They were beautiful to look at, but it honestly scared him. And add to the fact that no one knew what they could do, except her. And she would probably tell no one but her future teammates, and the Hokage. The two continued to fight, until Kushina came out on top with a most impressive display of pressure point and vitals attacks, along with hard hits to distract, but the style was completely unpredictable, hard to follow, to overwhelm the enemy with power, and would have been deadly if she added chakra. He had a sneaking suspicion that they usually added chakra. When she meant the style was only meant for her, she meant it, as no one besides family would be flexible, strong, incredibly fast, and have such power to back it. Her clan had been bred to be the best in so many areas. From what was noticed about the fight, her eyes could see about 180 around her, and as if by instinct, she knew where the Uchiha was going to be and moved to counter it. Add to the fact that she seemed to hit the boy in points that reminded him of Tenketsu, but with a variation. Altogether, it was like her eyes were a variation of both Sharingan and Byakugan. For 3 years, she had lived in Konoha. After a week living with Jiraiya, she got her apartment, but she hardly lived in, as she constantly was training. It was a nice apartment, with 1 bedroom, bathroom, a living room, and a kitchen. Simple and sturdy. Just what she needed for now. She of course decorated her room with her family's old mementos and trinkets, and had the furniture from her old home brought to furnish the place, and give her some form of comfort. She didn't bother bringing out things that were worth anything real expensive, except her grandfather's shoji board, grandmother's tea/sake set, a weapons rack with a naginata, halberd, katana, wakizashi, and a tanto, some scrolls, and the bonsai Hataka sensei got her for her 10th birthday, which sat on the large low table in the center. It was homely, and the sense of the familiar objects gave much comfort. So far, besides Jiraiya and the Hokage, she had only shown it to 3 other people, who had become her fast friends. Inazuka Tsum, Huga Keiko, and Haruno Miyako. They were strong girls, and liked to fight as much as she did, though Keiko was a quiet and shy girl naturally. But there was a slight problem with her new life. A blonde boy by the name of Namikaze Minato had become the bane of her existence, along with his band of friends. She didn't know why, but she had been picked out as his special target, bickering with her, fighting with her, pranking her, or teasing her. You name it, pretty sure he did it. She didn't know how many jokes he made of her clothes or her tomboyish ways. And he was her equal in taijutsu and ninjutsu, to make it worse. At least in genjutsu, she had a chance to outdo him, though he easily could get out of it after a while. She had no clue as to why he started picking on her, but she didn't let it down her day, especially when she had visits once in a while from her father, sister, and baby brothers. She never let them know how it hurt her that her mother didn't even bother to care, as it made her happy just to see them. Graduation had come and gone, and she was sadly placed on a team with Minato and his, neutral to her, friend Hyuga Hayashi, though they at least had Jiraiya as a sensei. He cut the bickering down a little. Though the two pranked each other most of the time as it was. Even though they had been a team for 2.5 years, the two just fought like cats and dogs. And she never let him know where she lived. She didn't want to risk the Namikaze destroying her home. The Hyuga on the other hand knew where she lived, but never really came inside. But she could say she had been to both their clan homes many times, if not had to stay at each and Jiraiya's many a times from exhausting herself. But she was 16 now, and by Jiraiya's standards, ready for more adult missions. As he was one of the few who knew her body was fully developed into a young woman's, he trained her when he wasn't training the other two, despite Minato's jokes that she was by far no girl. So it was to her utter embarrassment that they got a mission for spying. The Third Great Ninja War had long started, and Team 7, sometimes called Team Jiraiya, was going to be sending their only female member out as a spy as a geisha at one of the more popular establishments on the border of Suna and Iwa. Oh, how she wanted to wring the man's neck. He knew she hated female clothing. It was always tight, showy, and uncomfortable. She didn't like the idea of being a pervert's ideal girl. And what if something got out of hand, huh? How does she explain killing the guy? 'Cause like hell was she ready to give up her virginity, she was only 15. But she had no choice. It would be a 5-month-long information retrieval. And she loathed every second they made their way there. Of course, it was undercover, and no one knew who she was except that she was a young apprentice searching for temporary work, normal enough. While her 3 teammates kept back and rented a room for the time being, she had to live in an okiya with several geisha and miko, and for the first 2 weeks, was serving as a maid, until one night, she got lucky, and the owner of the house saw that she had an appealing form and face, and would be allowed as a geisha for a time being at some of the tea houses. As she was getting dolled up, she knew exactly what to do, and how to do it, thanks to her grandmother's training. Oddly, the woman had been right that she'd have to train to be like all women of all stations. So her long red hair was in fancy hairstyle she hadn't done in 2 or so years, and oddly, it comforted but saddened her, but she quickly got over it as she donned her kimono. She had brought her own, not knowing if they'd allow her to use theirs, and face painted as a miko, and she went to tea house after tea house. She knew that Jiraiya was the one always watching her, as his signature was familiar to her. For a month, this was her life, until one night, she hit the jackpot of all information. A handsome Iwa ninjounin with a little too much sake was her escort that night, and the second she flirted with him, he boasted about him being in charge of an attack on one of Konoha's best resources for steel. It was a risky attack, but if successful, Konoha would be in a lot of trouble. She never knew her charms would be that irresistible, because he told her almost everything under the sun, about his family, his pet dog as a child, how hard he worked to get to his position, the bloodlines and secrets of Iwa, and even about his dream of having a pretty wife one day to have kids with. What shocked her was the look in his eyes as he said this. She blushed, playing it off as being bashful, but he took it too far, taking hold of her and kissing her, his hands in places she wasn't ready to have touched by anyone. She hated it. He smelled and tasted disgusting, sweat, alcohol, and some of the pills she gave him that made him talk. And he stole her first kiss without her consent. She would have killed him, but her mind forced her to act like a geisha, not an Uzumaki. She quickly separated the two of them, slapping hard but not enough to send any signals to him, and she spoke coldly, "You go too far, Inada-san. Good night." She then left, wishing the mistress good night, and ran as fast as her legs could go in her geta and kimono. She wanted to cry, oh the pain, her chest wanted to burst. She had lost her first kiss to an Iwa. She normally wasn't girly, but this along with other things were some of the things she held on to, wanting to preserve what little femininity she would allow herself to show. And if she would have chosen a first kiss, it definitely would not have been an Iwa nin that was most likely going to die when she got the information to Jiraiya. No, if anything, it would have gone to that blonde bastard. Wait. Minato? Surely she wasn't thinking of Minato. No matter what she tried to deny, it was Minato she wanted. The Uzumaki blood demanded him, desired and yearned for the blonde prankster that caused her so much trouble. Oh, how she hated her blood for the moment. But she quickly collected herself, and with by far the most impressive display of secrecy, she sent a Kage Bunshin back to the okiya she stayed at to sleep, while she herself went to the apartment, not trusting anything else to get the information to them. Her blood was pumping, adrenaline racing in her like always, but this time it was different. She had two missions. Kiss the hell out of the Namikaze, she will make damn sure that it is her real first kiss, and then relay the information. And she didn't give a damn if Jiraiya or Hayashi saw this. It wasn't long that she reached the apartment, and to her luck and joy, both Huga and Pervert were heading to the bathhouse, and the blonde was just lazing about the rented room, experimenting on some seals on a scroll. He looked up when he felt the door open and close, and saw by far the most beautiful woman in the world, red hair up in a style that permitted some of it to be down along with many combs and trinkets, and her makeup was almost washed away, except the red lips, and the several kimono made her hourglass figure beautiful. But seeing those determined green eyes made him start. Kushina? She didn't say anything as she glided across the room, letting her smooth hand cup his cheek for a second, which shocked him, but not as much as when the other grabbed a fist of his hair at the back of his head, not too hard, and she kissed him softly, tasting like sweets and tea. For the first few seconds, he didn't know what was going on. But he gave in to his instincts, one hand on the small of her back, while the other was at the back of her neck, feeling the soft red hair, and he kissed her back gently, not wanting to scare her. It didn't take long for the soft kiss to become more passionate, and she straddled the blonde bastard, getting more leverage on him as she kissed his neck, biting and sucking softly, eliciting a moan from him as he held her closer. This would have kept going, had she not felt that Jiraiya was on his way back, along with their other teammate. She stopped, leaving a chaste but teasing kiss on his lips, and she moved away from him, waiting as the Toad Sannin and Byakugan user entered. Jiraiya was quite surprised at her being there, which turned to anger when he realized she was endangering the mission. She put her hands up, quickly interrupting his thoughts. It's better in person than leaving you little notes. I had a talkative jounin tonight, and you're going to like what the songbird told me. She explained everything in detail, including what she knew about the guy, and said they could possibly use his person as a disguise if need be. At the least, they knew of some bloodlines that might be used against them, and could make countermeasures. Jiraiya thought it over and agreed that it had been better that she had appeared in person. This was valuable information. But then he noticed something off. When she spoke about the jounin, he saw that Uzumaki fury in her eyes. His own narrowed, concern laced with protective anger that came with having a female student, especially one like Kushina who never really had experience in men. He did something to you, didn't he? She was unusually silent, and that was enough for all of them to get angry. Though she only thought it for two reasons. 1. Minato would think she used him to cleanse herself, which in a way, she did, but even now that the adrenaline was gone, the feeling still remained, and 2, she was claimed as a Konoha nin. And for some odd reason, the men of Konoha did not like the idea of their kunoichi handled by others, especially enemy nin, which made her think it odd when they put kunoichi into these types of situations. Hypocrites, all of them. Then Jiraiya did something none of them expected. He walked across the room, and hugged her fiercely, and whispered, as long as he didn't do anything permanent, it's okay. She knew he meant that more for himself, so that he didn't outright kill the man that thought any harm upon her, but when he said that, she felt the tears coming again, and this time, she didn't stop them. She would be a girl, at least for tonight, and give in to the fatherly embrace that was protecting her from the cruel and harsh world, like she had given in to her lust for the blonde. She hugged the burly man tightly, as her body racked as she cried her heart out at the frustrations of this mission and the idea of being touched in a way she did not want. Her muffled cries were echoed in the silent room, and Minato and Hayashi just watched as their teammate cried for the first time in front of them, and they could only feel immense guilt at what she must be suffering for Konoha's survival. As time went by, her tears dried, and she sat in her sensei and fourth favorite man's lap, like she was a little girl again, and she didn't mind as she felt protected by the fact that he was here, and that her teammates were nearby as well. It felt so good to feel safe for once in so long. Not even in Konoha did she feel this safe. She looked at her scar that had been present since she was 11, and would forever be there. what it meant to her. Jiraiya caught her looking at it again, and asked softly, though the other two were listening carefully, "You've never explained what that scar was." "It wasn't from when I found you, nor was the sword wound in stomach. But this one obviously means something." He left it open for her to talk, giving her a chance to open up. And she took it, letting them in on one of her secrets. "When I was 11, right after I became a genin, they forced me onto a Chunin and Jounin team because of my royal status as princess of the land's fire and Whirlpool. They cheated me because I'm the daimyo's daughter, and they thought if anything ever happened to me, an Uzumaki heir, then my father would put his wrath upon them. My father has long prepared for anything that would ever happen to me or my elder sister, as we are the only children he could allow to become ninja, as my baby brothers are the heirs, while we are only potential. But they didn't understand this, and forced me to be protected. I was so angry at them for taking away my chance to be normal for once, but then my grandfather found me hiding in the clearing that I chose as a hideout that faced our village. And then he told me what I needed to hear. The path is hard and dangerous to take, but as a daughter of the Uzumaki, you should take the path, and ride the course. And then he told me to carry on his nindo. No regrets and no broken promises. To protect our precious people to the bitter end. But, I still don't know why he and Hataka-sensei sealed me in the treasure room alone. I was left in the dark for 4 days, alone, when they could have sealed me away with some of my cousins and aunts. But, they all died to make sure I was sealed away, and they made me break my promise. I was supposed to help protect them. They didn't even let me die with them." Jiraiya's eyes were shocked, never hearing her account of the story. She had never told anyone, for that fact. And he felt honored that she had finally opened up. For most of the night, she talked on, and they listened to her stories of her old life, from her life in the Fire Palace, to Whirlpool, and then to her last day in her homeland. And her teammates quietly listened, letting her get everything off her chest as she laughed or wiped away a tear or two. She even explained the ongoing bad connection between herself and her mother, though she herself didn't understand why. 2 hours before dawn, she realized that she needed to go back, and she slipped out of Jiraiya's lap, and stretched, a soft smile on her face that had never been there before. She walked to the door, not even looking back, as she whispered, "I'll come back later if I get anything else." Little did she know that a certain blonde was telling Jiraiya of something that wasn't to be said out loud, trying to figure out what was going on. All the while the white-haired man laughed to himself at the Uzumaki. They had finished the mission, and sadly she had no more real reasons to go back to the apartment during that time. So upon reaching Konoha and being debriefed by Sandame, she headed back to her apartment with sagging shoulders. She had wanted so badly to tell Minato how she felt, but then she thought he would make fun of her again. Honestly, the guy didn't have the greatest track record with her, so you'd have to understand her dilemma. But as she was walking to the apartment for the first time in months, she was surprised to see Minato sitting at a nearby bench. Unsure what to do, she stood there, confused and uncertain. He made the choice for her. The second he caught sight of her, he stood. The tall, lean muscular teen was a handsome boy, his baby fat long gone to give way to his more rugged aristocratic features. He motioned her to follow him with his head, and she did, slightly suspicious, but quickly by his side as they walked through the village. It was weird, when they weren't fighting, but she was waiting for another one of his comments that would undoubtedly set her blood on boil. He entered a ramen shop, parting the curtains for the both of him in a gentlemanly manner, and she sat down, and him beside her in seconds. After they ordered, they were quiet, and she was still confused as to what the hell was going on. The order came, and they ate with no word between, which made the owner wonder, but he left well enough alone. And then Minato spoke quietly in his husky voice, sending shivers down her spine. "That night, when that happened, did you mean it, or was it a cleansing?" She was surprised that he was so straightforward, but he always was, so it shouldn't take her so long to answer. She gulped, unsure, but would not let it go unsaid, and she was determined in her answer. No regrets. I meant it. Every part of it. And I'd do it again every single time. And if you have a problem with it, tough. Because you're going to be dealing with it from now on, Blondie. She saw the blush on his face, along with that wide foxy grin of his. A chuckle came out of his throat. After they finished, he paid for the both of them, and they walked out. The second they did, he took her face in his hands and kissed her softly, and she blinked in reaction. A slight blush came to her face. He smiled, before he kissed her again, chaste this time, and he whispered in her ear huskily, "Then I guess I'm going to be enjoying myself quite thoroughly with you, Whirlwind." He then let her go, walking off in the direction of his family compound, congratulating himself on not only getting a great girlfriend, but a nickname that she isn't offended at, and he could tease her endlessly with it. Little did he know that he created new said girlfriend to faint, yes, faint, from too much blood going to her head. The ramen shop owner, Ichikura Tucci, was laughing his head off. Damn it, not again, please not again. She couldn't live with the thought of her team dying. They had been on a routine patrol mission, and everything was good until the ambush came. Obviously they were outnumbered, 3 jounin on 1 jounin and 3 chunin. Seriously, uncool guys. But she took up the challenge wholeheartedly. Until she realized her team were outmatched even with their teamwork when they were facing the one she left for them. Just as one of them was about to get a fatal wound, she sped in and took the hit for the young Mato guy. It was only a small wound for her, but it could have killed the kid, if it had hit. She ground it out, taking out the sai, which looked clear of poisons. Get the hell out of here, and get me back up. I'll cover you, but when I say run, you run like your asses are on fire, got it? While the Aburum stayed quiet, Guy was worried about his sensei, but nodded furiously. He would not let her down. With that, she used her chakra to create an ice wall, thick enough to stop the 3 of them for only a moment. Run! And they did as she ordered. The ice was quickly shattered through, and she was faced alone with 3 very angry Iwa nin. She grinned mischievously, which she got from Minato, and got into position. Which one of you wants to go visit the Shinigami first? Ah, come on, at least one of you needs to speak. It wasn't until 3 hours later that a team found her, awake but in serious trouble. She smiled softly at her longtime friend Tsum, who was a part of the tracker team, and trying to staunch wounds to prevent too much blood loss. Well, I must say that was not one of my better fights, Tsum-chan. But Tsum was crying, frantically doing what she could before the runner got there. She tried to smile for the redhead, and sobbed out, "Shut up, Whirlwind, or I'll knock your head off." Kushina chuckled a little, before she smiled again, nodding off, tired, and the pain was getting to her. Stupid Minato just had to tell everyone about his little nickname for her. She didn't know how long she had been out of it, but the change of scenery was a lot better, she had to admit. She had woken up in the hospital room, her entire body sore, and she could tell quite a bit of surgery had been done to make sure she lived. The room was packed with flowers, candy, and get-well cards. It smelled like her team had been here quite a bit, along with a good helping of her friends. But the overpowering smell of the 3 men of Team Jiraiya was by far more comfort than anything. Sitting before anyone could tell her otherwise, she cursed silently to not attract attention. She sat there for less than 10 minutes before in walked the most handsome man she ever knew, and he was all hers. But as his eyes came to look at her, she realized they were bloodshot, clashing with the crystal blue she loved so much. The second that it registered that she was awake and smiling at him, he was crushing her in his bare hug, and she felt the tears falling on her shoulder as his body shook. Concerned, she wrapped her arms around him, rubbing his back and her fingers through his spikes. What the hell happened while she was out? Did someone die? Please say it wasn't any of their team. Please Cammy, grant her this one. After a while, he calmed down enough to explain what happened while she was out. He had been on a mission as well, and one of his genin, Uchiha Obito, had died saving Rin, and Kakashi, was given Obito's finally awakened Sharingan in the left eye, as his was destroyed in a fight. And when he got back, she had been in what was kindly called her deathbed. Not knowing how to tell him everything was alright, she kissed him softly, and hugged him to her chest, telling him in her quiet way that she was alright, and that in the end, everything was going to be alright. Laying there in her arms for a while, he finally mustered up the courage to ask what he had wanted to since they were 16. She was in her own little world, running her soft fingers through his hair, which always made him feel safe and loved by this miraculous woman. Kushina. Her green eyes turned to him, and he felt that jolt of excitement run through him like always. He was unsure how to say this without messing up, but he did what he always did. Straightforward and to the point. I've loved you since we were 16. Will you marry me? Her eyebrow quirked at the Hokage-to-be, and said, smirking, took you long enough, Baka. Do you know how long I've been waiting? Minato grinned that foxy grin that she absolutely adored. Long enough. And he leaned in to kiss her like he was a man dying of thirst that had found the most delicious water in the world to drink. Honestly, what was keeping him? This was their wedding he was about to miss, and so help him, he had better have a damn good excuse. Several of their male friends that were present could feel her murderous intent were sweating bullets, while the others were frantically asking each other if they had reminded the blonde if today was the big day. They all said yes, and had even left post-it notes everywhere, including his forehead, and even on his instant ramen. So where the hell was the walking dead man? 5 minutes before he was late, the blonde walked in, pristine and in the traditional wedding attire, as she was in the kimono. He had a big grin on his face, like he had a secret that she wouldn't find out until later. It both tickled her curiosity and aggravated her at the same time. He was always good at that. All those present were their friends through the years, her father and siblings, his mother and sisters, who came out of hiding for this event, though would immediately return to their hidden home away from Konoha. Even her mother showed up, though like always since she was 12, said not a word to her daughter. Her Genin/Chunin team and his, or what was left. And then Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Hayashi. Sandaime had the honor of wedding the two love birds. He even got to call her by her title, Kushinaheim, several times, in which she glared daggers at the old man throughout half the ceremony. And Minato got some hits about taking so damn long. This was a good day to be Hokage. He could pick fun at the two, and neither could do anything about it. After the wedding and the reception, small and quiet, Kushina was whisked away by her blonde husband to her new home, the Namikaze compound, and that night was by far better than any before it. Every time she thought about it, she giggled to herself, and smiled softly. Namikaze Uzumaki Kushina. Long, but it was nice. And he didn't care when she had told him that she would not give up her last name. In fact, he just smiled and said, I would never have you give up yourself. I fell in love with you, remember? He lay beside her, fiddling with his wife's red tresses, as she smiled softly. Then he remembered what he got for her. Getting out of bed, he grabbed the little box, and then got back into the futon with her, smiling like the fox he was all the while. He gave her the box, and she took it, curious, and opened it while he watched her expectantly. And her smile said it all. It was a stylized swirl, as both his clan and hers had the same design, but different colors. Hers was red and black, like on the back of the Jounin and Chunin flak jackets, as it was the style a long time ago to celebrate the daimyo Daiki's new wife by putting her family's symbol in Konoha's fashion. His clan was blue with gold lining, in exactly the same position. So, for his new bride, he gave her the red swirl, with the gold lining. On the back was an inscription that meant the world to her, as she wore the scars on her body to prove it. My senpu, no regrets and broken promises. To protect our loved ones to the bitter end. Uzumaki clan Nindo, to celebrate the union of Namikaze and Uzumaki. She put it on, feeling the weight comfortably fit around her neck. And then she proceeded to make her husband a very happy man. Why? Damn it! Why? The day her son decides to come to the new world, Kyubi just had to attack. No, he couldn't wait, could he? Had to drag out her husband, the fourth Hokage, while she is lying in pain because they won't give her the drugs. So help her, if they would let her out of this damned place, she'd take down the beast in seconds. No problem for a pregnant Uzumaki. She guaranteed it. Pain ripped through her body once again, and she did her best to cover it, but damn it, it hurt so bad. Her blood was boiling to kill anything in range, but she had no target available. She was going to make her son pay with all the extra training she was going to give him. He would feel the wrath of 19 hours of labor. The doctor kept telling her to push, and she just wanted to tell them to shut up, but they were there for her son, her Naruto. Some and Miyako were with her, holding her hands and kissing her head as she pushed, and she wanted so badly to just cry at this never-ending pain. And finally, he came into the world, crying and screaming with the heartiest lungs she ever heard. Her son all right. She let some tears fall as she waited to hold her son, and when he was tucked into her arms, she felt like she accomplished the greatest thing in her life. It didn't matter that she was an S-rank ANBU, or wife of Namikaze Minato, the greatest and most favored man in existence. It didn't matter that she was the last to know her clan's secrets, and would one day share them with the child, her child. Or that she was the daimyo's daughter, and princess to the land of fire, and Whirlpool. It didn't matter at all the accomplishments she had made. This boy, this handsome boy that looked exactly his father, from spikes to ticklish toes, was the greatest accomplishment of her life. And he had the crystal blue eyes that made the sky jealous, and that she loved. He was a prince to her and the land of fire, and for a baby, had large chakra coils. Some and Miyako stayed with her as she fed her son, and while Kushina rested. The Hokage's wife and son needed some sort of protection, and if anything, they would help the two evacuate since Kushina was so weak. The many hours had taken their toll on her, but the smile on her face was so big that they didn't say anything. But the happiness ended when Minato came through the door, battle-hardened, and the stench of death on him. One look at the scene before him, and his face crumbled into a mix of sadness, pride, and happiness. Confusing, but not to be worried about. He went to his wife's side, holding her tightly while careful of his son's small body. He kissed her on the forehead, and said the words that terrified her to no end, "I have to do it, Kushina. There is no other way." While the other two didn't know what he meant, Kushina's face paled even more, a sense of deep sadness swept through her. But Minato had no other way, and to save the village they loved, it was a sacrifice needed to be made. And not even Sandaime could take his place. She was torn at the idea of losing her husband, the man she would love to the bitter end, but this was for their son, so he could live like all the other children. She kept her face straight, so he wouldn't see her tears in the last hour of his life, and she smiled for him one last time, before taking 2 scrolls and putting it in his hand. "Put this with all my scrolls. And make sure Sandaime gets the letter about Naruto getting the scroll when he is 7. It has to be 7, or any later will cause problems. And this scroll goes to my sister immediately." She placed a scroll in his hand, as he searched her eyes for an answer. She smiled softly, trying to not sob. "I will pass not long after you, Minato. My body isn't able to handle that much longer. I will stay for Naruto as long as I can. But I will see you in a short while. I have no regrets, because out of everything, our son, our Naruto, is my greatest and proudest accomplishment. I know that he is made for great things. He is after all, a Namikaze Uzumaki. He was born to be a legend. And soon, you will do your greatest accomplishment, and save this village. These were things we were meant to do, Minato. Our time has come." The Inuzuka and Haruno were surprised by the face of their greatest Hokage thus far. It was so broken, so lost, and there was nothing anyone could do. Tears fell down his face, even though he tried to smile for his wife, the love of his life. Steeling himself, he kissed her one last time passionately, before letting go, kissing her forehead softly, and then took his son and the scrolls in his arms, and stood up, gazing at this amazing woman one last time. As he turned to leave, he stopped at the doorway, and that foxy grin was on his face for the last time for her. "I love you, Whirlwind. I always will." And then he left, taking her son, her pride, with him. The tears fell from her eyes, and Tsum and Miyako were at her side within seconds, not bothering to ask what was going on. From what they could understand, something big was going to happen, that involved Naruto, and the death of their friends, two powerful, humble, and wonderful friends. Kushina grabbed a couple scrolls that she had hidden away, and gave them several each, with their own names on some and names of others as well. She took off her necklace, fiddling with it while she explained herself. "I love the old man, but I don't trust Sandame. After this happens, Sandame will hide my son away from my family, and for that, I will not bother, because here, he may be safer. But, what Minato is about to do is risky. Both of us wish that this village would do his last requests, but we both know that they won't. And I'm afraid the old man will make the situation worse. So these are my last requests, for when Naruto is older and when I can't be here for him like I wish." She sobbed quietly, before continuing, "All I ask is that you do not hate Naruto. This burden he will soon bear, it is to protect this village. The last resort. I know it is a lot to ask, but I beg you, help my son grow to be strong. Do not hate him like everyone else will." Both of the women were confused, but nodded, swearing not to hate the beloved and awaited child of the soon-to-be dead couple. With one last look at her necklace, she gave it to Tsum. "Give this and the 2 scrolls to Hayashi, and tell him to give this to his godson when the boy turns 6. And then give this to Jiraiya, along with his scroll, and tell him to come by when Naruto is 12, if not earlier." She pulled out a small package, and handed it to Miyako. Tsum had a wavering smile, as she tried to joke, "So, you finally pulled your biggest tricks out of the bag. Got anything else to magically pull out of nowhere?" Kushina laughed despite her tears, thankful to pass on with friends beside her. She was so used to thinking that a true Uzumaki death was in battle, among comrades. But her death was noble as well, because she had given the world her greatest gift, in the form of a handsome blonde boy named Naruto. She hoped with all her heart that he would raise hell. After all, this is her and Minato's son the world was being blessed with. Author commentary: I fucking love this whole thing. You have no idea how proud I was for this. You never really see that many Kushina-oriented stories, though this was just a chapter in my story of Naruto, so this is my pride and joy to add to the collection. Certainly different, and it'll definitely cause some big differences in the Narutoverse, but it's my story, so bleh. This chapter was concentrated around Kushina's life. There will be no Minato chapter, little moments here and there, that defined her character, and showed that Naruto had quite a few of her personality quirks, as well as Minato's, along with the Hokage's looks. It also is an introduction to the life Naruto will lead, and the way life will be different for him because his mom prepared everything for him, because she just knew the Sandame was up to something. Sadly, no, Naruto will not be treated as a prince in the beginning, but he will get there very soon. And yes, just so everyone knows, this is powerful Naruto fiction. I'm gonna superpower the boy up on steroids, and he will kick ass. And though I like the idea of bashing him, Sasuke will not be turning into an evil emo with a spiked stick up his ass, and for this fiction, I don't plan on him turning over to Orochimaru's side. In fact, pretty much all the main cast has their personalities changed, just because I want them to. Sometimes I just don't like things, and I like the idea of the world just being a happy place. So, change a character's personality, and I am happy. Live with it. So far, I'm leaving this Naruto Sakura, but I am considering Naru x Harem, no Hinata or female Haku or older Kunoichi. Sorry. Duh no. We'll see when I get to it. And I'm proud of myself for another reason. I'm so used to doing drama and tragedy, even though in real life, I don't really care for it. I just write pretty damn good in that area, even though I'd much prefer action and comedy to be my forte, but at least I got some type of skill. So you have to understand that little fact about me, to understand why I love that little ending. Even though both of them knew they were going to die, I loved Minato's last line. It honestly made my heart soar. Without seeing their son live a couple hours, it's just the idea that they had done something for the world, their greatest and proudest moment. Minato's was to save the village. Kushina's was to give birth to a legend. And even facing death, the proud Uzumaki woman laughed her way to death, still proud, and strong, and did not regret anything in her life. How many people can you say today actually has that ability? So even if she dies young, she had the greatest man as a husband, and a son with the most adventurous future to make her proud. She did not hate her son in her last few moments, but instead hoped he would show the world the old Uzumaki motto, give them hell or die trying. So with me ending her death, I wanted her real character intact. An adventurous, stubborn, determined woman, laughing to the grave, and followed her Nindo every step of the way, and I'm proud to have pulled it off. Instead of putting my readers in tears, I make them laugh, to celebrate, not mourn, the death of such a great woman. Alright, now that I am done with that long introduction of the Naruto I create, and my little speech, I must bid my awesome readers sayonara, and all I ask is you continue reading and reviewing, and hope you all are starting off your summers with a great hit. Love to laugh, because that is the only way to live. Tiffany Carr, Wolf, Chapter 2. Hey guys, back for another chapter. I was kinda taking a while so I could fix up this chapter, and give it pizzazz. I hope you're happy with it, because my parents are getting pissed at me sitting in my room, staring at my computer screen with a zombie expression and typing away. So love it. Review response. Dark Snyder 05, dude, 1010 is in there. But, Sakura stays, because she is not a Sasuke fan. And neither is Ino. Challenger, already there Nma 1, why thank you. Lady Arianrod NOO. You weren't supposed to cry at the end. I worked so hard on that. Now you make me cry. Huddles in a corner at her great failure. Demon Kid, never heard of that quote before. I'll be honest, I prefer mine. And thanks. Babaki, he, capturing hearts one at a time. I'm brilliant. LOL. Poison Naginata, thank you very much, and your question is answered below far in the author commentary. Somewhere. Sped class, thanks, and I have updated extremely fast compared to my usual ways. In which I wait months. But then again, this is my recovery story. The faster I write, the more I recover. Warper, well, since you mentioned it, I dedicate the first part of this chapter to you. It's horrible, in my opinion, but I hope you like it. Kale Hyun, no. No Hinata. Everyone else can write Naru X Hina for all I care, but not me. I don't do Shy Girl and Village Pariah. I do Village Savior and Dominant Female. And as for the other part of your review, see the bottom. And no, I am not trying to bitch at you, just so you understand. Stunning Spell Rocks 2345, updated. And thanks. Creed Boy, I know, aren't I? LOL, Slayerials, if I had a tail, it would be wagging at your comment. That was one of my favorite parts on that chapter as well, and you're right, it does help define what sort of women Minato and Sun are highly attracted to. Well, thanks for reading and reviewing. Zarcade, thank you, I appreciate your review, and I highly understand where you're coming from in the typical Naruto start out. It is so boring most the time, reading the exact same in different words. I hope all my future chapters keep up with my readers' expectations, as well as my own. Razentia, thank you, and I really wanted to change out the order of how stories start. I'm so used to seeing just the start with Fourth sacrificing himself, and then it turns to Naruto. I want variety, so I guess I need to create my own. At least it entertains myself. And the fact that I like to pride myself in not being in the norm of others' writing. I really like that about myself. And as to why there is no Femhaku, well, you'll just have to keep reading now, Donsha. Katanryuka, thanks for reviewing, and yeah, I wanted Kushina to have some plans to Naruto's life, and thanks on agreeing with the no Hinata. She's a sweet girl, but she annoys the hell out of me. Then again, I'm a dominant girl myself, even though I can be shy myself, I at least can overcome shyness. Hinata just plain pisses me off. And as to the other two girls, I think I answer that below. And I hope you enjoy reading. Skendal, thanks for comment, and yeah, no Hinata mean yay for me. And yeah, I know, I wanted to hit myself over the head for forgetting two very important characters in Naruto's future in the first chapter, Tsunade and Hayashi. But at least I have a bit of Hayashi and the others in this. And on Miyako being Genjutsu, trust me when I say, everyone is in for a surprise when I say Haruno clan is more than just Genjutsu types. Is currently rubbing her hands together with a maniacal expression while laughing devilishly. Mysteryman 2000, thanks. And here your update. Burning Truth, XD yes sir, I have a big ass smile on my face from reading your review. That really does mean a lot. And I hope that your expectations are blown out the window with my awesome chapters of awesome coolness. Well, maybe not this one. But the future ones, I hope so. Words of the wolf, a wise monkey never monkeys with another monkey's monkey. I think the worst time to have a heart attack is during a game of charades, or a game of fake heart attack. Dimitri Martin. Disclaimer, obviously, I do not own Naruto, but I love it dearly. However, the plot, story, and characters that do not exist in the Narutoverse, all of it belongs to me, baby. Believe it. Senpu. Minato, I wish you would reconsider. I don't understand why you are doing this. Hayashi pleaded to his dearest and closest friend, whom he often thought of as a brother. The blond man continued on his task, painting seals on the belly of his sleeping newborn son. It's for the best, Hayashi. His deep voice was dulled out, a far cry to his usually cheerful though sometimes annoying voice. Hayashi glared at the room around them, a secured ceiling area in a cave near the attacking demon that was dark and surrounded in candles in specific positions, seals on the floor that Hayashi had helped put there. The Huga head answered viciously, I don't want to hear that. He doesn't deserve what you ask of us. Normally, Huga decorum forbids such outbursts, though Hayashi had long since broke away from the Huga train of thought, he still prided himself in holding his more negative emotions in check. But this was breaking him. Then a pair of blue eyes looked up from his work, dead compared to its always bright blue. The look held all that Minato was feeling at that moment, loss, anguish, pain. Hayashi had asked him when he came back with the babe what was wrong, as Minato rarely cried. And when he learned why, it was driving Hayashi even further to curse Kami-sama and all his ancestors for the fate he had placed on his two best friends. It was horrible enough that Minato was to leave this world to defend the village he swore to protect, but Kushina was passing on with him, leaving their son without parents. And now Minato asking him and the others to leave his son to the clutches of Konoha for a set time period? This infuriated the Hyuga. The two lovebirds weren't the only ones awaiting the birth of the two's child. All of their friends had also waited for the beloved child, even to the point of planning all the things they would help teach the child along with their own. And all the embarrassing stories they would tell the child. Only to have this ripped from them, because Minato wanted to protect the child from his father's enemies. Those blue eyes were still staring at Hayashi, who only glared back, wishing against all hope that his friend's stubbornness wouldn't make this more difficult. But instead of the stubbornness, Minato was begging with his eyes, Hayashi, Even you know that it would be suspicious if the ninja clans of Konoha randomly chose a orphan to protect and train. How would you get away with explaining that? For my son's protection. I can't be associated with him publicly until he can protect himself or the Namikaze clan returns to Konoha. Please Hayashi. I'm not ordering you as a Hokage, but I am asking you as my best friend, please do this for me. Hayashi was torn between doing as Minato asked, tears brimming those dying eyes, and the fact that he was leaving his godson to be a target of this village. The guilt was rising in him, knowing that Minato's reasoning was right, no matter how much the Hyuga wanted to protest. But the thought of leaving the blonde infant to this cruel world sent him to unashamed tears that fell from his normally impassive pale lavender eyes. His voice was harsher, constricting as his throat was closing on itself. I will do as you ask, Hokage Minato-sama. For a brief moment, the Namikaze's blue eyes lightened up, with a range of emotions that Hayashi could not begin to describe. Putting his son down in the cushioned cradle, he kissed the sleeping babe on the forehead. I'm sorry, Naruto, but there is no other way. I hope you can forgive me one day. I love you, and I am proud of you, my senpuji. Hayashi still had tears running down his cheeks when Minato turned to face his best friend a last time. Hayashi wanted to throttle him, seeing that foxy grin that had always been Minato's trademark, even though this situation was so serious. Nah, Hayashi, I'll see you in 50 years or so, you old stickler. Be good, and don't forget to live. And with that, the fourth Hokage left the cave, without looking back at the son and godfather. When Hayashi knew he was gone, riding away at the top of Gamabunta's head, he stood by to watch the child, letting his tears flow at the knowledge of the inevitable death of the greatest Kage to date, the passing of an incredible fiery woman he had come to think of as a very dear sister, and the idea of banishing the Prince of Konoha for the first few years of his life from his presence. It wasn't long for Hayashi to see the seals being put to work, glowing brightly in blue and white, then a surge of red that centered towards the babe, who now awakened, crying at the pain that he was receiving, wishing for the comforting presence of someone. Hayashi had to remind himself not to run to the child, and waited for the process to complete. When the seals died down, and the surge of Kyubi's spirit and chakra entering his prison inside the boy, Hayashi ran forward, tenderly picking up the fearful infant, and quickly began to soothe him. The crying subsided within a minute, and Hayashi looked down to closely inspect his godson. The seals were still showing on his bloated belly, and the Hyuga noticed that 3 small black whiskers that adorned each of the boy's cheeks, and would forever mark him as the container of Kyubi. He then noticed the blue eyes that his best friend had, a blue that made the sky envious. Naruto was looking up at this strange man, with no knowledge of what is about to him. Yawning, the barely 4 hours old babe returned to his much-needed sleep, and Hayashi sighed, holding the child close to him for one last time before being torn from him for quite some time. Placing the babe back on the cushion, Hayashi looked back at him, a sad smile on his face. Sleep well, senpuji. He then walked out the cave entrance, ready to report of finding a suspicious scene in a cave near the dead Hokage and the once rampaging Kyubi. 2 days since the attack. 2 long days of disorder and mayhem, in which he was forced to take office again at the untimely death of his predecessor. 2 very long days of the most grueling and ancient tortures known to man were inflicted upon the old man, and he cursed Minato for making him take back this position he gladly gave up. What were these tortures forced upon the old Hokage, you ask? Of course it is the murderous meetings with the vicious bloodthirsty village council. Well, it was the civilians trying to get the power. The shinobi were still trying to see who was left in the ranks, seeking to grab power with the loss of their 4th Hokage, and the Sandaime had to rein in these fire-breathing demons to make sure they got nothing, searching the law books and history of Konoha he knew so well to make it impossible for them to get anything. And then there was the most heinous of terrors that sent a shiver down any Kage's back. It came straight from the 9th circle of hell, and it stayed with them until death or relinquish of office. Yes, it is none other than the dooming paperwork. He sighed, facing away from the mountains of paper that littered his office once again, as he gazed out the window to see his destroyed but recuperating village. Despite what many would think, he had not been glad to don the robes and hat of office again, but he knew that Minato had been right. There was no other way. The sky was the blue shade closest to the now past Namake's eyes, and now it was made jealous by his son's eyes. Speaking of the boy, he wished so badly that he could hide him away from the world, protecting the heir of Namake's Uzumaki from the cruel world, but he couldn't. If he was anything like his parents, he would always be the center of attention, and of course demand much socializing with others. But he couldn't very well put him into an orphanage when he had those markings on him. At least not yet. And he knew that the council would absolutely try to make sure he had as little contact with the child as possible, that much he was certain of. He needed to stay on the council's good side for now, even if they held no official authority, not only to protect his unsteady position, but to be able to protect the sun-kissed child as he grew up. He did not know what to do with the child. The ANBU watching the boy were on full alert, fully informed of who the child was, from pedigree to the 5-story chakra powerhouse demon inside his stomach. And he trusted them to care for the boy with every ounce in his body. The heir of the 4th Hokage and his stunning and breathtakingly deadly wife was a child bred for greatness, and they had their loyalties to both their yondaime and to Kushina, their comrade. Rubbing the bridge of his nose, he collected himself before going to yet another meeting, this time bringing news of the child to them. He had every viable speech ready, every loophole checked, and ready to answer any question they had. It would be the most prepared battle in his life. The walk to the council room was long and dark in his mind, but as he came close to the door, he saw that 4 ANBU were standing nearby, one of the men, Panda, holding the sleeping babe gently while rocking him silently, the blonde slowly falling asleep, his lungs gasping for a little air when he shifted, before it continued in a smooth pattern. The Hokage smiled gently, running a hand through the already formed small blonde spikes, and they were soft and silky despite their appearance. With a nod to the 4 ANBU, he headed into the room first, knowing other ANBU were well hidden for means of protection. The round table had already been filled with the shinobi clan heads, except the chairs of the Namakes, Mitarashi, and Hatake, and prominent civilians that made up the village council, and Danzo the ex-NBU commander, and they all turned to him, nodding their heads to show at least some form of respect. He made his way to his chair, and sat without any prompt with the 4 ANBU behind him, though the one with Naruto in his arms was more hidden than the other 3. Sarutobi spoke gravely, "Not many of you know what really happened the night Kyubi attacked. So I will give you the bare details." Minato-kun had no other choice than to seal the Kyubi into a human child, making the boy a Jinchuriki. As his dying request, Yondaime asks that everyone of Konoha sees the child as a hero, because he was sacrificed to be the bearer and prison of the Kyubi, protecting us with his very life. With that, the panda-masked ANBU stepped forward, showing the room the blonde whiskered marked child. Gasps were heard around the room, and then mutters. And then the oppositions came. It came first, naturally, from one of the civilians. "Kill it now, before the demon gets out." Many of the other villagers agreed to this point, though several stayed silent, looking at the child with scrutinizing eyes, not so easily swayed by emotions unlike counterparts. The ninja in the room however stayed quiet. Many already knew who the child was. The looks were a dead giveaway. And the fact that all of them, minus the Uchiha and the missing clan heads, got a scroll the day after the attack with a "read now or suffer the wrath" on the faces of Haruno Miyako and Inuzuka Tsum, was a big clue. Though they weren't telling anyone about it. One of the villagers, a haggard elderly woman, turned to the silent ninja, and asked in a voice that oddly quieted and gained everyone's attention. "What do you think? You are after all the experts on these things. We know nothing of these skills, or what it takes to keep the demon secure in the boy's body." This actually shocked the shinobi that a civilian would come to them for an opinion in something they knew more about, instead of making their rash judgments again. But what was even more surprising was when Hyuga Hayashi answered first, in a tone that was not condescending, but matter-of-fact. The boy is human, not a demon, and the seal will hold. The yondaime would never have placed a faulty seal on a child. And as a shinobi, and a long-time friend and teammate to Minato, I know that his seal mastery was the best. It rivaled if not surpassed our sensei, Jiraiya the Toad Sannin. This boy is the only reason we live at this very moment, and we should honor the yondaime's last wish, and celebrate the rising of our hero. Tsum's ticked, knowing full well that he almost let it out that Naruto was Minato's son despite that Minato swore them all to silence for now. The Hyuga saw this action, and from his slight body language, she knew he was squirming on the inside at nearly ruining all the plans laid out by the clans of shinobi close to the boy's parents. No one but they could know of the boy's royal and powerful heritage and dormant bloodlines for now. If the villagers found out, they would gossip, and it would reach the wrong ears, and there was a high risk of the boy being hunted down, and the start of the Fourth Great Shinobi War. They weren't prepared as of yet, especially with the visit from the damned demon fox, but when the time came, they would inform the world of the boy's existence, and they would be ready to protect him and Konoha. They just needed time, and to keep this away from Sandaime for a little before everything was planned out so the professor had no chance to pull apart their strategies. After many more discussions, it was decided that the village was to be informed of the boy's burden and the yondaime's last wish. Oh, how this would later come to infuriate the shinobi, as they learned almost too late that this village was filled with idiot civilians. The funeral for the yondaime and all shinobi who died that night was a week after the attack. There was no sight of Tsunade, as expected, but no one was able to find Jiraiya either. Obviously, to mourn the loss of a great man, the daimyo Daiki came with his entire family, and grieved with the people of Konoha. Very few knew the reason why they were weeping with them. But those who did could only stand beside them, unable to speak a word of whom they were all really spreading tears for. The daimyo had lost a son-in-law and a daughter, and there was no word on his grandchild, and by the looks of it, he had already lost hope. And they couldn't tell him the truth to his face, in front of the crowd. Some wanted so badly to go up to her friend's family and tell them, point them in the direction in which the child was, so she couldn't be tormented anymore. She had lost her husband in the fight, but she at least had her daughter, her baby son, and her clan. Naruto was going to be raised with no one who loved him. His Anbu guardians didn't count, because they weren't permanent. And they, themselves couldn't be revealed until he was old enough to start training, but that would be 6 long years that the boy would grow up alone. No Minato to coddle and prank with his son. No Kushina to whip the boy into shape while also feeding him those amazing treats she made for only her friends. Miyako and Keiko were beside her, the pink-haired Anbu holding her child in her arms like Tsum was, and Keiko's belly full from her pregnancy. She wasn't supposed to be out of bed rest, but the normally shy woman even scared Hayashi when she told him she was saying goodbye to her 2 dear friends. Both of her fellow kunoichi and longtime friends had tears in their eyes as well, and all 3 yearned to save Naruto from the horrible years ahead of him before they could act. They only hoped the boy did not hate all of them. A hand squeezed Tsum's shoulder, and she saw a Kimichi Chuza with his own wavering smile, along with all their friends and fellow councilmen, minus an Uchiha who stood beside her clan. The men all had somber faces, all with the same thoughts the 3 women had in mind. But Chuza, with a look that wasn't really determined, just absolutely sure of what he said, Naruto will forgive us. He'll understand why we are doing this. But for now, our prince is to remain unknown. Tsum sobbed out a laugh, letting 2 tears slip past her normally well-kept mask. Their prince, the clans called him. They were banishing their prince for 6 years, even if it was for the best. And it hurt. It felt like she was betraying her best friend by doing this to her blonde son. She looked to her daughter beside her, only 4 years old, and so much hassle. But Tsum loved it, it made her feel needed, and she had 2 beautiful children that made her days trouble and tiresome, but so worth it to see their smiles and laughs. Kushina would never get to feel this way, nor will Minato. And that was what made it hurt the most. Her sobs racked her body, as she held her son closely to her chest, and after barely a second, strong arms wrapped around her, and she cried into Chuza's chest, despite his wife beside him holding their son, while her friends watched her, knowing this hurt, as it hurt them just as much. The normally wild Inuzuka woman wept, and whispered for only them to hear what brought about her outburst. They'll never get to hug him, or scold him. They won't be here to see his first step, or his first word. They won't hear his laugh, or see his smile. They deserved him, and they can't even have him. The others' heads hung low, knowing she was right. The two had been so happy about the coming baby, beaming and making a ruckus as they situated a room in the empty Namikaze compound for the baby, and several of them had helped. Kushina's smile as she looked at her stomach was so beautiful, that they knew her child was loved from the beginning. Shibi spoke softly, gentle to their ears as always was. For them, we will remember everything about him, so that when it is our turn to join them, we can tell them the story of their son. That is the best we can do for now. At that moment, Hana tugged her mother's black kimono, innocent of what was going on, but seeing that her mama was crying, and she didn't like her mama crying. Oka-san, when is Ota-san coming home? He can make us your favorite cake. Sum was about to tell her a story, but Hayashi beat her to it, grabbing the girl by the waist and placing her on his hip, as he had many times before. He joked, despite the situation. How about we make you the cake, Hana-chan? The girl's eyes shot open, gasped at the idea that Hayashi-ji would do such a thing. Then she saw his slight smile and she pouted. This made all of the adults chuckle, as little Hana started quietly ranting about Hayashi-ji being very mean, and a flour cake sounded very bad. The sky was bright, on this day of mourning, and very different from all the other days he mourned. He had become accustomed to the skies crying for him, and it was irksome that on this day, when he had lost his sensei and father figure, sensei's wife who was a mother to him, and the little babe he was to be a big brother to, there was not a drop. How could the skies not cry for them? Minato-sensei and Kushina Haim were the greatest impacts on his life, and he often thought of them as parents, and they accepted the roles they played in his harsh and drawling life. And yet not a drop was spared for them, and the sky was the shade of blue closest to Minato-sensei. Kakashi-kun, all life ends, but it is up to us to protect the youth of this village, because they are the next step, they are the future. Minato had told him that, when Kakashi asked why his sensei wanted to be Hokage. But it was taking Kakashi down a path of thoughts the young Hatake did not want to take. He had lost everything he ever held dear, and now Sandaime seemed to be hiding something from him. A cry behind him woke him from his thoughts, and it took him a second to remember where he was. The room around him was light blue, decorated with baby animals on the walls, and toys surrounded the room. A crib was on the far wall from the window, and inside was a baby boy. Quickly, Kakashi rose from the rocking chair he had been sitting in, and went over to the crib, gently picking up the infant with whiskered cheeks, and after checking for any smell, took him over to the mini fridge, and grabbed a warm bottle he had just made a minute ago. Settling into the rocking chair, the boy, Naruto, quieted down with the warmth of someone holding him, and the food given to him. Kakashi gazed down at the unfortunate orphan. He wasn't so stupid as to believe that this child was Kyubi, and he trusted his sensei in this. Some of the other shinobi had fallen into the spell of their pain, but a vast majority still kept their wits about them. And yet it was too dangerous to put the babe in the orphanage until he was 2 or 3. Because of the Kyubi, forces were stretched very thin, and had to take even more missions to build its foundations again. But Sarutobi had made sure to place a guard and babysitters on the little tyke. And most of the older ANBU were extremely protective of the child, Kakashi noticed. The light shining through the window was warming to the Hatake and orphan, casting them in a halo of light. After a while, Naruto finished the large bottle, and Kakashi put him over his shoulder to burp him, which didn't take long. When he was satisfied, he put the babe back in his lap, deciding to play with him for a bit, if only to occupy the both of them. And then he saw them. Those blue eyes that made the heavens jealous. His sensei's eyes. And they were this child's eyes. But that would mean. The infant gurgled a toothless laugh, and Kakashi's mismatched eyes lit up for the first time in a week. So this was what Sandaime had been hiding from him. Well, he could pretend too, if to keep the old man under watch. He leaned forward, and Naruto grabbed his mask, and with a rather strong grip, pulled it down from the Hataki's face. Kakashi smiled at the toothless smile of his sensei's son, and with certain pokes, the baby started shrilling in laughter again. Gray and obsidian eyes stared into those endless blues. I guess we have a lot of talking to do when you're older, Naruto Uji. The Hataki rearranged his earlier thoughts of how the day should be raining. Maybe it was best if the sky was trying to match the fathomless blues of his sensei and the infant. Because he at least had one left. After the long ceremony, Tsum gave Kiba to Keiko to hold as she completed a task set before her. She'd need to do it discreetly, which was kinda hard considering she was surrounded by ninja everywhere. Seeing the reddish-brown hair of a familiar woman, she rushed forward, and despite all the children surrounding the Uzumaki ninja, she accidentally bumped into the crown princess. She feigned anger as she turned around on the person, but it quickly went to surprise as she saw who it was. She bowed low, and apologized. Gomen nasai, Kasumi-hime. I was in too much of a rush. Kasumi nodded, a light smile on her lips, understandable. No harm was done. Tsum nodded, and rushed off once again, planning to meet with the others at bar after she took her kids home from the Hugas and put them to sleep. Kasumi rushed her children back to the pavilion, making sure Shun, her 5-year-old daughter, had her 2 younger siblings, 3-year-old twin brother and sister Yuko and Kenshin, under control, while she held her 1-year-old Yuto in her arms as she sat in another pavilion, beside her husband. The ride back to the palace was uneventful, and she, with the help of the maids, put her children to bed for the night, and went to her personal training area. Upon entering the safety of the dojo, she took the scroll Tsum had passed to her earlier, frantic as she saw the handwriting of her dearest sister. Kasumi, by now I should have passed to the next adventure along with Minato. I gave birth to a son, and Minato, and I named him Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. But you need to understand something. Remember the stories about our ancestors who sealed a demon within one of their strongest daughters, and the Kamigen was granted to her? Well, that is kinda what has happened to Naruto. When the Kyuubi attacked, there was nothing Minato or anyone could do but to seal the Kyuubi into Naruto. A Jinchuriki, they will call him. A disgusting name, but they will come to call him that. But, enough on that. I don't have much time, but I have a feeling Sandaime will hide Naruto's identity. In fact, for the first few years of his life, this is a good thing. Me and Minato have too many enemies, and if they find out about Naruto not only being our son, but also a prince, well, you know what would happen. The Namikaze have been in hiding for years, as you know, so I don't expect them to find Naruto until he is 8 or so, and Jiraiya-sensei won't come around until he is 12. Tsunade. I don't know if she'll ever see her adopted grandson, though I hope she will. This will be cruel to you all, but please don't claim Naruto as family until he is a year to being a genin. Make sure father understands that this is for his grandson's protection. And only when Naruto is a chunin can I let you tell the world about his status. I know you didn't do that with me, but his situation is different. Because of the Kyuubi, it will be hard for him, and he will need all the help he gets. If you want, train him in the bloodline, and give him the last secrets of the Uzumaki. The Kamigen that my son will wield is going to be powerful with the backing of the Kyuubi, and he will need the help of the last Whirlpool ninja to guide him. Also, the Kunoichi who gave you this, Inazuka Tsum, is one of my dearest friends, and undoubtedly she is planning along with some others to train my son, as well as other things. Maintain contact with her, to stay inside the realms of the plans, and keep tabs on my son, our Senpuji. I have some scrolls sealed away for our parents and brothers that I ask you give to them, along with my Whirlpool Heidi key, which I want you to give to Naruto as a peace offering of sorts. Besides that, there is really nothing left for me to say, that I have not already said. And anything I want to say can wait the long time before you join me in death, dear sister. So, this is my goodbye. Ride the wave with no fear, sister, for your journey is long from over. See you in the ice lands of our ancestors. Love, Kushina. Kasumi let her pale blue eyes cry, as she read it again. Kushina, her dearest sister, was a baka. She smiled to herself, and planned to do everything her sister asked of her. This was her nephew, her sister's son. She would do anything for him, as would her brothers once they learned that Naruto lived. And gazed upon the Heidi key her sister entrusted her with. Kushina had still worn it through the years along with her Konoha Heidi key, a mark of her stubborn pride. But it was for that Kasumi would gladly give it to Naruto, and she would tell him all the stories of his mother, and of the traditions of Whirlpool, and he will earn his Uzumaki blood. What she despised was the idea of waiting so long for her family to reunite with their lost little maelstrom. And there he goes again. Who wants to get him this time, said one of the ANBU, who had been playing cards in the lounge of ANBU headquarters. The boy Naruto was now a year old, and quite the handful. When he was only 5 months he started crawling, and was pretty much a racer on all fours. And very shortly after that, he was walking tall, though he could be rather clumsy and hit things a lot. This provided great entertainment for the men while the women fused over the little charmer. And when he started teething, all the women tried all sorts of remedies to make him feel better. But it was when one of the men rubbed the boy's gums with a little alcohol did the babe hush up and chew his soft rubber toys. After Naruto got walking, he was quick to run, and it surprised all of them with the speed a 7-month-old could possess. Then again, to most of them that knew his pedigree, it shouldn't be a shocker. The boy was scary smart at times, and could smell people out and who was where, they learned. Though, he also learned about ramen within 8 months of age in exchange. They had to fight him to make him eat more than the heart attack noodles. Naruto was a light in the ANBU headquarters, compared to the abysmal way of life they were used to. He gave them normality, somehow. He gave them fast-paced 1-year-old hell, and he never knew just how grateful they were to have the innocent rowdy bundle of sunshine. Bam! The ANBU in the lounge turned to see the bright blonde on the floor, tears spilling from his watery blue eyes, though he refused to cry out loud, trying really hard to be a big boy like everyone told him to be. There was a deep gouge in his forehead, and blood was dripping down his forehead to his cheeks and nose. Within seconds, he was scooped up into the comforting arms of one of the ANBU, saying he was a good big boy, and let the man look at it. Naruto was sat on the table that had previously been used for cards. The ANBU started crowding around the table, all of them trying to make sure he was all right, and one of his caretakers, a woman with pink hair and wolf mask, came forward with a first aid kit. She made him sit still as she cleaned the blood off, but then she and everyone else in the room froze. He blinked at them, confused, and then felt something weird. His head wasn't hurting anymore. Lifting a chubby hand to his forehead, he realized that there was nothing there. This made him smile brightly, and he laughed out loud. "Okami, it hurt no more," he said, in his childish broken speech. This seemed to unfreeze everyone, who patted the boy on the head, or in case of the wolf-masked woman, she brought him into her arms and held him, and with the help of several others, they helped tickle the blonde into laughing loud and in squeals. When he couldn't breathe anymore, they quit, and he was passed into the arms of a bear-masked man, who refused to relinquish his hold of the blonde, and Naruto settled down, seeing as someone brought him food. It wasn't ramen, sadly, but it was really good, and they said it would help him grow really tall like them. Something called broccoli and beef with a glass of milk. Ah! They could all hear the baby scream come from the designated room of one blonde. Fear gripped into more than one, as did apprehension. How had anyone gotten past them all? Yeah, they had a party the night before, but still, it shouldn't have affected them too much. More than one person ran to the blonde's room, frantic in their charge to kill anyone who would dare harm the little boy, especially among their presence. It didn't take long for them to see that there had been no intruder, but in fact that Naruto had awoken from a nightmare. He was curled into a ball to protect himself, as he was scrunched up against the wall of his bed. There were a few tears in his eyes, and they could hear muffled whimpers coming in his direction. The ANBU settled their nerves down, seeing as there was no physical harm to the boy, and some went back to sleep, while several stayed in the room to provide a comfort for the small child. One of them walked forward slowly, a young teen with a dog mask, and he swooped down to capture the frightened blonde in his arms. Upon seeing people he knew wouldn't hurt him, Naruto transferred swiftly from the bed to hold onto the slightly older boy, curling his body into the warmth and his small hands clenched onto his clothes with all his might, which for a child was extremely strong. He was starting to get rocked, the hand soothing on his back as he was calmed down, and his whimpers ceased. When he was calm he looked up to the masked dog, and muttered, "Gomen." He heard several chuckles from the adults, and the older boy's arms just tightened around the blonde. "Ma. What was so horrible, Naru-chan?" The blonde almost whimpered again at the memory of his horrible dream. Naru-chan had dreamed of bad people. The ones that wanted to hurt Naru-chan. They got Naru-chan. He felt himself being held closer to the teen, and he noticed that everyone else stiffened as well. A couple months ago, the old man, Naruto called him Gigi-san, in the cool hat had come by, like he did quite a lot, and said that Naruto needed to start entering the village more often. Naruto wasn't supposed to hear this, but he also heard that they were going to be taking him to the orphanage when he was 3, because he needed to be with children his age. He heard that some of his guardians protested, but Gigi-san told them it was an order. Whatever that was. So, the almost 2-year-old was taken out into the village, though his guardians were hiding. The first month of going out alone was okay, but he always had a lot of people glaring at him, and he could hear the mean things they said about him. A lot of them threw things at him. This confused poor Naruto, because he never did anything to those people. But, one day, Naruto had gone out on his own, and in a game that he created, hid from his guardians, because no one else would play with him. The blonde then realized this was a bad idea, as he was knocked out and taken to someone's basement, and a lot of people came to hurt him. They were about to do something real bad after they had beat him up, but his guardians had found him, and they were taken away the bad people to IBIG. IBIG later came to him and hugged him in front of everyone, which he never did before, preferring to keep his emotions in check in public view. Naruto learned after that never to leave his guards. That had been a month ago, but it still scared him, along with all those other times he got hurt really bad, or someone said mean things to him. Gigi-san tried to hide it from him, but Naruto was smart, and he understood what assassinate was, despite not even being 2. He spoke up again, fiddling with Dog Mask's armor. Why do they hate Naru-chan? Naru-chan did nothing. One of the others came to sit on Naruto's bed, while the others came in closer around him. The young woman with a snake mask took him from Dog Mask's hold, and she held Naruto just as tightly. Because they are hurt, Naru-chan. What they do is wrong, but they are hurt very deeply. So they take it out on you. Naruto wasn't satisfied, and pouted. But why Naru-chan? The teen girl sighed quietly, though in her head she was impressed that the blonde was not so easily deterred. We can't tell you until you're older, Naru-chan. Just trust us when we say you are not what they call you. You are Naru-chan, and that's that. Naruto nodded with her explanation. The adults always told him to wait until he was older. He hated it, but he knew no matter after much pestering that they still won't tell him. But that didn't solve his problems of his bad dreams. So, he ended up going to bed with Dog Mask, who held him to make sure he wouldn't fall off the bed. It was nice, and he had no bad dreams. There were only a few things that 2-year-old Naruto hated with great passion. One of them was hospitals. He had to go there once in a while. It's not like the people there were mean. By no means were they mean to him, even when Gigi-san and his guardians weren't there. In fact, they were extremely nice, especially the ladies who always hugged him or pinched his cheeks. Well, the people who worked there did. The other patients were really mean though. No, he hated hospitals because of the horrid smell. It was disgusting to his advanced senses, and he could hear all the sick people. It gave him the chills every time. And what was worse, was the evil needles they sometimes poked into him. They said it was to make sure he was a healthy boy, and to make sure he could grow big and strong. But it still hurt a lot, and it was just weird. He heard from Gigi-san, eavesdropping again with his really good hearing, that Naruto was very much like his father in the respect of how he felt about hospitals and ramen. This pleased Naruto very much, to see that at least someone agreed with his opinion. It was not an irrational fear. And to know his dad, even though he had no idea who he was, loved ramen just as he did made the blonde cheerful that entire day in the village, though when Gigi-san asked, he just said it was a nice day. Gigi-san didn't need to know everything. It was Gigi-san's rare day to take Naruto out into the village, meant to give the blonde protection without his guards for once. Naruto learned a lot of things, like how the village functioned, and why it was necessary to have civilians. He also learned why everyone liked Gigi-san. He was a Hokage, and they were to be respected, as did other Kages from other ninja villages. He left Naruto at the Hokage Tower, telling the blonde to run straight to the ANBU headquarters, and even though Naruto did just that, he was still attacked. It wasn't any shinobi, but a few civilians that cornered him in an alleyway. They beat him up, really hard, but left when they saw the boy lying motionless on the ground in his blood, and not breathing. They snickered as they ran off, pleased with killing him, but the second they had left the alley, Naruto stood, wobbling on his good leg, and quickly took to the shadows and went on his way to his home. When he got there, he wasn't surprised that no one was there, as almost everyone had a mission today or were off to see their own families. It took him a good 10 minutes, but he found the first aid kit, and tried to clean off the blood first. Only to be caught by some of the returning adults. They were stunned at seeing Naruto in the kitchen sink, sitting on the counter, his clothes torn, and they could see several of his bones were broken, and his right eye swollen from a black eye. They were deeply angered, and helped Naruto clean up and fix up, getting rid of the poison in his system, and the weird thing happened again as his body began fixing itself, and he was quiet as he felt his bones fix themselves. When they asked who did this to him, he merely shrugged his small shoulders. They all are the same now. It took a couple seconds to understand what he actually meant, but then he surprised them with his next words, a stern determination on his face. I am going to be Hokage one day. Then they'll understand that they can't beat me. These words struck a chord in the ANBU's hearts, and that look was so familiar, once on the faces of two strong people. And then they realized he was talking like an adult now, instead of his cute baby way. It was a mix of sadness and pride that Naruto had taken the first step. He didn't like this. He didn't want to leave this place. It was his home, and here he was protected, and people wanted him. But Gigi-san had said it was for the best, and that Naruto needed to grow up with kids his age. So, with a heavy heart, he held hands with Dog Mask as he was taken to the village orphanage. He could already tell it was not going to be fun here. The head lady sneered at him, but she was forced under Gigi-san's order to board Naruto there. He was shown around the place, with Dog Mask holding his hand throughout the whole thing. The other adults were looking at him just like the head lady. It really wasn't going to be fun here. When he was shown his room, the lady left them to go do something else, so Naruto had time to say goodbye to Dog Mask, since he had already said his goodbyes to everyone else. The older teen crouched to Naruto's level, and took off his ANBU mask, and Naruto took off his mask for the last time. Kakashi and Ai-san smiled at him, before giving Naruto a hug. "You gonna be good for us, Naruto-chan?" The just-turned 3-year-old nodded, solemn. Kakashi ruffled his soft blonde spikes. "We can't come out and play as much as we used to, but we'll try to once in a while, Naruto-chan. Now, be a big boy and give me that smile of yours." Naruto did as asked, and that foxy grin was on his face once again. Kakashi grinned back, kissing Naruto on the forehead, and then placed both masks on his face again, standing his full height. "I'll see you in a few years, Naruto-oji." And then he disappeared in a flurry of leaves. "You demon brat. Why don't you just die?" He was slapped hard, again, by the head lady of the orphanage. He had just come to her office because he got into a fight with the other kids. Or really, they got into a fight with him, for absolutely nothing. He was just sitting there by his favorite swing, doing nothing, and he gets surrounded by the kids. One of the kids sneered that he wanted to play on the swing, and Naruto stood to give it to him, turning his back to let them play. But then they attacked him. Ever since the first day of living there, they had been just as mean as the adults, which he discovered quickly was because the adults told them to be mean. So, when he fought back to defend himself, one of the kids ran screaming to an adult and said he was picking a fight yet again. And then his punishment was isolation, which he much preferred, discipline from the adults, especially when they learned of his fast healing, and all other things. An everyday occurrence, along with taking anything he had except clothes, and he was given horrible ones, taking away his blankets and toys, and then he went without food on many occasions. This was his life for the past year. He hated it. No one wanted him. And the ANBU couldn't guard him every day like they used to, so, more than once, he was thrown to the adults of the village, and ended up in the hospital. But, today was his birthday, and he had a plan. Gigi-san had asked for him to go to the Hokage Tower, and when he got there, he'd ask the old man to get him out of the orphanage. He had no evidence of what they did to him, but if Gigi-san wasn't going to listen to him, he would simply leave the orphanage, along with stealing back all his things from the other children. The adults didn't think he noticed. Stupid civilians, as he remembered many ANBU calling them that. So, as he was walking through the village, minding his own business once again, he saw the festival preparations for the infamous day of October 10th. Surprisingly, a lot of people were too busy at their work to notice him. Until the back of his ragged clothes was picked up, and his body was in the air by the scruff of the neck, and he found himself in the clutches of an angry-looking man. He smelled really bad of that stuff called alcohol, and a couple other things that Naruto couldn't name. He was an already ugly man, but the ugly sneer on his face was worse. "Fucking demon brat. How dare you walk around and act like you own this place? You should have died the second you were born." Naruto was speechless for a few seconds, before he glared back at the man. "Let me go. I didn't do anything to anyone." The man had a harsh laugh. "Didn't do anything? You killed my wife and daughter, you fucking scum." With that, he smashed the side of Naruto's head with the glass bottle of alcohol, making it break and tear some of Naruto's skin, while the contents of the bottle dripped on him. But Naruto was used to this, and the pain. He didn't let a tear come within miles of his eyes. He just glared at the man, the side of his head bleeding, while the crowd around them watched, ready to join in pulverizing the demon. For some reason, something was heavy in the back of his mind. Not like it hurt, but there was a pressure that he couldn't explain, except that it wanted to be released. "I've never done anything in my life. I've never killed anyone." This incited more people, and before long, he found himself being hauled off to the forest, with quite a handful of people ready to hurt him for no reason. It wasn't long for him to be thrown to the dirt and grass floor of the forest near Konoha. They proceeded to insult him, kicking him hard, and even a few stabs with knives or anything else they could find. The pressure in the back of his mind continued, until it started getting unbearable. Naruto, deciding to apply chakra that he had learned from watching others, did just that, and then something weird happened. He had been in the center of the crowd 1 second, and the next, he was beside one of the trees farthest from them. The civilians looked around, confused, and spotting him, that look of fear and hatred came to their faces. A few started running forward, but on instinct, Naruto clapped his hands together. The chakra in them somehow made the trees move, because next thing he knew, there were tree limbs whapping the people out of nowhere, and he was being protected by some encasing. After a few seconds, he realized he was inside the tree, and using the chakra again, he got out, only to see that the people were all on the ground, moaning or knocked unconscious. Fearful of them getting up any time soon, he ran from the forest all the way to Hokage Tower, his chakra still flaring, and for some reason, he was really fast, more than usual. He went up the flights of stairs, and before long, he burst into the Hokage's office, panting only slightly, a glare in his eyes as he saw the shock and horror on his Jiji-san's face. He didn't really notice the blood falling on the floor, or that his ragged clothes were 2 more snips from falling off, or his body covered in deep gashes and bruises. His always clear voice evenly rang through the office to the Hokage and the ANBU. Either get me an apartment, or I'm leaving, and not coming back. Jiji-san was quick to doing as he asked, along with a stipend for him to live off of, and some new clothes, as well as another trip to the hospital with the guards of the ANBU back with watching him. When Jiji-san asked what happened, those blue eyes just turned to the old man, silently pitying the old man for being so silly. Jiji-san didn't need to know what people are really like. His new apartment was great compared to what he was so used. Of course, after living in it for a month, people found out where he lived, and they constantly destroyed the inside of it, writing on the walls such horrible things. They even burned his nightcap. What the nightcap did to them, he would never know. He only cried the first time they did this, but after that, it became normal. It still hurt him deep down, but he just kept going, not seeing the reason in crying over material possessions. They were replaceable, and as long as they didn't touch the instant ramen, everything was fine, and his day couldn't be put down. At least, that was what he made it look like. He remembered his ANBU guards, in which he only saw on rare occasions these days, and their masks. And then he remembered one of his lessons about how shinobi had to protect who they really were by wearing masks, both real and metaphorical. It hadn't taken a couple hours for someone to finally explain to the pestering blonde what that meant. So, he kept his feelings hidden, and created a mask of someone always happy. Sometimes, to make it realistic, he'd trip himself, to just stop those ugly eyes civilians glared at him with. Those eyes gave him nightmares all the time. After only living at his apartment for a week, he had found himself a place he could call his haven. A ramen bar, Ichiraka Ramen, owned by a really nice old man, and was helped by his short pretty daughter who was only 7. The old man, Tucci, had welcomed Naruto to his shop without any hesitation. When Ayam had left to go to the back, Naruto asked why he was so nice to the monster of Konoha. The old man was shocked that a 4-year-old would say such a thing, and he reached across the counter and bopped Naruto on the head. With a stern frown, he said, "You are no monster, and definitely no demon. Any who say that are blind fools, and are nothing but the real demons." This stunned the blonde, as the old man then smiled gently at him, affectionately ruffling the spiky blonde hair. "Now, how about miso flavor? I know you like beef, but try this one out." The blonde never knew anything, even ramen, could have tasted as good as that bowl of miso ramen, along with a platter of vegetables, chicken, and apple slices. The old man made him eat it all, saying that a young boy needed to eat healthy as well, or he'd never grow. And despite usually never listening to older people, this old man he'd listened to wholeheartedly. Author commentary. Mwahahaha. Cliffs are an interesting part of the landscape, I must say, even though there isn't one here. Originally, this chapter was 13 pages, but I decided to beef it up, and give you some background, because when I put in the first chapter on fanfic, I was already up to chapter 10, and I thought, why not go back and fill it in, give it a little more juice. It's wasteful, but I thought it was cute at some parts. And I really wanted to add Kakashi and Ichiraku, when I had planned to leave them out. This chapter actually just started with Sarutobi, and then the funeral, then Kasumi, and it went straight to Naruto being 5, and meeting Sasuke. But, with me adding in some detail, I made it so the next chapter was brimmed with just Naruto and Sasuke, growing up from 4 years to 6. It was mainly for development of both characters. Yes, this chapter was a rushed shoddy piece of work, but way better than nothing. And as some of my readers should know about me, I always put a little drama into everything, though in real life I despise it, and am a bore in my opinion. And personally, the part with Sarutobi was hilarious to me. I know that everyone makes a play on it, and I plan to several times throughout, but it is pretty freaking funny. And since basically everyone is expecting me to write a harem fic, okay, I'll be honest, the second I downloaded the first chapter into, I was already preparing and changing my already 10 written chapters to make it Narek's harem. Yes, it will be a harem fic. I will ask, please be nice, because this will be my first one, and it's kind of hard to separate the women he is going to marry. And to keep people quiet, this is how it goes. Sakura is the first wife, Ino is second, Yujito is third, Temari is fourth, and Tenten, I just cannot leave her out, I heart her, is the last. This was just to start the timeline and explain some of the things when I meant I turned character personalities into complete changes. And yes, I change personalities and people. I am a fucking god. LOL. Yes, Hayashi is an awesome guy in this. Since he was 6, he was the best friend of one Namikaze Minato, and later Uzumaki Kushina. And I gotta ask, who does not change when stuck with Naruto-type people? Yes, Hayashi will be a warm person in this. No, he will not hate his brother. Yes, he will be one of Naruto's many father figures. No, he will not try to set up Hinata and Naruto. No, he will not be a bastard, and yes, he will be a freaking cool dude. Capesh? And on the note of Niji, he won't be coming about until Blondie's taking the Chunin exams, for now, at least. Yes, he will be a dick face at first, but will quickly warm up to Naruto after an extreme ass whopping the likes no one has ever seen. Okay, so maybe in my mind, when in actuality, it will be a really shitty written battle scene. And to certain people who think Hinata should be Naruto's girl. Hell no. I know that everyone and their grandmother think they are the cutest little couple, and she already has a jump start on liking him in the manga/anime, but no. I honestly hate the couple, just like I hate Sasusaku. It doesn't feel right to me, and Naruto has no interest in her in the manga, currently. Honestly, I despise those two particular couples, because despite what people say, they don't mesh well together, and it's just horrible, though. Narusaku and Sasuhina is quite the catcher for me. I'll read a story of those couples, Naruhina, Sasusaku, if it's good, but I won't be exactly all that happy with it. And in this story, Hinata, Hanabi, and Naruto are technically siblings. So EWW. And besides, I'm tired of seeing Naruhina. And no amount of pestering and whining to me about how you want Naruhina will get me to move on this. So either shove it, or read another story. I'm tired of it. While others can write that pair to the ends of the earth, I will give people a spice of life, even if no one likes it. So start eating the spices. To the ones who tried and write to me and to correct me on something I know much more on, since I'm kinda writing this story, Hayashi is a godfather to Naruto. Jiraiya is a grandfather to Naruto. And yes, there is quite a difference. I know what I'm doing, guys, so chill. I've only been writing stories since the first grade, and that was 13 years ago, so I think I have a bit of experience to back me up. Mind you, those stories in the first grade make no sense to me now, but that's beside the point. And no, people, there will be no affairs. As clearly stated, the entire group of parents are a network of very close friends, and Chuza was being a very good friend and letting Tsum cry. Any of them would have done so, but he was the one standing closest. Alright, so it's time to wrap up, ladies and gents, so don't forget, read it, review it, and love it. Love to laugh, because that is the only way to live. Tiffany Carr. Wolf. Chapter 3. Alright, here is another chapter. I'm rushing because I have to go get something done, an hour ago. So, enjoy. Review responses. Thanks to Babaki, the Lord of Interesting, Sped Class, Gemini no Naruto, Bansakurdia, Yens 890, CHM01, yes, that is Mokutan, Lucifer's son, Ibazan, Chosen 123, thanks very much, but how do I go into detail? Warper, no Sasuhina, but yeah, Hinata future hubby is one of those two, Dark Snyder 05, my Naruto is a smart mofo. And haha to being chucked out window, Nma 1, yes, his grandpa was daimyo of fire, uncle is daimyo of fire, and then he has daimyo of Whirlpool as family as well, she who has lost her mind, I love my personal quote. And yes, all Tiffany's are awesome, Katanryuka, yeah, that was cute and hilarious. Words of the Wolf. Best friends are the sisters that destiny forgot to give us. Sometimes we put up walls, not to keep others out, but to see who cares enough to tear them down. Disclaimer, obviously, I do not own Naruto, but I love it dearly. However, the plot, story, and characters that do not exist in the Narutoverse, all of it belongs to me, baby. Believe it. Senpu. He had done pretty good to hide from them, but he knew he wasn't out of the clear yet. It was like this every time he came down the street late at night, especially when there were festivals going on, like tonight's winter festival. All he wanted was to join in and celebrate, but they always got angry, even when he hadn't done anything to anybody. Moving carefully to not make a sound, he snuck around, making his way to the forest, knowing he could lose them there. Since he turned 4, he was able to do 2 things kids his age couldn't. He could do cool stuff to the wood, one time making a tree grow around him and hiding from some drunk guys. It was fun, but not as fun as the stuff he could do with wind. He could go really fast, and he remembered the one time he knocked out a guy without even touching him. It was funny to see the guy's face go in shock before he was knocked out. But he never told Gigi-san about what he could do. Gigi-san always made him stop doing anything dangerous, which he thought was weird, but did as Gigi-san said. So he hid this little secret from him, wanting to play with his tricks because they were his to play with. But this time as he went into the woods, he knew he wasn't alone, like he always knows things. His nose told him that it was a sweaty person, who ate a lot of tomatoes and onigiri. He heard the sounds of panting breath and of a hollow thunk once in a while, that reminded him of when he practiced hitting targets with kunai. So, Tomato Guy was practicing. Deciding to give in to his curiosity, he followed the sounds and smell, coming in view of a very small clearing with a boulder and well-worn-out dirt ground. A small space training ground, with targets in places that were easy to miss if you weren't careful. At a thick tree, he saw a black-haired boy his age punching and kicking the wood, pale skin bleeding at his shins and knuckles. Naruto thought it always weird that when he bled, his skin healed quickly, like nothing had happened, but it was slightly tougher than before. And when the mean people beat him up, his bones healed quicker and thicker every time, as did his muscles. At least, that was what he heard the doctors say one time when he was hurt really bad 3 months after moving to his apartment that Gigi-san had to help him with the ANBU. They had always been nice to him, and sometimes played with him when Gigi-san wasn't watching them or when he was busy. But sadly, he couldn't find the ones he remembered the most. He wanted to play with Kakashi and Ai-san and Snake Nei-chan again. Ibig hadn't been seen in a long time. The black-haired boy was panting really hard, and Naruto wondered what his name was. He looked like a fun guy to play with, and no adults were around to get mad at him. Nodding to himself, he decided to introduce himself. By scaring the shit out of the boy, of course. Bouncing behind him as he did his workout, he poked the boy on the shoulder, and asked in an excited voice, "Ano, do you want to play?" This surprise of his made the boy whirl around at him on instinct, leg aimed for a roundhouse to the head. But a small tanned hand caught the ankle 5 inches from his face, again putting the black-haired boy in quiet surprise. Letting go of the leg, which slowly fell to the ground, the black-haired boy blinked at him, unsure and oddly shy. Naruto grinned at him, and asked again, "Do you want to play?" The black-haired boy cocked his head a little to the side. His voice was gentle, but a boy's, but it told Naruto that he was shy. What would we play?" Naruto's grin widened like a fox, showing his slightly larger than normal canines, but the shy boy smiled lightly as well. Naruto thought for a second, and then spoke up again, "We can play ninja. It's a fun game, where we go on missions, and fight in battles, and save people from bad guys, and all that good stuff. We can do anything as ninjas." Sasuke seemed to think about this, before his face brightened, and wore a real smile, albeit a small one, his hand extended. "Okay. My name is Uchiha Sasuke." Naruto shook the other's hand, and replied simply, "I'm Naruto." Seeing Sasuke's confused face, the blonde quickly rectified it. "Not the fish cake. My name means maelstrom, whatever that is." Sasuke shook his head. "No. Why don't you have a last name?" Naruto looked down for a second, but quickly smiled even brighter, "Because I'm an orphan, and I have no family. Hokage Gigi-san says if people knew my last name, then a lot of people could get hurt. So he just says I'm Naruto." Sasuke was awed that his new friend talked to the Hokage, but then nodded, not wanting to lose a new friend by asking too much. Naruto started them off on a quest to Suna, to battle with giant lizards that were threatening to eat all the villagers, and just when they were drinking tea and playing shogi, as Sasuke says that ninja have to relax and meditate once in a while, or they would not be able to be good ninja, someone stole Naruto the great Hokage away, by putting sleeping stuff in his tea when Sasuke had left the room. Sasuke, being the Hokage Naruto's greatest ANBU and friend, fought through marshes and forests to get to his Hokage, and fought off the Shinigami himself to make sure his Hokage would be okay. They played for hours, talking in between their adventures, when Naruto yawned, laying back in the grass as sunset was coming over Konoha. "I'm getting tired, and I haven't eaten since yesterday. Someone broke into my house again and destroyed all my food." Sasuke was still sitting up, mulling over something, and then he asked, "Naruto, why is everyone mean to you? I've heard before that you were a bad person, and everyone should stay away from you, but you're not bad at all." He turned over to the blonde, who lay facing the sky, the crystal blue reflecting the changes in the heavens. A sad expression was Naruto's face, and Sasuke felt bad for putting it there. But Naruto's clear voice, which reflected his face, answered, "I don't know, Sasuke. I haven't done anything mean, and they hated me in the orphanage when I asked for anything. But I didn't do anything to anyone, so when they ignored me, I pulled a lot of pranks on people. I don't like being ignored, it makes me feel more alone than I already am." Sasuke felt bad for his new best friend. It must be sad being really lonely, with no mama or papa, or anyone for that matter. Then he had a bright smile come to his face, a brilliant idea having popped into his head. "Naruto, why don't you be my other older brother? One that no one knows about, so you don't get in trouble, and we can play all the time?" If they could, Naruto's ears would have perked up, and if there was a tail, it would be wagging. The happy look in his new brother's eyes told Sasuke that it was a good idea. "You're my Otoro? I get a little brother? Yay!" And with that Naruto hugged his new little brother, who laughed at the blonde's actions. Letting Sasuke go, he noticed that it was getting really late. He poked Sasuke's side, and pointed at the sky. "I think we should both go home now. I don't want you to get in trouble. Night, Otoro." With that, Naruto ran off into the forest, and Sasuke walked home, a smile on his normally shy face. When his mother asked what had made him so happy today, he laughed, "I got a little better today." The next day, when Naruto came to play, Sasuke had a bento for them to share, and Naruto had onigiri and tomatoes for the first time, and Sasuke had instant ramen. It had been 3 months since their friendship took hold, and it was now April, 3 months till Sasuke's 5th birthday. Naruto was downtrodden for some reason when he came to the secret playground that day, having gone through a rather harsh day. Even with his happy mask, that Sasuke discovered as fake after a while, was completely down. Sasuke was extremely concerned for the blonde, not liking the expression on his face. "What's wrong, Naruto-kun?" Naruto's normally brilliant blue eyes seemed numb, as he looked the Uchiha heir in the eyes. "Sasuke. I think I should stop being friends with you." This caused the raven-haired boy's heart to stop. How could Naruto ever say something like that? He stuttered, surprised by such words. "What do you mean?" "Why?" Naruto shuffled his feet, but still looked Sasuke in the eye. "Because, I was talking to a little girl today, and I was just asking her if she knew where a library was, and then her Ota-san saw us, and he beat her right there. I don't want you to get in trouble for being friends with me." Naruto knew very well that Uchihas opposed him, hating his very existence. He didn't like the idea of his only best friend getting hurt because of him. And if it meant stopping being friends with Sasuke, it was for the best. Until Sasuke tackled him, and punched the normally on top blonde to the ground. Coal-black eyes glared at him, and his voice was extremely low and dangerous. It sent a chill down Naruto's spine at the vicious look on Sasuke's face. "Naruto." This way Sasuke spoke his name, like a deep fury was inside him. Well, it scared him, very much, but at the same time, drew out his own anger, and it came out in a terrifying growl. "Sasuke." But despite his fear, the young Uchiha just sat on Naruto's chest, and the two glared at each other with dangerous glints in both their eyes. Then Sasuke spoke up, still glaring, "It is my choice if I want to stop being friends with you or not, not yours. You can't decide something like that for me." Naruto growled, tossing Sasuke off his chest. "Yes, I can." Sasuke tumbled but recovered, and their eyes locked once again. The Uchiha snarled, "No, you can't. I know what's good for me. You're my friend, and that's how it's staying. I chose you as my friend, and that means we're sticking together. I don't care about my Ota-san or anyone else." With that, Sasuke stood, dusting his clothes off as Naruto watched, uncertain. Sasuke's eyes turned back to him, not as angry, but a glint of a threat. "I will see you here tomorrow. I have to go home early and do some chores." And with that, the Uchiha left the clearing, leaving the blonde to think at what the two had said. He sat on the boulder, noticing that Sasuke had left the bento there, watching the sky change above, and knew that he would be back tomorrow. Sasuke was his best friend and brother, after all. He was aching everywhere. Even if the bruises and scars were gone, he still hurt, sore once again after another beating. He didn't have much of a chance this time around, as there were some ninja in this crowd, and he just knew if they saw him using chakra, it would have gotten worse. He hated it. Every time, they called him those horrible names. Monster. Murderer. Demon. A shiver ran down his spine at the last word, the one they said with such satisfied, malicious contempt. And no matter how much he fought them on this, their damning eyes fell to him, as if he truly was what they called him. Like he was born just to kill. He once had thought his parents were bad people, and that was why everyone hated him. Maybe his parents were the reason he was so hated. Maybe they were traitors. That was all his mind could understand, until he had asked Gigi-san one day. He had never seen that look on Gigi's face before. Like he was really angry, but really sad at the same time. He had turned to face the inquiring boy so fast that Naruto was sure his neck would have snapped. And Gigi spoke low, but Naruto knew that it was extremely serious. They were two of the greatest people I have ever known. Never doubt them. But of course, Gigi would never tell him who they were. So just why did everyone hate him? The only time he had ever fought was when he defended himself. And people had been attacking and attempted assassinations towards him long before he could remember. So, what had he done to be looked at by those disgusting and demeaning eyes? He had been sitting in bed for most of the night, sleep coming and going, but it was always restless as his mind was plagued with the same question. The dawn's rays of warmth were making their way over the horizon, creeping through the window by his bed, and he came out of the space between sleep and awake, noticing something strange. He smelled something, not horrible, but different. Blinking bright blue eyes open, he quietly got out of bed, suppressing the groan that came from moving too much. Everything just felt tender, every movement jarring him, but after a minute, he looked around his room. The floor had a shine to it that wasn't there last night, and his pile of scrolls had been messed with. Instead of lying in piles on the floor, they were stacked carefully beside his nightstand. His busted lamp shade wasn't busted anymore. And he could see from his bed into his closet that his clothes were full of clean clothes again, when they had just been stolen 2 days ago. His eyebrow quirked, unsure if he was still dreaming or not. Standing, he shuffled towards the living room and kitchen. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he yawned widely, before sniffing again. The smell was a heck of a lot stronger in here, along with a few familiar scents. He smiled softly, remembering those particular scents, and the people that accompanied them. He slowly noticed that his apartment was cleaner than usual, the writings on the ceilings and wall completely off now, and now there was a replaced window, with a screen for both panes so it would be harder to throw rocks at. His couch had lost its muggy smell, and was brighter in color. There were other bits here and there that were different, but what caught his attention were the loaded plates and bowls on his table. Confused, he skirted over there, climbing into his chair, and then saw something amazing. His table was weighed down with foods of all kinds, and it all smelled so good. On the table beside a plate filled with pastries, was a folded piece of paper. Grabbing it, he opened it, and did his best to read the message. He wasn't all that good with reading, but Sasuke had been helping him, so he was able to understand what the message had said. Be strong, Naruto Uji, and get up every time you fall. There was no signature, but a symbol in deep red at the bottom, which he knew by heart like so many other symbols. It was a ANBU symbol. And the fact that it was the color of dark crimson made him smile softly. Colors dictated ranking in ANBU. Light red was for a common ANBU, black for black ops, blue was rare for junior squads, and purple for specialization. Deep red was reserved for only the leaders or captains of the organization. But sometimes, it was given to the families and loved ones of the ANBU on a hidden body part. He grabbed a pastry from the plate farthest from him, a roll of some type that was warm and gooey and very sweet, and he just smiled while looking at that symbol. His sores just seemed to disappear as he ate from every plate. Naruto glared at the evil incarnate that taunted him, laughing at him because he just couldn't stop it. He didn't have to see it to know that Sasuke was rolling his coal black eyes at him once again. Naruto, if you're going to be Hokage, you have to do paperwork. And I'm not doing it for you. Naruto wanted to cry out traitor, but sighed in his ultimate defeat. He knew Sasuke was right, as he had watched many times as Gigi filled out and read papers and scrolls. But that didn't mean he had to like it. Today, instead of training, they were playing ninja again, and for some reason, Sasuke said that Naruto had to do his Hokage duties, and instead of going off on their many journeys, Sasuke was making him red. He wanted to fight back with the younger Uchiha, but he knew Sasuke was right. So, he was currently reading up on the mission of a little ugly duckling that had lost his family, as he had already read up on the dangerous missions about the kid with a growing nose problem, the ninja that pretended to be a frog and get pretty girls to kiss him, and that one about a demon disguised as an old woman living in a candy house, luring in children to eat them. That last case had been very hard, and he himself had to go save Sasuke from the demon when Sasuke had decided to go vanquish it. The ugly duckling mission was rather easy, really, once he learned that the ugly duckling was just a switched egg, and was actually a really pretty bird called a swan. The only reason the case was brought before him was because some claims about some silly thing called territory. He waved over the Uchiha who was currently practicing stealth, which he was learning from Naruto. The Uchiha quickly tottered over to the makeshift desk that the boulder made for the Hokage, who sat in a borrowed overly large bathrobe from Sasuke's mom, and a funny-looking hat that his mom had in her drawer, but she never wore, surrounded by scrolls and books. "Sasuke, go deal with this." Sasuke took the book with a very serious expression on his face, scanning the pages carefully. "What do you want me to go do?" Naruto nodded, now shifting his attention to new mission scrolls. "Stop the fighting. The ugly duckling was in the right, and now the pond is his. Make the silly ducks leave." Sasuke nodded, before running off to go solve the problem, running to the stuffed toys that were the ducks and swans fighting. Now, Naruto was reading about some kid named Jack who was jumping over candlesticks, and kept the neighbors up. Really, what was this Jack thinking? Jumping over candlesticks wasn't a ninja skill, or was it? Neither of the boys knew that a score of highly trained shinobi were watching them at play, and were for the most part, trying not to wet themselves from laughing so hard. One of them was smart enough to take pictures of the Uchiha berating the stuffed toys, and the even better picture of one Naruto, sitting on the boulder, surrounded by his work, with a serious look on his face, while wearing a bright red bra on his head and a woman's white bathrobe. The ANBU truly had to love Naruto, as he provided the greatest entertainment, and opportunities of blackmail. The boy needed a photo album, anyways. Sasuke's birthday was coming by closely, and Naruto was having problems. He couldn't really go to stores to buy anything, even when he tried that henge no jutsu he learned a long time ago. Until he got the great idea of playing a trick on everyone. He was always good at that. He knew stealing was a bad thing, even though they stole from him, but he felt that what he was going to take was reimbursement for all that they've done to him. Quite a decent trade, he had to say, since he wasn't even scraping the surface on what they owed him. So, the owner of his apartment building was missing a couple blank papers and pencils, the lady below him 2 floors was missing a clothesline and pins, then that really mean man that lived on the first floor with the ugly cruel cats had somehow lost his kunai, explosive and smoke tags, and ninja wires from his old days. He was laying on the floor, drawing on one of the pieces of paper about how the plan was to be executed. He may only be 4, but he could read people rather well, including shinobi. This used to freak out his ANBU guards and Gigi-san a lot, as careful-built masks were torn in seconds from an extremely observant blonde who liked faking his absent-mindedness. It was really funny, too. So far, the plan was good, but he felt he was missing something. He had already staked out the places, making sure they were far enough from each other to not be too suspicious, and he even practiced his skills with wind to help him with this. He had learned something really cool, though it was on accident. He could make his wind surround the kunai. It had been when he was alone for a couple days, because Sasuke had a cold. When he tried on other weapons, he could do the same. Though, when he tried it with a tree, it blew up in his face. The splinters really hurt, but were worth the discovery. What was missing though? Why did it seem something was wrong with the very amazing plans? Looking closely at them, he smirked. Of course. It did help with stealth practice, and it would be a slap in their faces, proverbially. That word he learned from Sasuke. His foxy grin was lighting up his face as he prepared for tonight's mission. He checked Gamachan, a Christmas present from Tucci, a green-toed purse, that was quite full from the lack of spending Naruto did unlike most orphans. Waiting for night to fall was by far easier than he expected, and to his surprise, he wasn't nervous at all with what he was doing, or the possibility of being caught. The thing is, there was no room for getting caught, and once that ran through his head, he nodded to himself, looking in the mirror to see himself decked out in his darkest clothes. There were no options but to do this right. Sneaking out of the building was a simple matter, as he went from his room at the top floor and onto the roof, and with practiced ease, tiptoed across one of the many power lines to the pole, and after shimmying down for a bit, he jumped onto the next roof, careful to make as little noise as possible even with his heavy pack. It didn't take long to get to the first shop, a clothing store with a mean man and his family living above it. He quieted the snicker that bubbled up in his throat, and set to work. He had practiced since living in the orphanage on how to open locked doors, seeing as they put him in a locked closet quite often for no reason. He always carried a file or a paper clip, and it was no different tonight while entering the store through the back entrance. He came to the stock room, and his eyes easily adjusted to the darkness of the black room compared to the moon's light in the alleyway. Quietly, he opened the door to the store, and set about taking the items he had previously targeted. Getting to work with the store, and setting the tags and everything else in place, he nodded at his fairly well done work. He'd have to thank Sasuke for that sealing book. It was kinda hard to understand, especially for two almost 5-year-olds, but after several dictionaries, and inquiries from adults about random parts, they had pieced together caught a lot. And it was just a beginner's book. Naruto closed the back door and left the place unassumingly just as unharmed as he entered, and went to his next target, the grocer's near Hokage Tower, and after that, the book store, and then weapons store. Yep, his rounds tonight were multipurpose, and that just made it simpler, seeing as everyone would be on edge after this for a few months. And people thought the blonde was an idiot. Well, let them reap the benefits of underestimating one Naruto. Besides, he might as well keep his village prepared for ninja spies by forcing them to up the security. When dawn rose, Naruto was sitting atop the Yondame's head on Hokage Monument, eating some chips he bought, while looking through a pair of binoculars to see just how his targets were handling his beautiful work. He had picked each place specifically because of one factor: they were mean to him, and they each got up at about the same time. He had to say, it was genius to have everything go off at the same time in places streets away from each other. It made it harder to find him in the ensuing confusion, as they would expect him to be at each site. It all started the same, with the owner coming down in the morning to open up shop. They did their little things, stocking, checking the books, and making sure the display was all right. But the second they opened each door, boom! He giggled to himself at the mayhem he had caused in the streets of Konoha. He had specifically placed the explosive tags in places that very few walked, and he tweaked the seals a bit so that it didn't have damage, but the smoke and noise was very much alive. The store owners would then run to the door, but would trip over some well-placed wires that were designed to rise in with his chakra the second the explosion went off. And then they would fall face first into his smoke tags that would go straight in their faces. Turning their bodies around to cough, and directly across their field of vision, would be a letter beneath a black spiral. And when they opened each letter, it was a written inventory of exactly what Naruto took, along with a promise of them getting their reimbursement at a later date, and then his personal message. If I truly was a monster, you would never have made it to reading this letter, when I was here last night. It was simple, and no name, but the spiral under it was there once again. He knew they would know exactly who the message was from. And he had no doubt that this would only provoke them. But this was satisfaction for all that they did to him. He felt it was just about damn time to find something to get back at them. Of course, his freedom was cut short when a few hours later, some laughing ANBU found him, and they made him describe how he did everything, at the promise of not revealing his trick with the wind. When he got to Gigi-san's office, the old man had that stern look on his face, but Naruto just silently slid a paper and an envelope of money onto the desk. Gigi-san read it, and his face lightened up a bit, but Naruto was still in trouble. He didn't have to return the items, as he was technically paying for them, with tax, but Naruto had to stay in Gigi-san's office for 5 months when he wasn't playing with Sasuke, and help out Gigi-san file, fill out, and work on paperwork. What Gigi-san didn't know was that Naruto was learning the office work of a Hokage's job, and he was remembering every bit of knowledge and wisdom Gigi-san told him. The day of Sasuke's birthday had come around, and since Naruto knew Sasuke would have to go home early, he made the Uchiha join him before lunch for their usual sparring and games. When they finally got tired, Naruto dragged him through Konoha and Sasuke discovered the place his best friend always talked about. Ichiraku was a welcoming sight on the hustling street, and even Sasuke had to agree the aroma coming from it was really good. Naruto tugged Sasuke's sleeve, and they raced into the restaurant, too short to reach the curtains with kanji on them, so they jumped to touch it slightly with the tips of their fingers. Scrambling up on the stools, Naruto was the first to yell out, "Gigi-san. 2 bowls of Hokage ramen." The old man turned around, surprised Naruto would order such 2 big bowls at a time, and discovered that a dark-haired boy was beside his favorite customer, a big smile on his face. He smiled, guessing that this was the best friend and brother of the blonde. "Coming right up, Naruto-kun." He listened to the 2 jabbering on about something Naruto could do with the wind. Curious, he asked what they were talking about. Naruto, slightly nervous of spreading such an important secret, rubbed the back of his head, reminding the cook of the boy's father. He wasn't as blind as others to the resemblance of his favorite customer Naruto to the yondaime, who had come to his shop all the time throughout his youth, and a transparent image of the past blonde came to mind, sitting exactly where Naruto sat, the center of the counter, near the cook and the back door. A soft smile was placed on Tsuchi's face. Naruto would undoubtedly grow to look exactly like his father, but he reminded the ramen shop owner of his mother as well at certain times. "I won't tell anyone, Naruto-kun. Ichiraku Code of Honor." This made Naruto smile up at him brightly, and without further prompt, he pulled out 2 kunai. "I might do some damage. So I'm sorry ahead of time." Tsuchi waved him off, already having a feeling just what was about to happen. "This is a regular kunai." He threw at the wall to his right. Tsuchi smirked. "Just where yondaime had thrown it. And this is a kunai with wind chakra." There was a glow around the kunai, a whitish blue, and it was thrown besides the plain kunai. And proceeded to cut through the wooden wall, and embed itself deeply into the stone wall of the building next door. Tsuchi grinned, ruffling the blonde's head with a deep sense of pride. His father had only started learning that when he was 10, while his son wasn't even 5 yet and seemed to understand the basics. Well, I say that was worth a celebration. 2 bowls of Hokage ramen, on the house boys. Both boys had that shocked happy expression on their face, and Tsuchi just laughed to himself as he put the large bowls and platters of healthy foods beside each boy, before turning back to his work, hearing them whisper excitedly. After finishing their very hefty meals, Sasuke almost ready to turn into a filled balloon, they went to Naruto's apartment for a quick nap, and woke to the alarm 2 hours later, and then Naruto gave Sasuke his next present. Or first, since Tsuchi took the whole buying lunch out of the deal. It was a nothing extravagant, or nothing expensive. To be honest, he himself thought it was plain, and this is coming from the kid who put monks to shame with his lack of worldly possessions. But he knew Sasuke would like it. It was a small kit, with shuriken and kunai, blunted edged by some jutsu, and lots of ninja wires and a couple smoke tags. Along with the kit was a small scroll on learning how to use all these items and techniques with ninja wires. Sasuke was for some reason very much infatuated with ninja wires, and if Naruto was older and more knowledgeable, he would have cracked many jokes about the use of items that bind someone. But he was a 4-year-old, so he simply thought of giving a gift to his only friend. Upon seeing his gift, Sasuke tackled his friend into a tight hug, and his usually shy face was smiling brightly at him. "This is the best, Naruto." Yep, the blonde knew it was well worth his punishment of staying at Gigi-san's office for many long hours. Sasuke was in a dilemma. You see, Naruto's birthday was tomorrow, and the Uchiha really didn't know what to get him. Sure, he knew Naruto had a strange love for toads and foxes, and an even stranger love for the color orange and spirals. But what do you get a guy who was simple, and didn't have much because people constantly stole from him? And then it came to him like a ton of bricks. He pooled together all his money, borrowing some from his Itachi and Ai-san, and he went to the store. It seemed rather odd to the owners, why an Uchiha, especially so young, would want a safe and a door lock, but Sasuke shrugged them off. Seeing that the safe was in hand now, he had to make sure Naruto was occupied. He knew that Naruto went to the Hokage Tower when he wasn't with Sasuke, as he had some punishment for one thing or another. So he waited one morning while Naruto finished getting up, and he left the apartment through the front, running full speed as if he was late. Making sure he wasn't coming back, Sasuke hefted the rather heavy metallic object up the 6 stories apartment building. It was rather comical, he had to admit to himself, that he was dragging the safe and pack of objects around, but he had a mission in mind, and he'd be damned if he didn't get it done in time. Opening the always unlocked door, he took off his shoes in the entranceway, and continued taking the safe to Naruto's bedroom, steadily ignoring the horrible written words on the walls. Looking into his pack, he took out the screwdrivers, and set to work on unloosening the floorboards at the foot of Naruto's small bed. It didn't take long, and he sat about hollowing a place out, using the borrowed saw to away the vertical floorboards, and then putting the safe down below to face the ceiling. Using the saw and super glue, amazingly not sticking himself to it, he created a cover for the hole, and padded it. Now that that was done, he went to the front door, taking out the old useless knob and putting in a lock, in which were 3 keys, one for Sasuke, one for Naruto, and another just in case Naruto forget the original. He had to use a chair to put in a slightly higher lock. Nothing special, just a simple bolt, but it gave that extra sense of security. Finished, he got to work on the apartment itself. Naruto was quite normally a very clean person, and didn't care too much for leaving behind any messes, and was daily cleaning up the small apartment. So, Sasuke set himself up to wash the walls. If anything, he would use his extra money to buy paint. The white walls were kind of boring. All it took to get out the writings was lots of soap and Uchiha cleaning power, and it was gone. The 2 windows he could do nothing about, except board it up with some of the extra wood, and Naruto could use it to block the glass at night. Packing up all the extra items, Sasuke left to return some of the items, and then head over to their secret place, and wait for Naruto there. It didn't take long, and the 2 just decided to head over to Ichiraku Ramen, and had their helping of Hokage Ramen and the extra platter of healthy foods, on Sasuke's wallet this time. Naruto told Sasuke that he didn't plan on coming out of his apartment that night, and Sasuke grinned to himself. When they finished up eating, and chatting about whatever for about an hour, the 2 walked to Naruto's apartment, and when the door wouldn't open, the Uchiha's arm came forward, with a silver key in hand, and put it in the new door lock. Naruto turned to the Uchiha, who only smiled, before dragging him into the entrance, and showed Naruto the extra lock at the top. And without any chance for the blonde to ask about the locks and clean walls and floors, Sasuke pulled him into his room, and then pulled out easily hidden hideaway door in the floorboards, and Naruto saw the safe sitting snugly in the floor. Honestly, this was the nicest thing anyone ever did for him. Never mind the Anbu or Jiji-san or Tuchijiji-san, even if they were very important people. Sasuke went so far as to give him something he hadn't felt since living with the Anbu. With a safe for precautions. Turning to the very proud but hesitantly waiting Uchiha, he smiled at him gently as tears brimmed his eyes. Sasuke was surprised, never seeing this reaction before, but it didn't take long for him to understand just why. Naruto would never smile at civilians like this, because this is the real Naruto, who rarely ever came out in front of people, scared of the world seeing who he was. Sasuke smiled back softly, happy that his friend was deeply pleased. Sasuke left to go to the festival with his family, and Naruto locked the door and boarded the windows, and for the first time in a long while, he slept very well in his apartment, curled up in his sheets as blissful dreams of his Hokage days surrounding him. It was really cold, was all Naruto could think. The winter had finally come again, and snow fell from the sky to drift upon the village of Konoha once more, like one of those snow globes he had seen in a shop's window. He was in his only warm outfit, a gift from the ANBU, he knew, with light brown pants with several pockets, a thick black baggy t-shirt with an orange ANBU symbol on the front, and a large dark orange jacket with a large fur-lined hood, and a red toad on the back with the red swirl lined in black above the toad's head. He had done his grocery shopping, or really, put the groceries away that Iam had once again put in front of his apartment door. It had become a custom, really, that every 2 weeks, Iam or Tucci came over to his apartment, and put groceries in the small apartment for the blonde, and making sure he was eating his healthy food. Old man Ichiraku had come up with this plan a long time ago, seeing as Naruto couldn't go shopping for himself without buying rotten foods for outrageous prices, and with little hesitation, Naruto had given the ramen shop owner the ability to budget the blonde's money that he got from the village, and bought him food, and when Naruto told him about an outfit going bare, got him a new outfit. Naruto didn't know why, but he knew he could trust the old man, so he pretty much gave him free rein of what little money he had, though at the price of having to take lessons from old man Ichiraku about budgets and what not. Stopping in the middle of the wide and empty street, he turned his gaze to the sky above him. The world was extremely pretty. The sky was a mix of grays, whites, and blacks, and though he loved sunny days, he liked snow and rain just as much. A couple flakes fell on his tanned whiskered face, melting at the warmth his body possessed. He smiled softly to the heavens above him, a shiver running down his spine. It was oddly silent, everything muffled in this snowfall, making Konoha seem very much like a ninja village. After a while, he managed to move his eyes from the sky to the Hokage monument, slightly hindered from his view by some of the buildings, but able to see them if he turned his head just right. His feet started moving again, knowing his destination by instinct, and it wasn't long until he found himself on the street he traveled the most. Even from 50 feet away, he could smell the enticing aroma of Ichiraku, in the middle of its dinner rush. A foxy grin came to Naruto's face as his feet walked just a little faster, crunching the snow beneath him, and he found himself in front of the greatest place in Konoha. Jumping a little, he hit the curtains that hit one of the small bells, announcing his presence. He saw a few people in the booths to the sides of the restaurant, and at the front counter were a couple adults. Right next to his customary seat in the middle was another boy, bundled up in black pants and a dark blue jacket with the Uchiha symbol, and the raven-haired boy turned to see the bright smile of his best friend, and returned a smile of his own. The bell had alerted the cook of another's presence, and seeing the familiar blonde climbing onto his middle stool, Tucci smiled brightly. "Ah, Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun already ordered for the both of you. 2 Hokage ramen will be ready in a bit." Naruto grinned. "Arigato, Gigi-san." Looking over to Sasuke, he asked, curious, "So, what's up?" Sasuke merely rolled his eyes, and shoved over a wrapped bundle from in front of him. Naruto blinked, then took his cold hands and unwrapped it with no prompt. What he found was a pair of black gloves, slightly big for him, and a large black scarf with red fire on the ends, with the Konoha leaf in orange. Laughing quietly, Naruto quickly put them on, wrapping the scarf around his neck a few times because of its length. He smiled broadly at Sasuke, grateful for the gift. "Arigato. Now we can go play in the snow a lot longer." Sasuke nodded his head, that shy smile on his face once again, and answered embarrassed. "Hn. Of course." Naruto punched him lightly on the arm. "Quit doing that." The ground split with little force as the green stem grew, quickly going from that fresh green into an old brown, twigs and branches sprouting, leaves unfurling, and it grew about 6 feet before fruit started producing onto the branches. Naruto stopped, panting heavily and near exhaustion from all that work, but he had a brilliant smile at his work. He and Sasuke had been working on this for a while now, to help Naruto with his weird talents. The young Uchiha had gotten some scrolls and advice from his family, under the guise of training himself, and reiterated it to Naruto once he himself understood it. Looking to his right, Blue Eyes saw that Sasuke had a smile on his face as well, and with a little help, climbed the tree and grabbed one of the ripe red apples. Landing on the ground, he held the giant apple, curious, and with little hesitation, bit into it. Naruto asked, nervous, "Is it okay?" Sasuke nodded enthusiastically, taking another bite before tossing it to Naruto. "It's kinda sweet, but I think that's how all apples are." The young Uchiha sat down against the newly formed tree, watching as the blonde turned from plant making to playing with the wind around them, turning a forceful gale into a gentle breeze. It was always fun to play and train with Naruto, because he was unlike his cousins, who all did the exact same thing. The family taijutsu style was boring, and it always required the Sharingan to be at its best. But with the orphan that Sasuke claimed as brother, everything was different. He heard all the times people in his family said that no one was better than an Uchiha, and that his clan was by far superior to all. His own father, in the few times he paid attention to Sasuke, had told Sasuke that nothing could compare to an Uchiha, and to never associate with those lower than himself. But, becoming Naruto's friend was different. He didn't know how to explain it, and he never did for Naruto's peace of mind, but the blonde always managed to draw him in, especially with his unpredictable nature. There was no way of ever knowing, but Naruto gathered more attention and respect than all the high ninja clans combined. Of course, villagers and other ninja never showed it, but Sasuke just felt that Naruto had more to him than anyone else, especially after learning his best friend was raised with ANBU the first few years of his life, and that even now, he had guards once in a while. Now, to some, it was nothing, but to a just-turned-6 Uchiha heir, there was something very important about Naruto. He never told Naruto, for fear of scaring the blonde, but he had heard whisperings of a lost clan that could do things like Naruto. They had been gone for many years now, trying to rebuild in secret, away from Konoha and prying eyes, but even in their absence, their power was still revered, and even a lot of the older Uchiha grudgingly saw them as people to respect and obey, like the Hokage. Sasuke had looked up what he could about them, and learned that the fourth Hokage was one of them, in fact had been an heir, before his untimely death 6 years by defeating Kyuubi. But when he saw one of the few color pictures of Yondaime in the clan books, something clicked. Of course, the Yondaime's clan was renowned for aristocratic exotic looks, but the resemblance was too close to be ignored. But Sasuke would never tell his best friend, for fear of giving too much hope only to have it yanked from under him. Laughing out loud as Naruto accidentally whapped himself in the face with his wind, making him fall ungracefully on his butt, Sasuke just knew that his best friend was more worthy to be a Hokage than anyone else. Especially when said blonde got up and tackled the Uchiha, surprising the raven-haired boy once again with his speed and spontaneity. Almost every day they met up in the secret training area, playing or training together, and when they weren't doing that, Sasuke was helping the blonde with reading, writing, and math, along with the both of them training extensively to become shinobi. For a year and a half, the two stuck by each other. Amazingly, no one knew about their friendship, besides the ANBU that tailed Naruto, and he swore them to secrecy as their future Hokage. And they stayed quiet to his knowledge, hopefully. It was turning Naruto's 6th birthday soon, and the Uchiha didn't know what to get him, until he remembered that Naruto wanted to train harder in speed and strength, and find a couple jutsu and shinobi training tricks, but it was hard since Naruto couldn't go into the library. So at least Sasuke had something in mind. But how to get it was the problem. Days rolled by, and the day was coming all the closer, and still Sasuke couldn't save up enough to get Naruto the chakra weights he saw at the store. With a sigh, he stuck with Plan B, and went to the library, gazed through scrolls and scrolls, copying everything he could get his hands on, and had 8 scrolls for Naruto to take use of. At least for now. Having looked at all the information, there was a lot more to learn, so he planned to go there every once in a while, and the two could have more jutsu after they finished the first scrolls. The day came in which the festival of Kyuubi's death came, along with the great Yondaime, but Sasuke chose not to go with his family, explaining to his mother Mikoto that he hated celebrating it. She merely nodded, and gave him a special bento tonight with a rather large package wrapped in brown paper with a string to carry it, whispering into her younger son's ear, "Give him a hug, happy birthday for me, Sasuke-kun." He was shocked as he barely held on to the items, but she winked conspiratorially, and nudged him out the door in his dark blue yukata with Uchiha fan on the back, black obi, and wooden geta, closing the door quickly and quietly. Taking the chance, Sasuke ran with items in hand to the forest, going to his hideaway tree that stored the scrolls he got for Naruto, putting them under his arm, and he carefully went to the clearing, wanting to get there first. Which he was, but only by a few minutes, because Naruto showed up in a run, a laugh on his breath. Sasuke called him over, only assertive when his best friend was around, and he opened the bento to show a feast of sorts, just with sweets and some foods you'd see at the festival. There was wagashi, manju, dorayuki with red bean paste, mochi, yakisoba, takoyaki, special onigiri, sushi, and a small cake for the two to share, along with the teacups and thermos of green tea. While the two watched the sky, eating away slowly at the delicious meal Sasuke's mother made, when Sasuke remembered the presents. Quickly, he brought out his mother's gift first, saving his for last. Naruto unwrapped the paper, and both were surprised at what was inside. It was a very large gold yukata with red spiral on the back, meant for growth, and a black obi. Along with it was a pair of geta that were large to grow into. 2 masks were there to cover their faces, foxes, one blue and the other black. But at the bottom of the bundle were the exact chakra weight Sasuke was trying to get. They were small, like thick rubber bands, to go around wrist, ankle, thigh, forearm, and waist. Apparently, it could help your chakra control as well as give you more chakra, as it weighed you down and forced you to strengthen your muscles and speed your reflexes. Somewhat shy to give his gift of scrolls that to him didn't compare, he was surprised by the excited hug from the blonde, whose face was lit up like he had won the jackpot. The blonde grinned like a fox, and said almost reverently, "This is the best birthday ever. Especially these scrolls. We can learn so much more with them, Otuto." Sasuke smiled, and replied HN. Too shy and delightfully embarrassed to say anything else. They headed out of their usual hangout, Naruto putting his gifts in the safest part of his apartment, the safe box that was under the floorboards of his bed. It would be hard to find it, as Naruto made sure his entire floor sounded the same, just in case someone tried to steal anything. Donning the soft cotton yukata and geta, Sasuke had to say it looked good on his brother, despite it being rather baggy, but he helped fix what he could to make it look more fitting. With a smirk, Naruto put on the blue fox mask, followed by Sasuke with the black fox, and the two ran to the festival, and Naruto got to enjoy it like everyone else for the first time. They went through the game booths mostly, and then the food was delicious, though not as good as the food Sasuke's mom cooked, which they were saving over at Naruto's apartment for another time. Naruto even dared Sasuke to go to the kissing booth, which he did, and covered his blushing face with the mask while his best friend merely laughed heartedly. Naruto even won a pet baby koi fish, which Sasuke nearly shook his head at the ecstatic boy, while he played with his water yo-yo, and held on to the stuffed toys of a fox and a dog Naruto had won for the both of them. One thing Sasuke had to say about Naruto was that he had the most extraordinary luck. Walking back to Naruto's apartment, the blonde tied his mask to the side of his head, eating some barbecue on a stick, while securely holding his koi fish. The two were talking excitedly about all there was, when Naruto heard a sound in a nearby alley. Holding a hand up for Sasuke, the raven-haired boy immediately did so, listening into the night. A muffled scream came from the darkness, and they heard a resounding slap, followed by a man's curses. Quietly, they took off their geta and snuck up into the shadows of the alley, seeing a man beating a girl of 12, and her mouth was covered, tears falling as his hands were in places they couldn't see. And though the two were young, they knew what was wrong and right. This wasn't right by any means. A deep anger rose within Naruto, and Sasuke watched as his friend's body shook with great fury, as was evident on his face. Then, in the darkness, he saw a flash, and Naruto's blue eyes changed. They were pale silver now, with a gold ring around outer edge of the pupil. The iris was slit like a cat's, and 4 small black triangles were situated on the gold ring facing outward, like a compass. Somehow, the eyes swirled, and Naruto went into action. Koi fish and barbecue dropped as he sped forward with a force he never knew he had. Just as the man's hand was about to strike the girl again, Naruto caught it, glaring at the taller man with those terrifying beautiful eyes. I don't know who you are, or what's going on, but you don't hurt girls. His blood was pounding in him, and just as the man was about to sneer, Naruto used some of his strength to pull on the man, accompanied by wind's help, and threw him against the opposing wall, without any form of exertion, and water from nowhere splashed on the man before turning to ice, freezing the man to the wall solidly. Sasuke was awed by his friend's display along with those eyes that he had never seen or heard of before. Grabbing the koi fish for the blonde, he waited for the blonde to come out of the alley, which he did without saying a word to the girl. Seriously, Naruto, that was awesome. When did you learn to do that? And your eyes, they changed. Do you know how to turn them off? No, but I'll try to find some way to do it. But it is really cool seeing with these. I can see in the dark. So, OWW. What the hell was that, for? You said you could see in the dark. I wanted to test it. I wasn't finished describing it, team. Saving that girl would be the start of many things for one blonde wonder named Naruto. Author commentary. I know this will come as a shocker, but originally, this was chapter 2, and much smaller. Basically it was just the section of meeting Sasuke, and then Naruto's 6th birthday, but I thought it would be nice to see the development of the two when they are young. So, yeah, short chapter, I know, but I feel no guilt, because this is the starting and extremely firm bonds between Naruto and Sasuke. And I especially loved the part with the boys doing little missions and fairy tales. Hilarious, I was bustin' a gut from laughing so hard. And it shows that Sasuke is pushing Naruto to read. And no, Sasuke is not gay. My belief is that Sasuke would have been a pretty damn cool guy if he and Naruto had been around each other earlier on in life, way before the massacre. And you'll understand why he doesn't seek for revenge when it comes. I make him a shy guy, because that is how he just is as a person. And as you'll see, he is extremely loyal to Naruto. No flaw in genetics or lack of pride in himself. He will have some arrogance, but then so will everyone else. And to explain my love of Sasuhina. Please don't hurt me, for I too adore this pairing. It's just the whole I'm a loner/emo/orphan, I'm badass and above all of you guy and the shy and unsure but is actually worth a hell of a lot more than anyone else but don't want to hurt others girl syndrome. It just mixes so well, despite what people say. Though, just to prepare you all, this FIC is not Sasuhina. My plan is for Sasuke to also have a harem, and both boys will have many women under the very well-known Clan Restoration Act. Unoriginal, but only way to make it possible. So, good chapter? Bad? Personally, I thought it was cute, with little tidbits of the two of them growing up, and just memories that the two would remember the most. And holy crap! I only have 2 chapters, and I'm already in 18 C2s, and 82 author alerts, and almost 3,000 hits. MAWH God. I is so happy. Alright, review it, and please have some constructive criticism, not requests. I write what I want, not what you want. I hope you guys are enjoying your summers, and that life is treating you good. Later. Love to laugh, because that is the only way to live. Tiffany Carr. Wolf, Chapter 4. Hey, sorry for the long wait. Let's just say life likes to bite people in the ass till it's hamburger meat. I'll be honest, this is a horrible chapter, and I don't think it's quality, but I was rushing so I could get it to you guys. No word of the wolf this chapter, sorry. Disclaimer, do not own Naruto or characters. Story and plot, Mine Baby. Senpu, waking up to the dawn's inviting sky, blue eyes opened as he felt something was off. He couldn't tell what it was, but it wasn't a threat, his mind told him. Getting up, he was still wearing yukata and obi that Sasuke's mom gave him as a present, and it was something nice to wear and sleep in his opinion. It was slightly chilly, but the fall still retained some of the summer's warmth, and he quickly brushed his hair and brushed his teeth, before he decided to go to his living room, his mind still trying to figure out that annoying feeling in the back of his head, like someone was, "Ohio, Naruto-oji. I see you are well this morning." Crystal blue eyes looked up in shock, and saw a man sitting at his crooked and old table. He had pale white eyes with no pupils, long coffee brown hair that was swept back, pale skin, and rather feminine looks, despite his very deep baritone voice. He wore a light blue male kimono with a darker blue haori jacket. The man smiled softly, noticing the blonde was frozen. "I'm not here to harm you. But we are going to be late to the meeting if you keep standing there." Naruto answered intelligently, "Huh?" The man stood up, showing his rather imposing height, and motioned for the blonde to follow, and he didn't wait as he walked out the front door. It only took 2 seconds for Naruto to unfreeze and run after the weird man, and was beside him as they walked to the richer area of Konoha. The area where ninja clans lived. No matter how many times the blonde pestered the man about where they were going and who he was, he got no answer from him, though he did get the guy to laugh, which made several people in the street have weird faces of shock. But the blonde didn't notice this, as he bounced beside this stranger who seemed really nice, and he felt no danger or instinct to run. So he had to be a good guy, like the ANBU. When they got to their destination, Naruto was in awe of the compound, with its greenery and vastness, and the old-style houses he only saw around this area. He always thought these houses were better, especially the tall houses. He noticed around the homes that there were many people who looked like this stranger, and all had the same type of eyes, though with different shades. They all stopped to look at them, and bowed at the two before they went to work, whispering excitedly. Naruto figured that the stranger he was with was someone important. Entering the biggest house with 2 stories, he noticed there was a lot of shoes at the entrance area, and he again followed the tall pale guy as they entered the home, oddly quiet in the early morning, and he opened a decorated fusuma, sliding the door to show a large room that was laid down with tatami mats, a low table loaded with food and many people seating on pillows, and shoji doors open to the center garden of the home. Naruto entered after the man ushered him, closing the fusuma behind him, and he guided Naruto to sit down at the table, sitting beside a woman with red tattoos on her face and her dark brown hair wild and spiky, and the strange man sat on his knees beside the blonde, doing some seal with his hands. Unsure of what they wanted, the blonde asked, "Are you going to tell me what's going on now?" The adults around him chuckled, and the weird man who brought him there replied, "Of course, Naruto-oji. But, we wish to introduce ourselves properly. I am Huga Hayashi, head of the Huga clan. This is my wife, Keiko." He pointed to a woman who had a warm smile faced towards him. The woman beside him grinned, "My name is Inazuka Tsum, head of the Inazuka clan." A man with long sandy blonde hair spoke up, joyful, "I am Yamanaka Inoichi, head of the Yamanaka clan, and this is Nara Shikaku, head of the Nara clan, and this guy is Akimichi Chuza, head of the Akimichi clan." A woman with long pink hair and beautiful features smiled sweetly at him, "I am Haruno Miyako, head of the Haruno clan. And before you ask, the hair is natural. And this quiet guy beside me is Aburum Shibi, head of the Aburum." A woman with black hair and eyes and pale skin smiled softly at him. "I see you like your present. I am glad. I am Uchiha Mikoto, Sasuke's mother." Naruto smiled brightly at her, "Arigato, for the gifts. It's really comfortable to wear, and the weights are a great help. And the treats were really good." The adults in the room smiled and chuckled at his manner. It looked like Mikoto's son had rubbed off a little on him. Mikoto nodded at the compliment, and Hayashi took the room's attention, as he started off. Naruto Uji, the reason we have called you here, is for many, but for now, I think it best to tell you who your parents are first. We can't tell you everything about them, sadly, as you are not ready yet, but as it is, I think it's good enough to know who they are. The blonde's sole attention was on the adults, his face so readable it hurt. It was any orphan's desire to know who their parents were. Sum took this as her cue, and her arms encircled around the blonde's waist, dragging him into her lap. They saw the confused look on his face. He never had any attention from anyone that was positive besides Hokage, Anbu, and for the past year, Sasuke. So any form of love from anyone was scary to him. And Sum wanted to only hug him the tighter. She spoke softly, and his childish attention was focused on her. It made her smile. Your parents were the greatest people in the world, Naruto. But you have to promise not to get angry when I say who they are, as well as why the villagers hate you. Everything will be explained why it was hidden from you, but just have an open mind. And tell no one, especially the Hokage, that we have told you this. We have conflicting views on you should be raised. The blonde nodded decisively, and she continued. Your mother, her name was Uzumaki Kushina. Her clan came from the now destroyed village of Whirlpool. She came to Konoha and joined our forces. And she was placed on a team with Hayashi here, and your father, Namikaze Minato. When they got married, she took on the name Namikaze Uzumaki, which you will hold as their heir. Both of your parents have bloodlines, so you are the carrier of both Uzumaki Dojutsu and Taijutsu, and the Namikaze blood. On the day you were born, was the Kyuubi attack. There was no other option, other than sealing the Kyuubi into a human child. The child had to have been newly born, as any other will be rejected as the holder of a demon. So, your father, the Yondaime, was forced to seal Kyuubi into you. He wished so badly that you would be treated as a hero, but the villagers and some ninja, the Kyuubi deeply hurt them, so they take their anger out on you. Naruto was crushed. His idol, the greatest Hokage, was his father. But his father, well, if there was no other way. If he was Hokage, and there was no choice, he would have never sealed into someone else's child if he wasn't willing to do it himself. But there was still that anger, especially at the villagers. But he didn't act on it, in a ways. Instead, his frustrations came out in tears, even though he swore to never cry again when he was 4. He didn't notice until later that he had been crying into Tsum's shoulder, and she ran her fingers through his spikes. It felt really nice, it made him feel good. The adults stayed seated, watching every tear fall, the guilt building up, but they knew that from now on, things would be different, and this redeemed them, if only a little. After a while, his tears subsided, and Tsum loosened her hold, but kept one arm around him, while she took a sip of her tea. His voice was slightly raspy. Arigato, for telling me. It means a lot, to know why, and who my parents are. It makes sense why Gigi-san never told me. He was afraid it would get out, and even I have heard of the Uzumaki clan, so he was protecting me from my name. The adults were surprised by his quick assessment and adult-like answer, but hid it well, knowing that his entire realm he was surrounded with that did not treat him as scum was Anbu, as Hokage was always busy. Keiko stood up, slightly wobbly because of her growing stomach, and went to a little tray, then served it to Naruto, knowing Hayashi had probably rushed him out of the apartment to get as few people as possible to see them. Naruto was entranced by the meal, as it was different than his instant ramen, and it smelled fresh too. Looking at it closely, it was a bowl of rice, fish, steamed vegetables, slices of cheese, a glass of milk, and bright red apple, his favorite kind. The meal to him was small, but to an adult, it was huge and chuza-sized, and they all took note of the red apple and glass of milk. He had a particularly happy expression while eating those. Inoichi asked, while Naruto was taking slow bites on his prized apple, "So Naruto-uji, how was your day yesterday?" They all laughed to themselves as the blonde went into story-telling mode, much like his father, from playing ninja with Sasuke, the festival, and how he won a lot of things, and the scrolls Sasuke got him which he really liked, and even told them about the mishap with the girl. When they heard of this, all of them looked at each other to make sure they weren't hearing things. He had already had access to his bloodlines? Shikaku asked, his usually bored voice more interested. Naruto Uji, how long have you been able to do those things? The boy bit his lip, but answered with a determined face, I've been able to play with the wood and wind since I was 4. I was trying to hide from some mean people, and needed to get away fast, and it just happened. And last night, my eyes did this weird change, and the water/ice thing to freeze the guy. It was weird. Some asked, why's that? It's normal for bloodlines to wake up without prompt. Naruto shook his head. No, I mean I felt weird. Seeing someone get hurt. I didn't like it. And when me and Sasuke play, I always play Hokage, and when he gets hurt, I don't like it even more. It happened before, this weird feeling. But it was really strong last night, seeing someone get hurt. I don't know, my body was really angry, and my blood began to heat up, if that's a way to describe it. The others seemed curious about this. They had heard Kushina describe it before, and Miyako confirmed it in her own ways. Like the body awakens, even when dead tired, and rejuvenates with chakra flooding, and it is in overdrive. A berserker, but someone still in full control, running on instinct and what the Kamigan showed them. Hayashi was almost shaking, the idea of seeing the eye again brought back many memories. Naruto Uji, put chakra in your eyes, and try to call up the Kamigan again. Nodding at what he was asked, and now knowing the name of it, he did as told, and they saw for the first time in years those gorgeous but terrifying eyes. Hayashi nodded to himself. You are still an apprentice of the eye. But it is amazing that you manifested the eye so early. Your mother had also manifested it early in life, around your age. And what you were saying, about your blood being angry, she told me before about the Uzumaki bloodline being close to a berserker clan, but with the eye, they had control. She says the blood boiled, especially when someone was getting hurt. Then Hayashi took this time to bring out his present first, a scroll and a necklace. Naruto looked at it curious, before he explained, this necklace was a gift from your father to your mother, to show the joining of Uzumaki and Namikaze. You were supposed to get one as well, but you inherit your mother's. Your mother's family Nindo is on the back of the clan crest, and your mother wanted you to wear this when you were 6. He put the small gold chain around the boy's neck, and with its length it dangled to his stomach. And this scroll is meant for you to open. It's a blood seal, so it's meant for you. Taking this as a cue, Tsum showed the blonde in her lap how to do it. He bit his thumb and swiped a little blood on the swirl, and the adults were fascinated with how quickly the thumb healed. They had heard and seen it before, but up close, it was still amazing. The silver eyes read the scroll, slowly and deliberate because some of the words were hard to understand, and there were teardrops here and there. He kept himself together, but took his mother's words to heart. There was even a little part of where his father had written, telling him where the two's secret archive was, and he was to tell no one but a trusted few. And that his adopted grandparents wouldn't show up for a long time, his paternal and maternal families were in hiding, and that his godparents, guardians, and their old friends would look after him well, and to trust them, as they were his family in a sense. There was a promise of more letters, but for now this would be his only letter. His father had left some at the archive. Closing the scroll, Naruto smiled lightly and fiddled with the necklace. His parents must have really loved each other. When they saw him close the scroll, it was time for the others to give their own presents to the boy, both items that his parents left him, and then items they got for him personally, everything put in summoning scrolls for him to open later. To the blonde, it was overwhelming, and his smile was by far the brightest they had ever seen, but what tossed the cake was when Hayashi and Tsum told him that he would be living with them. At his astounded glance, Tsum ruffled up his hair. We know you've been an independent kid since you were 3, but we're not letting you grow up on your own. So, for 2 weeks, you live with Hayashi, and then the other 2 weeks, you live with me. We have a room set up for you here and my own clan's estate. And besides, this makes it easier to train you as well. As excited as Naruto was to hear of this, to have a home, but now he had two. And the idea that they were going to be training him. But still, there were two things nagging him. What about Gigi-san? And what about Sasuke? Will I be able to play with him? Mikoto giggled to herself, answering for the others. Sasuke will still be available to play with you. Since his father isn't there often, Sasuke will be able to play and train beside you almost every day. And on days he can't, I will send a message in place. She didn't want Naruto to be too worried about Sasuke's relationship with his father, or really lack thereof. Fugaku was too concerned with her elder son, and the military police force. He may oppose the blonde, but as Sasuke's mother, she had more right to say what Sasuke can and cannot do. And being with this bright blonde was the best thing for Sasuke. She knew it. Inoichi answered the other question. Hokage-sama will have no say in this, and if he opposes, it is too late. It's already been put in the system of your new living arrangements, and the civilians' village council has no say in shinobi affairs, and we've already had your stuff moved. Including your little safe. Don't look surprised, Naruto-sama. We are ninja. We haven't opened it, we just moved it for you. Naruto calmed down, but still pouted at the fact that what he thought was a well-hidden safe was well known. Chusa saw this, and guessed what was eating him. He tapped a finger to his chin, and voiced a thought, well, you must admit, Inoichi, it was rather hard to find. Miyako rolled her eyes, played along. Yeah. If we hadn't been watching for it, we would have completely missed it. Naruto's face lighted up, and inside he was dancing. So, he and Sasuke had done a good job at hiding it. Seeing as the morning had passed by through the conversation, lunch had rolled by, and the adults needed to go do other duties, but promised to come visit Naruto for dinner the coming Friday, and this heightened the blonde's spirit. Taking all the scrolls in one arm, while Hayashi held his hand and led him to his room and Keiko off to get lunch prepared. Taking one look at the room, Naruto was amazed at its size. It was a traditional room, like the rest of the house, and there were tatami mats in the room, along with a room divider, the fusuma painted in the likeness of a field of cherry blossoms, and dragons, toads, and foxes were decorated around the edges. There was a low table, with 4 cream cushions around it, and there was calligraphy on the walls with a decorative deep red silk fan with a dragon and phoenix on it. He saw that there was a closet, and it held only a few of his clothes. He had few to begin with, and they were only the undergarments. He had nothing in his old home to begin with, except for instant ramen, the safe, the bento, a potted plant, and his new baby koi fish, that had been put into a nice round glass bowl compared to his pot. The only problem he had was that all his kunai were gone. About to ask Hayashi why some things were missing, the head of the Hyuga spoke first. I'll leave you to open your gifts alone, Naruto-oji. Someone will be over in a while to bring you to the lunch table. With that, he left and closed the fusuma door decorated with the swirls, toads, and water on it, leaving the blonde alone in the massive room. Deciding to ask later, thinking they were kind enough to give him a home in the first place, he placed the many scrolls onto the table, and then went to the large window to open it and bring some natural light into the room. He was even more pleased with the view, a garden and pond, with the forest not that far away, and he could see the Hokage monument just over it. Back to the task at hand, he sat at one of the cushions, and opened the one from Inoichi. A set of clothes that were very different from Konoha's style, and they were baggy for growth. The main colors were black, orange, red, and sometimes blue. Swirls were the main theme, and a swirl on the sleeve with 2 wooden toggles was on all of them. Some had fur included, and it was extremely soft. There was no 2 the same out of the pile of 15 outfits, so he knew that he wouldn't have to wear the same thing over and over again like he was used to. Inoichi's note was about this style of clothing was from his mother's village, and she being a tomboy, wore mainly boys' clothing. So he designed and commissioned these for him to wear when training and for the academy. The other was from his mother. A rack of weapons, 2 spear-like things, 2 swords, and then a small one that looked like a dagger. They were all pretty to look at, but really sharp as he learned by touching the blades. The sheaths of sword and the tanto was decorated with something he didn't notice that much for now, as his attention was on the finely made rack itself. Knowing he'd have to ask someone to help him with putting that rack up later, he moved on to Chuza's gift. It was a new weapon set, of real kunai and shuriken instead of the dulled edge and rusty kind he was used to using. Included was a practice set of the weapons his mom had on the rack, along with several others he didn't know the names of. And to his delight, was a coupon book to his favorite ramen shop, Ichiraku. This other gift was from his father. Apparently his father liked to wear the yukata and male kimono just as much as he did, because there was a large variety of them, in many colors and designs, with haori and hakama as well. There was a note from his father that he may be a ninja, but he also represented the noble clans of Namikaze and Uzumaki. As such, be the prince he was born to be. Putting that aside, he went to Shikaku's next. Shikaku's gift was books on tactics and strategy, and some on old battles for Naruto to dissect and analyze. The gift from his mother was a board that can change from Go to Shogi, and apparently it came from his great-grandfather, at the time the head of the Uzumaki family. To change it from Go to Shogi, you had to apply chakra, and the 2 different sets of pieces were in 2 drawers that were somewhat hard to find if you didn't have sharp eyes. Setting the large board on the other side of the room, in what would divide into a bedroom with the fusuma, he went back to the scrolls and took Shiba's gift, remembering that the aburum didn't speak much to anyone, but no one had seemed to mind. The gift was a set of books and scrolls, and paper of several kinds, pencils, and a calligraphy set. There was a note attached that Naruto smiled brightly at. If you wish to be a Hokage, then you need to learn all aspects of Konoha, including its culture. I will be helping you in this, but for the meantime, learn a little for yourself. The gift was from his mother again, and it was her grandmother's tea and sake set. It had an intricate design of swirls, and some flower that he guessed was supposed to be a cherry blossom. With it came a tea ceremony book, and a note. My grandmother loved this set, and so did I. Please treat it well. Nodding to himself that he would take great care of it, he set it aside to see Miyako's gift. Inside were clothes for every day that wasn't training or dressing up. Also there was a photograph album. You deserve to know how much we all wanted you. Especially your parents. He didn't bother opening it now, planning to open it at night so he could be alone. The gift from his father this time, and it was sealing scroll, or actually several. With it was a scroll rack, in which he placed in his bedroom area, and took out the scrolls from the safe and put them with his father's scrolls and the other scrolls he had received. The gift from Hayashi was pictures to decorate his room with, seeing that it was so bare. They were old style, but Naruto appreciated it, though would need help putting those up as well. Along with it was a flower arrangement for the cubby hole in the living room of the room. The gift from his father was a very large scroll, with a note that only Hayashi, and 2 others could be allowed to read this scroll, if he wanted help. The Jiraiya person didn't sound familiar, but he wondered if Kakashi was Kakashi and Ai-san. But for some reason, the scroll wouldn't open, and the note said it wouldn't open until it recognized that Naruto was ready. Whatever that meant. The last gift was from Tsum, and hers was a piece of paper that explained he would be getting it in 2 weeks. Naruto shrugged. He could wait. He was simply happy still from the yukata he was still wearing from Sasuke's mom. The last gift was from his mother, and it was a tanto, her mother's gift to her, and a bonsai, and included was a small pair of scissors, and a note. I received this gift from my sensei in Whirlpool. His name was Hataka Sensei, a great man, and one of my father figures. This tree is a rare breed, as it is from Whirlpool, your ancestors' old home. Respect it, and take care of it, my little senpu. If he, Hataka-sensei, hadn't been there, you wouldn't either. Putting the tree in the center of the table, he reviewed over all of his gifts, putting them in an orderly fashion around his room. It had barely been an hour since Hayashi had left him to his own devices, and then a knock was on the door, and Naruto opened it to see a teenage boy that had a beige kimono and pale lavender eyes. He smiled and bowed low before the blonde. Naruto-sama, it is time to eat lunch. Please follow me. The blonde did so, talking to his guide the entire way, asking everything and anything that came to mind. It didn't take them long to reach the same room he had been in earlier, but with different people this time. There was Hayashi and Keiko, but now there was boy and a girl about his age that were eating with them. Hayashi motioned for the blonde to sit beside him, which he did so, and a servant came from nowhere to bring him a strange meal. Later, he learned it was tempura vegetables and sushi with salmon and ginger. The rest of the meal was like breakfast, but the fish was replaced with beef, and along with the glass of milk was some ginger tea, and 2 red apples. Before anyone could start to eat, Hayashi introduced Naruto to the 2 others. Hinata, Niji, this is Naruto-oji. He will be staying with us every other 2 weeks, and training as well. His parents were my old teammates, and as such, you will treat him with the greatest respects. Naruto-oji, the one beside you is my daughter, Hinata, who is your age. She is your little sister. And across from you is Niji, my nephew, your cousin. Naruto smiled. More family. He turned to Hinata, cocking his head slightly, hello, Imuto. Hinata, being quite shy, ducked her head, and mumbled a hello. When he said hello to Niji, the boy merely ignored his presence. Hayashi would have gotten angry, but Keiko shot him a look, and he calmed down. The meal wasn't quiet, which was different, but very pleasant, as Hinata got to learn about her new older brother, and she laughed once in a while at his antics, along with her parents. After everyone was dismissed from lunch, Hayashi took Naruto to the side, and they walked around one of the gardens. Naruto-oji, I think now is a good time to tell you about your training schedule. We understand that you want to be with Sasuke, but only at certain parts of the day can you 2 train together. He has his family who wishes to train him in their own arts, so we scheduled with Mikoto-san on what times were available for training and play. Do you understand this? The blonde nodded, knowing this to be true. Sasuke had told him before that he was of age for training, so it was not much surprise to him. But the training schedule they had him on was: he would wake every morning at 5 with Hinata, and the 2 would train in chakra control. Then after 2 hours of that, have breakfast, then head off to the Naras, where Shikaku would put him to work with strategy and tactics, and Inoichi would work on the mind with him, psychology, philosophy, and how to use it in warfare. Then after the 2 hours with them, he was to go to the Akimichi, and they had someone by the name of Mato Guy teaching him and their son taijutsu. That was for 3 hours, then he would go eat with the Akimichi, and then was allowed to train and play with Sasuke for 3 hours after that in the safety of the Inuzuka compound, along with Tsume's son, and Miyako would be there. After that, he had free time for 2 hours, suggested that he studies, and eats at the Inuzuka for dinner. The order remains the same when he stays at the Inuzuka, then goes to the Aburum for lessons for an hour, then back to the Huga, where he got training from Hayashi in ninjutsu and taijutsu for 2 hours. After that, he was free to do as he wished, but suggested to go to bed around 11 at night, for 6 hours of sleep. The blonde would come to learn that this schedule was hell. Naruto and Osama. Wake up. It's time to go. A gentle but hurried voice came from the living room of his room. Groggily, Naruto got up for his little sister's sake, and set about getting ready. I'll be there in a few minutes, Imuto. All right. I'll wait outside. The blonde first went to his closet, and grabbed a random outfit for the day. It was a black shirt with fish netting to his wrists, and over that was a black jacket with orange sleeves to his elbow, one of the spirals and wooden toggles on his left sleeve, and a large orange hood that was lined on the inside with soft black rabbit fur. His pants were black with thick red and orange stripes on the sides, and went to his shins, tied with black bandages and exposed the fish netting that went into the black ninja sandals. Leaving his room, he and the shy Hinata ran to the training area Hayashi had designated for them. Just on time, they got there, and Hayashi nodded, beginning immediately. "Alright, today we start on chakra control. First, I'll show you how to do it, and then I want you to try it." He plucked a leaf from a nearby tree, and putting it on his hand, he used chakra to attach it to himself. He turned his hand over to show that it stayed attached, and Naruto was excited. Could he attach himself to a building like he had seen Anbu by doing this? He and Hinata began, Hayashi sitting a bit away to let them learn it on their own. It took Hinata 45 minutes, while it took Naruto a full hour and a half. Hayashi explained this to them. "The reason it was easier for you, Hinata, is 2 reasons. 1, you have less chakra. Now, girls naturally have less chakra as it is, as they do not spend the time working on their stamina. Since you do, you have more chakra than average girls. But all the same, I am going to be upping your stamina and endurance. The second reason is that you've already had training in focusing your chakra in a certain point with the Juken style. So do not feel bad, Naruto-sama. It is good that you managed this in so short of time, when comparing to how much chakra you have. I would say right now you are at the level of a low chunin. But because of the lack of control, it takes more chakra for you to use techniques than it takes others." Naruto started attaching leaves all over his body, on his palms, bottom of his feet, and many inside his jacket so no one could see. Breakfast was a quiet affair until Naruto came along, and he brought loud noise and laughter to the usually tension-filled room. But when it ended, he quickly left to go to the Nara clan's home, and met with Shikaku, Inoichi, and Shikaku's son Shikamaru. To start off, he was explained the rules of shogi and go, and then played shogi against the young lazy bum. He lost, but to the shock of the other 3, it was pretty close, and that was enough to get Shikamaru to respect the blonde. Only his father beat him at the game, and now there was someone close to it, that was his age. Then, the 2 shinobi started coaching on the lessons of tactics and strategy, and how psychology played into it. Then Inoichi went into a philosophical rant of how mostly religion affected the psychology of a person, and Shikaku just shook his head as the 2 boys' minds were blown away. Then it was off to the Akimichi. Learning about elements and seals from Chuza alongside his son Choji, and after that introduction, he was introduced to the scariest freakiest man alive. A man in a skin-tight bright green spandex. A tall, muscle man with black hair bowl cut. He could have lived with it, if only slightly weirded out. No, what made the man scary was the bushy eyebrows that moved. They were like caterpillars. Chuza merely patted his shoulder before leaving the poor blonde exposed to this. There was no word to describe it. Chuza's whispered words before he left, "Whatever you do, do not agree to wear the spandex. Tell him these words exactly, my youthfulness is brighter with my individuality. Have fun Naruto, and learn well. This man is a genius of taijutsu, and was one of your mother's students. Hello, Naruto-oji. I have long awaited the day to be able to teach Kushina-sensei's son, and that day has come. And your youthfulness shines brightly on this fine day. You must wear this green outfit to commemorate such a day." Blue eyes bulged before he stuttered, my youthfulness shines brighter with my individuality." Guy stared him down, as searching his soul if this was true. Konoha's beautiful green beast seemed satisfied as he nodded, scratching his chin. You're right. You are much more youthful with your appearance, and you wear the chakra weights to help you on your path. Well, Naruto-oji. Let us start with the basics, and then we will move on to other styles. I do not know how your father's style works, and your mother's style kills those who attempt it, as it requires the Kamigen, so you will have to learn that on your own, I am afraid. But fear not, for I will help you where I can. Naruto smiled, and said to the strange man. Yeah, I know. Thanks. Now let's get started. Guy could have cried in joy. Until he learned of the way Naruto fought during their spar. It wasn't anything he had ever seen, but reminded him heavily of Kushina sensei. There were fighters who took hits, but delivered powerful decisive ones of their own. Then there were those who took out the opponent automatically. Hundreds of styles and personalities, he had seen. But he was not prepared for this. The blonde constantly switched. 1 second all about speed, but then he has power punches, despite his young age, but instead of aimed at places to damage, he goes for vitals, creating even more damage. Defense, offense, counter-attack, ambush, planning ahead. This kid was unpredictable in his process, toying with the opponent, and quite good, though he could use a lot of work in his forms, but there was raw untapped potential right there. Especially when he tricked Guy. 1 second Naruto had been right there, but then he used his wind and Mokuton, and he completely had Guy on the belief to look for him, when Naruto was still standing right there. He had the ability to trick people into seeing things, without a genjutsu. Guy just grinned at the prospect of this student. For 2 hours with Guy, it was worth going back to the Akimichis and eating with them. They made a lot of food, and he was welcomed at their table with warm arms, and many hearty gestures, as the table was loud, boisterous, jolly, and Naruto's style. But after the meal came time to go to the Inuzuka compound, where upon entering, he knew where Sasuke and the 2 adults were because of their sense. Deciding to sneak up on the ever-unsuspecting Uchiha, he did so, sticking to the forest of the compound, making sure he is seen by no one. He had hit his chakra before entering, and not too long later, he followed his nose to find the Uchiha sitting with a young boy that he assumed was Tsums, and they were playing while the 2 women were off to the side, talking privately. Knowing that at least the 2 other boys were unsuspecting, he leaped out of the forest line, tackling Sasuke while yelling "Otutoo." The raven-haired boy merely yelped at this action, before falling flat on his face, the blonde now sitting on top of his back, before he rolled off, standing gracefully with a foxy grin on his face. Sasuke's eye just ticked, before he stood, brushing off the dirt, and his voice, usually kind towards the blonde, was slightly different, but the blonde knew the difference immediately, having spent an entire year together gave you abilities to get to know someone and all their quirks. "Nah, are you too?" That's how his name sounded when Sasuke was irritated, though not angry. In the course of their friendship, only one time were they angry at each other to the point of endangering such a friendship. And he never wanted to hear that way Sasuke said his name again, never. The blonde laughed lightly, dispelling the tension almost instantly. "Ah, come on Sasuke. Let's go." The Uchiha followed automatically, though with only a slight amount of the irritation still there. But that was quickly gone as the other 2 were introduced to the women. Sasuke, being of the Uchiha, would normally not show any respect above a nod of acknowledgement to them, as all were trained since birth to believe they were Kami's gift to the world. Sasuke astounded the 2 women with his bow and shy attitude. It was cute as hell on the boy. They watched as despite hitting off a good start with Kiba, the boy stuck extremely close to Naruto, almost in a protective stance. If the blonde noticed, he either didn't care or didn't bother. To be truthful, he was used to it ever since after their one argument 3 months into their friendship. Some cataloged the information for later, but started off the lessons. "Alright, Sasuke-kun told me about the scrolls he got for the 2 of you. Some elemental, a couple easy ones, and such. We will be helping you with that, but also with ninja skills just if not more important than jutsu." The boys were dumbfounded at such an idea. Jutsu not always important? What was this woman on? Jutsu were always important. Some sighed, getting the gist of their thoughts by their faces, though they were funny to laugh at, and she wished dearly for a camera at this moment. She continued, Shinobi are meant to fight, yes, but they are also meant for other things. Such as sneaking, strategy and tactics, disguise, infiltrating and extracting information, and so much more. Now, today, we'll start with the theory of close combat. The boys groaned, and knew that this was their life from now on. It brought a great sense of camaraderie that all three suffered together. After lessons were over, and Kiba was torn away to go help someone on an errand, and forced to stay away from his new-founded friends, Naruto and Sasuke decided to practice for a little before Naruto told him everything that happened in the past 2 days. The raven-haired boy was a little surprised at first, but it very quickly wore off. When asked, he shrugged, and pointed his thumb in the general direction of the Hokage monument. "I've always thought you looked almost exactly like him, but thought it might be a coincidence. Add to the fact of what happened when the Kyuubi attacked, it makes sense that very few actually know who you are. Yondaime had a lot of enemies, so I think everyone was protecting you by not associating with you. But now that both of your bloodlines are awake, and with the power of the most sacred and powerful demon of them all right inside you to back it up, it would be harmful if you were not trained properly starting now. From what you said your parents wrote, they were waiting till you were 6 to have their friends intervene. And from what they have told you, with your parents awakening their bloodlines early on as well, they are using that excuse as to take you in and training you so Hokage-sama cannot retaliate too much. Though he and the council." Sasuke went quiet for a minute, trying to puzzle something together, while Naruto reviewed over his best friend's words. From the way the information was put together, it made it seem like the clan heads had waited 6 years only because they had to, not because they wanted to. This made him feel all warm on the inside, at the thought that people wanted him. But the idea of Gigi-san doing this to him deliberately hurt him very much. With some talking to Hayashi, he was explained that Sandaime was doing this to protect him and the village, though in the end Naruto was severely hurt for it. Hayashi merely lifted the boy and hugged him tightly. It was all he could do. "So, we have done everything we can to prepare you while waiting 6 years to get you back. Politics is a horrible thing, and is the only reason we waited." Sasuke, the only voice of reason to Naruto until now, spoke up again. "Naruto, you said your last name is Namikaze Uzumaki, right?" Getting a nod, he continued, "I don't think you should tell anyone this for a while. Yes, it will be strange that you as an orphan and outcast are selected by a bunch of clans to be trained under their care, but they can play it off with something like potential awakening of a new bloodline, or even to make the villagers feel safe that, forgive me, the demon is under the watch of some of the most respected and powerful ninja. And the other reason, well, the Namikaze clan went into hiding almost 15 years ago because the clan was dying out due to the war. If the council was to learn of your bloodline and abilities, as they undoubtedly knew both your parents, a dojutsu like your mother's is very noticeable, and even I've heard of it before. How do I explain this?" Naruto waved his hand, like we always do. "Just get to the point." Sasuke sighed. "If they were to learn of the existence of the son of 2 such prominent people, they will do certain things, several if not all of them. First, they will try to schmooze you, and will start arranging your marriage to many women when you are of age. A fact that they couldn't do to your mother, I'm guessing, because she either refused, or had already chosen your father. But you being male, well, they can force you. Almost everyone would want your eyes, more than Sharingan or Byakugan, as well as the Mokuton and your affinities of wind and water, and the Namikaze's abilities with Fuinjutsu. Second, if they learned of your heritage, they will probably tell the entire shinobi world about the son of the great Yondaime. Just because they hate you, stupidly, I say, doesn't mean they won't use you to taunt the world with your presence. To Kumo and Iwa, your existence is a great threat to them, as your parents had killed many in the war. The potential for you to surpass them is already evident, and with the Kyuubi. I honestly don't think there is anything to stop you, if you're trained right, and you become a master of your bloodlines, and a seal master, and anything else you want to be." Sasuke saw a fear in Naruto that scared the raven-haired boy himself. To go from having nothing, and being carefree, his best friend now had many responsibilities, and he knew that Naruto wouldn't think about the damn council, too happy to have a last name and a family. He knew the blonde honestly could care less about the bloodlines, if only to have a family. But he needed his friend to be wary of those outside their small circle that seemed to be growing. He can't take care of his best friend and older brother if the blonde wasn't in his sight, and this he hated. So, despite saddening the now Namikaze Uzumaki, he felt little guilt for bringing it up. The blonde was scary smart most of the time, but sometimes, he wasn't. The Uchiha just shrugged it off, as it was his personality, and just how he came from growing up alone with no one but Anbu and Hokage-sama giving a damn. He would not fault Naruto for something like that, and in fact praised him, to himself, as he had no one to praise him to, and it was still odd to bring it up to his mother, for even coming out so decent of a person despite all the hatred aimed at him unjustly. He was only 6, barely starting ninja training, and even he knew the difference between a bloodthirsty demon and a lonely child. It was said that demons kill everything, and even in human form, they have an evil killing intent about them, unable to repress all their power. Naruto was anything but. When Sasuke had met him over a year ago, he could tell that Naruto was no bad person. In fact, he seemed rather noble, even now as he sat in the grass, leaning against the tree, a knee brought up a little to support an elbow, while his hands played with some flowers he found, and he had an extremely thoughtful and scared look on his face. No. Naruto, his surrogate older brother, his best friend, no matter how much any one of those bastards deny it, and no matter if and when he kills, or lets himself lose himself in a battle, will Naruto ever be a monster? It just wasn't possible, and he was going to hurt anyone for so much as saying such things about the blonde when in his presence. Because even if the two had been friends for just a year, he would never give his best friend up, despite the argument that seemed so long ago. It was because of the argument that he hated the idea of not being able to at least protect, if not fight by the blonde's side. And why he swore to himself to become the head of Anbu, and personal guard of only one blonde Hokage of the name Naruto. He even forced Naruto to promise him this when he took office. He was wondering who to talk to about fixing genin teams, until he saw Naruto look up, his eyes clear and that determined, sharp look in them again, a deadly smirk on his face. The blonde took out a tanto, and before Sasuke could react, he cut himself deep in his right hand, and the blood fell to the floor, dripping from his clenched hand, stretching it in front of him, speaking firmly, "No regrets and no broken promises. To protect my precious people to the bitter end. That is my family Nindo. It is my Nindo." Standing there for a second, unsure, Sasuke quickly resolved what he was to do, and took the tanto from the blonde, and doing exactly as he did, cut deep into the palm of his right hand, letting it bleed from below his middle finger to heel of his palm. Clenching his own fist, he let the blood fall onto the grass, and spoke evenly, "You are my brother, my family. I will have no regrets, and no broken promises. I will protect my precious people to the bitter end. Your Nindo is my Nindo." With that, both boys clasped bloody hands, determined looks on their faces, blood mixing to pronounce that they were blood brothers, and would stay that way. After a while they let go, leaning against the tree as the fall afternoon went by slowly, a breeze playing at their hair and clothes. "Ano, Sasuke? Hn?" That glint came into his eye, a devilish glint that barely touched the tip of iceberg with the deadly intelligence of the blonde. Sasuke almost feared for the lives of any who will cross the blonde's path in the many battles ahead of them. "Let's give them hell, any, Otuto." Sasuke's grin matched the blonde's, nodding slightly. "Of course, Naruto. It'll be fun." Almost feared was the key word. Because he would be with Naruto on those battlefields, and would be damned if he couldn't match him. Author commentary. I loved it. Then again, I'm one for recurring events and symbolism. And no, Sasuke is not gay, just to reiterate what I said before. Sasuke is just extremely loyal to Naruto. Because Naruto is the closest person he has, he will not let that loyalty die. In fact, his loyalty, love, and trust for his blonde older brother will rise and be a factor to him remaining sane. Especially with what will be happening eventually. Remember, Sasuke will not be turning evil in this, and will not join Orochimaru. Fucking pedophile will burn in hell, in my professionally third-party unbiased opinion. LOL XD. I rushed the chapter again, but I always do that, until I get to something I deem important. Like Naruto and Sasuke's play/discussion time. And yes, for 6-year-olds, they are way too fucking smart. But you know what, they are born and bred shinobi out of the womb, and I personally think they should be coming out with Hideki, kunai, and face masks. Kinda funny, actually imagining that. But this is to show that with Naruto's friendship to Sasuke, he lets himself be hella smarter than playing a dunce and destroying himself. He has the Uchiha's friendship at 4, and this will change who he is. Side note, the Namikes went into hiding during the Third Great War, because the clan was dying out, and to grow back into their former glory, they left Konoha and went into hiding, where only select few people knew. Of course Naruto will still have Naruto moments. We all know how much we love those moments, as unoriginal as they may be, but they are why we love the blonde. I'm just pointing out that Naruto will not be a dunce in this. Not with Sasuke as the right-hand man. No way, hoes. Alright, that is all I got for now, and yes, I will do my best to include the other boys of Rookie 9 in the forming of my Naruto. So, read, review, and I'll catch you all later. XD, Wolf, Chapter 5. Hey, long time no update. I know you're all mad at certain things with this story. Some people just don't want to read because they don't like the pairings, despite this actually being a decent FIC, in my opinion, and you know what, please don't comment to me that you're going to stop reading because you just don't like pairings. Also, another reason I haven't been able to update, is because I'm in college, and most of my concentration really needs to be in my studies. That, and my computer died 1 month after school started, and my roommates aren't exactly happy why me borrowing their computers all the time, and the library is pretty far away. Please just patient with me as I try to keep updating. This chapter is another part of the pre-academy. I got, like, 2 more of these, so be patient. Anyway, here is the chapter, horrible, as I rushed once again to get a new chapter to you all. It probably doesn't make any sense to people. Sorry, no quotes. Disclaimer, obviously, I do not own Naruto, but I love it dearly. However, the plot, story, and characters that do not exist in the Narutoverse, all of it belongs to me, baby. Believe it. Senpu. Dinner with the Inuzuka was quite eventful, to say the least. The second Kiba learned that this blonde would also be staying with them every 2 weeks, he became hostile to Naruto, and broke out in a fight. When Sasuke tried to go help him out, despite his still slightly hurting right hand, he was held back by Tsum, who had a calm but amused look on her face. Seeing his downright fury, she calmed him down. The Inuzuka clan has different rules than you, Sasuke-kun. As we are attuned to our canine companions, we take their attributes, including pack placement. Kiba is establishing that he is a son of Inuzuka. If Naruto wins the fight, he is accepted as a son of Inuzuka. If not, Kiba will denounce him. Even if I call Naruto my godson, Kiba and the clan will not accept him until he wins. Luckily, for Tsum, Sasuke, and Hana, who was quite happy to meet Naruto-sama, the fight was not long. Sasuke was glad that he and Naruto practiced fighting all the time, so this fight was purely easy for him. Kiba was hot-headed, like Naruto tended to be when really emotional, but the blonde had kept his head, and used some of the tricks Sasuke had showed him to take an opponent down. The final movement was beautiful, and truly pure Naruto. He ducked to the left when Kiba punched hard, hitting the wall, and Naruto used a little chakra to move behind Kiba. The brunette turned to run at him, but Naruto quickly sidestepped him, grabbing the wrist of the extended right wrist, and in one smooth motion, kicked Kiba's knees out from under him, making the dog boy fall to the ground, and he sat on Kiba's back, still holding the right wrist behind Kiba's back, and pointing a finger at the back of Kiba's neck, as if his body instinctively knew where the deadly point was, and he was fighting himself from following through. Sasuke rubbed the back of his neck. Remember the many times Naruto had come close when they were wrapped up in the heat of battle. Tsum and Hana on the other hand were thoroughly impressed. Especially Tsum. Kushina had told her, told everyone actually, the very first day she came to the academy, that her family taijutsu was considered a bloodline. Even if Naruto was never taught, instincts knew what to do, where to hit, and where to kill. What amazed her was the control he showed, but looking at Sasuke, she guessed that he had practiced to not give in to boiling blood of Uzumaki and Namikaze. Very impressive boy, Naruto truly had more potential than they had originally thought. She called out, releasing the tension. "Alright boys, time to eat. Naruto has to leave soon, so let's try to be civil for the remainder of the meal." She turned an eye to Kiba, who nodded grudgingly, and sat beside his brother, eating quietly and without any more fighting. Naruto had won after all. Saying goodbye to the Inuzuka, and Sasuke who went on his way home, Naruto headed to the Aburum area, which was farther from everyone else's clan grounds. He learned why quickly. There were bugs everywhere, it looked like some sort of zoo for insects. At the entrance of the grounds, stood a boy his age, wearing a beige shirt and dark brown pants, and was wearing small sunglasses to cover his eyes. He introduced himself as Shino, and the two walked to the head clan home. It took a while, but Naruto got a conversation out of Shino, and they both enjoyed themselves, walking to Shiba's office, with the promise to talk later. The man sitting at the desk was the same he remembered from yesterday, and he sat Naruto in a chair next to the desk, after Shino dismissed himself. "As I understand, Naruto-uji, you wish to be a Hokage. But you cannot hope to be a good one, let alone pass far in the academy, if you do not know how to read and write. I do not blame your lack of such knowledge," he reconciled the blonde, seeing his hurt expression, "but as of now, I am going to make sure you know how to read and write, including math, science, and history. You may think they are not worth your time, but for what you aim to be, I ask that you learn them." Naruto nodded, determined as always, and they began. His alphabet was good, as was basic writing, but Shiba was not going to let that by. He wanted Naruto to be the best. Kushina-sensei's son deserved such. After his first session with Shiba, Naruto's head was about ready to explode. But he kept going, knowing that Hayashi's last lesson of the day was next. Back at the Huga compound again, he was taken to a clearing farther away from the house than he had been earlier. Hayashi smiled, the happiness evident in his posture. "I know that you had taijutsu with Guy, and despite him being the best taijutsu specialist in all of fire, this is something that I cannot ever share with anyone but you. Your father taught me the Namikaze style so that I may teach it to you. Since no one knows when the return of your father's clan will come, the task falls to me, as the only one remotely capable of the style. Your mother's style, I am afraid, you must learn on your own. It is much like the Juken style, and I am willing to help you with it as best as I can, but the Uzumaki taijutsu is as much a bloodline as your eyes." Naruto looked oddly at him, as if that seemed somewhat familiar, or he was wondering something. "Ano, Hayashi-ji-san, was my mother's style based on the Kamigen, like, seeing the future, or knowing what to do before anyone else does?" Deciding to talk instead of beat, or train, the boy into completely knowing his father's style, he knew that Naruto had many questions, and they could only answer a few. He sat down by a tree, and motioned for the blonde to sit beside him, which he did. "You are very smart, I must say, Naruto-sama. Yes, you are right, your mother's style is based on instinct, and ability to see a bit into the future. The Kamigen is extremely powerful, in which even when deactivated, it can still do some of the functions of the eye's power. Your body is made for fast reflexes, and ready to give powerful blows, and blinding speeds. Because you are both their son, you have by far the most interesting mix of potentials I've ever seen. You are made to flex, to have ungodly speeds, to give and take powerful blows, courtesy of your father, and especially made for endurance and stamina. When you're in the middle of a fight, your blood will boil, as your mother calls it. She explained to me that Uzumaki were the closest thing to a berserker clan one can be while in full control of actions, though instincts do play into it. Not true berserkers, mind you, but close. The only berserker clans I know of that haven't gone extinct through the wars and time would be ones from Kiri, Iwa, and Konoha's own Haruno clan. But back on what I was saying. Naruto, your body structure is simply amazing. You are made to encompass both of your parents' styles, and maybe one day, make your own. A powerhouse of a new breed. Honestly, I don't know if your parents planned this, or it was both of their dumb luck combined. More than likely, it was the dumb luck. He had said the last parts to himself really, chuckling with a small smile. Those two idiots danced around each other since the academy days, then for 3 years after graduating, until that one mission in Iwa in which they got to know who their enigmatic teammate really was. And they dated for years. Honestly, he was waiting quite impatiently for the dumbass Minato to ask the question everyone knew he wanted to ask. Hayashi had one hell of a bachelor party planned for Minato since they were all 17, but no, the two just had to wait so damned long. In the end, he got his bachelor party, though Minato probably cursed him to the 9th circle of hell so many times that he was bound to end up there one day. But the satisfaction of pent-up years of mischievous and sneaky Hayashi came in one night to celebrate his best friend's impending marriage. At least Kushina admired his work on the Namikaze, even praised him. But sadly, the two who were so excited at the pregnancy, and he and Jiraiya were the first to know, none of them knew that they would be torn from the child that almost all of their friends had been so anxious to meet, and tell embarrassing stories of his parents, and help groom him to be his father's successor. It was no secret that Minato wanted his son to be a Hokage, that he wanted his son to love this village as much as he did. Funny, Naruto wanted to be Hokage without even knowing his father's wish. Though, it made him sad at the same time. Naruto was on the path of Hokage as his father wanted, and was a little hell-raiser as Kushina described her dream child. But, neither of them were here to be proud of their son, to see that 6 years after their deaths, he was truly the child they had wanted him to be. It quite honestly made him hate Kami-sama and all ancestors to rip apart the family that was meant to be together. A most innocent, precious, and deserving son, who would not see his parents until death. And even though he knew this by heart already and he had said many times himself, but to this boy and his two best friends, life truly was unfair. To rip the parents away from the legend the blonde boy would undoubtedly be. Looking down at the blonde, he raised an arm and brought the boy closer, until he was sitting in his lap, with Hayashi holding onto him not hard, but not loose. Crystal blue eyes that make even the heavens jealous looked at him, slightly confused. The Hyuga head knew that all he could do for now was raising Naruto as a son, as he did not doubt the others would as well. They would all be some form of a parent to him, and so would his future Genin-sensei, if their plan went well. And each would have the pride of knowing they were raising a Hokage, destined more than even his own father to be a legend. So, Naruto-kun, I think it's high time you hear about the time your parents first met. Don't you? He might as well corrupt the kid into being the little whirlwind he was meant to be. When he was older, then he could get another nickname. But for now, Senpuji was enough amongst the adults that guarded him. It was late at night, but these 3 women deserved a break. They had gone to their favorite shinobi bar, and despite the bartender's glances at one of their stomachs, they ordered sake and tea, before going to a booth in the back for privacy. One side, running a hand through her long pink tresses. Man, training Sakura may be my duty, but my daughter is more of a monster than I think I ever was at her age. One with wild brown hair and red tattoos laughed lightly. I don't know. It is pretty close. Though I will admit, she has more power to her punch than you did. Started training her when she was, what, 4? Early, even for clan's children, Miyako. Miyako shook her head, downing some sake. No, for Haruno, that is the right age. We have to train early on, remember? Otherwise we have issues. We have to train body, mind, and chakra in the early stages. The quiet woman, with a slight bit of a stomach, drinking her tea, merely nodded her head. She remembered Miyako and Kushina hitting it off, literally. The first second the two laid eyes on one another, they got into a fight not even Isamu-sensei was willing to get in the middle of, and just let them fight it off, whatever it was. The boys were fearful for their lives, that even to this day, it made her want to roll on the floor laughing. Kushina won, though only barely, and Miyako right after that became a close friend, just as Tsum and herself had. When the teacher asked why they fought, the two girls looked at him like he was dumbest thing on the earth. Miyako explained as best as she could, though no one but a Haruno and Uzumaki would understand it. Flashback. Isamu-sensei stood imposingly 3 feet taller than them, in front of the whole class, and asked again what the fight was about. Honestly, neither could exactly explain it. No words really could explain what the hell happened. It just did, neither were mad at each other, and in fact the tension between the two had vanished, and they were rather friendly to one another. The two girls looked at each other, and Miyako began, unsure how to explain her blood's inner workings. My blood called for it. A fight is the way to test another to see if they are worthy of standing beside you on the battlefield, a berserker's way of testing, I guess you would call it. And since Kushina-chan is like me, she also knew about the test, and on first sight, well, again, our blood is different. It's not easy to explain to those who don't feel it. Isamu tried to guess exactly what she meant by comparing it to something he understood. Out of his eye, he saw Inuzuka Tsum watching the two with a slightly concerned look. Then an idea formed in his mind. Is it like the Inuzuka techniques? He had seen Tsum use a technique that reminded him of a berserker, though he had never seen one besides Haruno clan, and they usually controlled themselves well until a battle came about. Kushina sighed. Isamu-sensei, that's a technique. It is not a berserker mode, we just are what we are. Isamu-sensei shook his head, and let them go to their seats, continuing the lesson. End flashback. Keiko's attention was brought back by a tap on the shoulder, Tsum next to her face, and both looked slightly concerned. Hey, you alright there? Tired? Keiko shook her head, a soft smile in place. No, I was just remembering older times. The other two chuckled. Out of the three of them, Keiko was the openly sentimental one. Never made you let on to the fact that she was once the most dangerous and feared ANBU captain, along with the other three. They had vowed as little girls to be the best, and they had been. Miyako sipped some more sake. Honestly, despite the horribleness of my youngest daughter, she is damned smart to boot. Tsum grinned, as did Keiko, catching on to the Inuzuka's line of thought. But Tsum downed a glass of sake, and as she poured, she spoke up, good. She'll give our little whirlwind a run for his money when they meet up in the academy. Along with anyone else. Miyako made no comment for once, and just downed another cup of sake. None of the men of course knew what the three were planning. Of course, being men, they'd want Naruto to have his fun philandering everywhere, and all three knew the blonde would be a heartbreaker like his father. As Kushina had known. She was the one who planned it, to be truthful. She simply had not wanted her son to waste his life on meaningless women. She wanted a focus for the boy, selected women. She explained the Uzumaki blood demanded trouble and strength from a partner. Namikaze's blood however demanded something truly odd. Power, personality, and presence. The ability to fight, actually have a mind, and the ability to bring attention to oneself. And the ability to rein the Namikaze in, that always helped. And according to Kushina, Sakura, Miyako Sakura, was one who could do it. Inoichi's daughter Ino would be a handle, and was the next for the blonde boy. Hinata, in which Keiko took no offense to, would be like her mother, undoubtedly, and would be too shy, soft-hearted, and soft-spoken, and add to the fact that they were brother and sister, made it wrong. Naruto's personality demanded strength of heart. And only Sakura and Ino had it, with Kushina's approval. Miyako was not angry at Kushina. How could she be? Kushina was honoring her with marrying off her daughter to Naruto, son of a Hokage, savior of an ungrateful village, container of Kyubi, and was meant for such tales of adventure the likes no one had seen, and that includes his way to Hokage. No, Kushina was giving her daughter, and Ino, the chance of a lifetime. To be part of the legend Naruto was slowly shaping to be. Her only problem was if they would take so long to figure out their feelings like it had for Naruto's parents. Because damn it, she wanted grandchildren the second Sakura was married. She will not let those two wait until it was too late. Good thing Kushina arranged their marriage when they were 17 just to make them, and Sandaime or any other Hokage had to follow the order, as per Yondaime's seal on it. The only real problem was they hadn't told Inoichi yet. Time went by, his life having changed from its dismal state, he had learned who he was, sorta, and came under the loving care of many adults, and caused each of them some form of grief or trouble. Of course, this was Naruto we're talking about. And they knew it. Didn't make life any less stressful. They wanted to wring his neck sometimes, but then he had that grin on his face, that foxy grin, the one both his parents wore all the time. They just couldn't stay mad at him. Of course he was punished, more learning plus less moving around plus Naruto equals one very sorry blonde, for everything he did, but they couldn't stay mad at him for long, with his mom's hell-raising ways, and his dad's rugged aristocratic looks, and both of their grins, and that bright and beautiful laugh Kushina always had in the throat of her baby son, and those heaven's envy eyes that showed his Namake's blood. Honestly, who would think this child was a fox demon? Pain in the ass he may be, but despite all his pranks and devil-may-care mask, he was a sweet, innocent, sensitive, and gold-hearted little boy, just as his parents were. You just actually had to see the boy instead of the demon. When the 2 weeks had come and gone, he moved to Tsum's, and his present from her was a baby fox family, in which he would be training them as a personal summons. Sasuke was given hawks to train, so the boy would not be left out, and Kiba was given a single dog, who he named Akamaru. But even though he got foxes to train, he still had his lessons every day, and he wasn't learning summoning just yet, as he still needed loyalty of the animal he wishes to summon. And he had the ability to get them to speak, as Sasuke did. But again, lessons first, getting animals to talk second. It was easy to get a fast and loyal friend from Chuji, as they enjoyed the finer points of eating large meals, and despite their quick eating, they savored every bit of the meal. Especially ramen, as it was a common ground for the two to agree on. Now, Kiba had been a bit of a problem at first, but he settled down after a while, and became loyal to a fault with Naruto, though not as much as Sasuke. The dog boy was rash, wild, and Naruto found someone that was like him in some traits, and the two were quite a good laugh when you watched them, and the pranks they played were hilarious. Shikamaru was hard, but when Naruto told him about hanging out at Hokage Monument and watching the skies from there at sunrise and sunset was by far much more worth it than seeing the sky always the same, he quickly got a morning and night companion to watch the skies. That, and Naruto was getting good at strategy, tactics, and psychological play. And Inoichi was showing them signs of detection and deceit. And interrogation techniques, though both shuddered at the thought. But when both older men reminded them that everyone has to serve a term, they moved on to finding out body language. Becoming friends with Shino was actually easier than anyone else. The Aburum was quiet, but will talk to you if you just wait for him to say something, and if you respected his clan's techniques and nature in general. And learning the body language, thank Kami for Inoichi, gave Naruto the ability to gauge what meant what with his friends, and what buttons should and should not be pushed. As much as he loved pranking people, he still wanted friendship. And they were willing to give it. So when he told them his most sacred secret, not one ran away. In fact, if he wanted to be honest to himself, they became just as protective as Sasuke, though they didn't stick directly to him as much as the Uchiha, but Naruto didn't mind. Sasuke was his first best friend and first blood brother, as he reciprocated his family ritual to them, and they accepted him as a brother, so that would always have him at his side. He knew it. A year had passed, and he would celebrate his birthday again in a few weeks, for a second time with people who cared. He honestly could care less for anything. For 2 years, he had a little brother. Now, for a year, he has so many others as family. He didn't want to give it up for the world. As far as dreams went, this was weird. He was sitting in a sewer, the lights dimmed and red. Pipes all along the walls, flashing colors of blue and red constantly. There was liquid on the ground, and the smell of blood was everywhere, driving his senses crazy. As if he was wide awake, he stood, and noticed that the liquid had not even got his clothes wet, but slipped off of him like a silky cloth. Something was telling him to go forward. What scared him was that his instincts weren't acting up. Even in dreams, his instincts flared up. But every drop of blood was telling him to move, now, a sense of urgency making his feet start running. He didn't know how long he ran, he just followed where his blood was telling him to go. It was pounding in him, fear and anxiety, clashing together to make haste. The pipes along the wall were constantly flashing in colors of blue and red, one after another. Something was wrong, and he didn't know why. Turning sharp at another corner, he finally came to whatever it was. A large anteroom, and it seemed to be the center point of the pipes. In front of him was a silver gate, pristine in this dank and rusty place, and on the center of the opening was a paper that simply read, "Seal." But what was behind those bars was none other than the Kyubi no Yuki. He figured the thing would be snarling at him, ready to pounce and scare him, but there was a fearful aura around the fox, as it kept inspecting the pipes. After a little bit, it seemed to notice Naruto. Its voice was frantic, panicking. What was going on? "Oi, Kit! I need you over here. I can't control your chakra, and if we don't work on this, something bad is going to happen." He didn't know what made him do it. The blood, he guessed. But he was beside the cage in seconds. "What do you need me to do?" The fox pointed its nose at a large cluster of blue pipes. "Over there. Here is what you do: when you see a blue pulse, burst it forward with your mind, and I mean use your will, but make sure you do it so at the merging pipe right there, it hits the red chakra dead on. Understand?" "Got it. Kyubi, what's going on? You've never called me before." The fox seemed to get angry, but didn't answer as they both had a pulse, and merged it into the central pipe, where it turned brighter blue. "You were attacked in your sleep, and I was unable to wake you because you were too drugged up. Huga compound was attacked by a bunch of civilians. Then again, they poisoned the food, so none of the pale eyes knew what was going on, or how to stop it. It's a small civil war, just 30 or so civilians. I'm lucky to have pulled you out of unconsciousness, or we would have died. But I used so much of your reserves chakra to heal you, and now you're on the brink of death and exhaustion." Letting another burst merge together, Naruto asked, "Why did you use my reserves?" "For a kid I have a lot, but I thought I've been using your chakra to heal all this time." "No, my chakra can't enter your pipes alone until you are 11 or 12, the seal prevents it. I'll explain later, just keep the bursts going. We need your reserves to heal you, and you're nowhere near out of critical." "Alright." For what seemed hours, they kept this up. Neither talked, except when Kyubi gave him a break to rest, seeing that he was lagging, and would take over for a little to let the boy rest his mind. Finally, Kyubi sighed in relief, seeing some green chakra entering the stream, but he did not relent on making sure the brat of his had his chakra reserves back to at least half, to make sure he stayed far away from critical. He looked over at the kid and saw his body almost drooping, pale, and probably tired from mental exhaustion. For a brat in human years, he had to admit, the boy was strong for his age. Of course, admitting that out loud was never going to happen. Extending one of his tails out through the bars, it wrapped around the boy. To rest, Kit. If you're exhausted, you'll only make this matter worse. I'll finish here. It seemed that Naruto had been waiting just for those words, as he finally letting himself succumbs to sleep again, and the fur was so soft and warm as he was laid down with it as blanket and cover. The darkness was nice for a change. Pain. It was killing him, or he wished it would just cut the crap and do it already. It was in his chest and stomach area mainly, but his arms ached as well. His head had sores, but nothing other than a large headache. The noise around him was frantic, and he heard many familiar voices. They were panicked, and there was yelling, orders, of some kind. He heard several people crying, and his name was spoken in many types of tones, worry the main one. The smell, he was in his room, at least what his nose told him. And blood. He could only assume it was his. And again, there were a lot of people in there, and his headache hurt so badly he couldn't concentrate on voices or smells. He felt warm hands on him, several hands, and chakra. It had to be the green chakra, a healer's chakra, because it was soothing, as it had been when he was always treated from an attack. But if he was needing so many, and with Kyubi being near to pull his fur out, that meant that he really had been on that verge of death, if not past it for a few minutes. It had never been this bad before. Guess they were getting really antsy, thinking that the clans were taking too long in killing him or something. And to be honest, he just wanted to laugh in their faces before getting them in the gut, and seeing how they liked it. Of course, he'd have a large team of medic nin right there, so they didn't die. He wasn't that heartless. Slowly, as if the action was hard in itself, he opened his eyes, trying to adjust to the bright light around him, and the blurs. He regained his focus quickly after blinking a couple times. None of the medic nin had noticed his return to consciousness, to concentrated on saving him to lift their eyes away from their hands. His throat was sore and dry, but he spoke loud enough for everyone to hear that voice. Damn! What kind of honor comes from killing a guy drugged up and sleeping? Dumbass, need a lesson. For a second, the room was quiet, completely still. He lifted his head a little, despite the strain on him, and saw that in his room was Hayashi, Hinata, Keiko holding Hanabi, and many other Hyuga, and several Anbu he recognized. All had a frightened, hopeful expression on their abnormally pale faces, almost shocked still. But Hayashi rushed forward, eyes completely different than usual. Where they normally were content, serious, or angry, or even laughing. This was different. Fear. But not of him, and that is what made it hard to figure it out. Hayashi grabbed hold of Naruto's quite pale right hand, the other being healed now, and he held on tight to what they had all thought was a dead boy until minutes ago. And for those few minutes, he had so much guilt for failing his old teammates, his best friends, that he knew his heart was breaking all over again. Naruto had taken place of a son in his heart, and the idea of losing the irritating precious sun-kissed boy was losing Kushina and Minato again. How would he have faced them in death, not able to save their son? And then Hayashi wanted to cry for the second time in his life. Naruto, despite his sickening pale features, or the pool of his own blood underneath him, or the fact that he had been actually dead for 8 minutes, was not to be stopped. No, what Naruto did was what his parents always did to Hayashi, no matter how much they worried him. In front of the entire audience there, Naruto had that foxy grin on his face, which always seemed to fit just right. I told you, Hayashi-ji-san. I cannot die until after I am Hokage. I promised, remember. And dying, that is against my nindo. And then he put his head back down, letting himself fall asleep again, but with the comfort of Hayashi's hand this time. The next time he woke up, it was to neither his room, nor the seal. Instead, it was a room he had not seen in a while. Seriously, hospitals need to be spiced up a little. This drab of white and gray is seriously horrible to wake up to. The pain in his body was numbed, which was great relief to him. As well as the long-gone headache. Things were looking up so far. The sounds outside were chirps, so he could only assume early morning, as he could not feel the heat of day. What got him was that he heard several low breaths in the room. There were other people sleeping in here? Using his nose, first came the sterilizers hospitals are known for, but then he could smell an overpowering amount of people for such a small room, and they were all his family. But the ones he smelled the most right now were Hayashi, Tsum, Sasuke, Hinata, and Kiba. Miyako had been here not too long ago, less than 5 minutes. Blue eyes shot open, and he noticed the room he was in was not just packed with people, but with flowers and cards, and instant ramen. He had a feeling that was Chuji's doing. Oh, Chuji was getting barbecue on Naruto's dime for his birthday. No doubt about it. There were a couple other things in boxes, but he couldn't make it out, and didn't bother for now. Looking at those surrounding him, he saw Tsum closest to him on the left, her head right beside his, an arm laying above his head, and his hand being held by a Hayashi death grip, Hinata curled up in his lap, which he used his other arm to hold on to her. On his right, Sasuke was laying his head in his arms by Naruto's, and Kiba was using the bottom half of the bed, none of them were tall enough, to curl up and lay on the bed with him. Warmth rushed through him, and a bright smile was on his face as he sat up quietly, letting them all sleep. They all seemed paler, bags under their eyes, their clothes and hair wasn't deemed important. What surprised him was that Sasuke's mom allowed him out so late, or early. She was letting Sasuke hang out with him on the account that the Uchiha did not know about their friendship. She had been going against the wishes of her clan to associate with the demon, and it was a huge chance. He just sat there, completely content. Not all of his family was here, but it was okay. It was not even 10 minutes later that his door opened, and Miyako came through with 3 styrofoam cups of what smelled like coffee. Putting the coffee down on the end table, she closed the door, but this time she turned to see him smiling brightly at her, and her face was one of shock as she gasped, "Naruto." Of all things, this seemed to wake them all up, as if the word was a release from a sleep genjutsu. They all looked at the blonde, shocked at first, but it quickly melted to form a mixture of concern, relief, and happiness. Sasuke was the first to tackle him into a hug, followed by Kiba and Hinata, and then the adults. Turning Naruto into a dog pile. But the blonde just wheezed, "Oh oi." After they finally released him, he breathed much easier, but they still remained close to touch him in some form. "Tsum-oba-chan, how long have I been out?" Tsum sighed, running her fingers through his hair, "Only 5 days. You were critical for 3, and stabilized yesterday." The blonde hummed, before asking, slightly hesitant. "What exactly happened?" "I got a gist of it when Kyubi called me to the seal to help heal myself. But can someone please tell me?" There was an aura of anger in the room, furious and violent killing intent, and Naruto was so glad it wasn't aimed at him, or he was sure he'd have wet himself. Even his siblings were radiating some of this killer intent. Hayashi calmed himself down to explain. The night it happened, all the food had been sabotaged by a civilian with a little ninja training using Henge no Jutsu. And since the laws of Hyuga forbid us from using the Byakugan inside our compound for privacy reasons, we could not tell the difference. Everyone was drugged, so we were all sluggish when we were realizing what had happened. They attacked swiftly, and you were the target. They were captured by the ANBU, and are going to be killed in a public execution in a few days to be made into examples. It was uncomfortable to talk about it to himself, let alone to the boy that had gone on to the other world and back. No one knew how to explain such a thing, and when asked, the medic Nin said that the Kyubi's chakra was not healing him, but the red chakra was turning to blue, healing the blonde. So, it seemed the seal prevented the Kyubi from giving his chakra to influence the boy. The medic Nin were about to tell the village this, but Hayashi merely shook his head at them and forced them to keep quiet about it until further research was possible. Though he already knew why the Kyuubi couldn't give his chakra to the blonde. Not until his body reached a point could the Kyuubi even directly give the blonde the potent red chakra. But that didn't matter now. Naruto was awake, safe, and healthy for the time being. That was better than anything he or the others could ask for. It only took him 3 days after waking up to get out of the hospital, and even when he had been there, he had worked on his taijutsu, in secret, of course, his chakra control, and chatting up the female nurses with his cheeky grin, leaving them to giggle at the little charmer he was. The second he was released, however, he found himself between two ANBU just as he was about to leave the doors. Hokage-sama wishes to see you, Naruto-kun. Naruto's eyes shifted, shoulders tensing on instinct, but I didn't do anything. Okay, so maybe that thing with the light bulb and the potato, but that was just a test, I swear. The ANBU chuckled to themselves. The one with a tiger mask spoke, no, Naruto-kun, it has nothing to do with you being in trouble. He just wanted to see how you were doing, as he wasn't able to visit as often he liked. The village is tense at the moment. But do tell us about this light bulb and potato thing. We haven't had you around for a while, and it makes life a bore. They saw the worried look on the blonde's face, just before he covered it expertly with a grin and started yammering on about his plan. The boy must be really worried if he told them about his plans. They had to say, despite all the trouble, the kid was a genius. And he was a riot to have around for the ANBU that protected him. Using the shunshin to get to the tower, they entered the Hokage's office. The old man was sitting at his desk, an angry expression on his face as he kept looking over paperwork. He only looked up when he heard the poof sound, and his face changed dramatically to concern and relief. With a flurry of robes, he was wrapping Naruto in a tight hug before even the blonde knew it. After a minute, he loosened the hug, but still had Naruto in his arms, and he carried the boy to his chair, and sat down, Naruto in his lap. The ANBU dismissed themselves to hide in the shadows. I apologize, Naruto, for not visiting the hospital. I've been busy with everything going on. Naruto shook his head, and replied. I wouldn't be in the hospital if those idiots didn't attack. He felt it again, that killer intent, but it was so much more deadly than before, as it should, when coming from a Hokage in 6 ANBU. Sarutobi gritted his teeth. Yes, you're right. They dash, Gigi-san. Sandame switched his attention to the blonde, who was fiddling with a necklace that was very familiar. I don't think you should kill them. All 7 adult ninja stared at the boy. They killed him, and he wanted to let them go. Naruto continued, completely unaware of their reactions. I agree that they should be punished, but not killed. It makes the villagers all the more righteous in their anger. I think you call them, martyrs? Yeah, that sounds right. And death is too easy a punishment. They don't deserve it. The old Hokage had heard plenty of strange things in his life, but Naruto's plan took the cake. And it seemed rather fitting, actually. The next day was the day of execution, and all 32 people were lined up around the tower, a crowd assembled to watch as a retainer presented the charges. A Jounin and ANBU stood beside each one, and the Hokage was sitting behind them, Naruto sitting in a chair that made him exactly the same height as Gigi, and the council was behind them, in particular, Naruto's guardians behind him, while ANBU were in the shadows everywhere to protect the Hokage and Blonde. For the crimes of attacking a ninja clan, through poisoning, punishable by the victim clan's wishes. For the breaking and entering of a clan's home, punishable by clan's wishes. For the heinous crimes of attacking, maiming, and attempted murder of a child of Konoha, punishment is death. For the breaking of the law, immediate death. The crowd was dead silent except for the families crying, as they watched the civilian captors standing there, several of them crying as well. By the mercy of the Huga clan, they have withdrawn their charges. By the mercy of the Hokage and the shinobi of Konoha, they have withdrawn the charges. Gasps could be heard, but those that caught on realized that the child that was attacked had not withdrawn the charges. Many looked at Naruto, either scathing, crying for mercy, or curious, as they knew the child was generally not so cruel in public. But the blonde ignored them, but merely nodded to the retainer, who had to hide a grin on his face. By the mercy of the child, they will not be killed. Instead, their punishment is to live through the pain he was forced to go through, by torture and genjutsu. Before anyone could even react, each shinobi beside the held captive did a sequence of seals, quietly saying the name of the technique, and when each prisoner was under the genjutsu, took a sword and slammed it through them, all in sync with the others. As they bled, screaming in pain or already unconscious, most in the crowd looked to see the blonde. Expecting a malicious grin of the demon, they saw no sign of evil, or any intent. Instead, his face was emotionless, with a hint of sadness in those blue eyes. And then he spoke loudly for all in the crowd to hear, as if rolling his eyes. "Oh, come on. I've had worse than you guys, and it was for 7 years. You can't even handle a minute?" With a motion of his hand, they saw medic Nin surrounding the area, going for each of the prisoners, green chakra healing the singular sword wound. Hokage looked at the blonde, slightly surprised. The two conversed in a manner that everyone in front of the crowd could hear. "You're not going to continue?" Naruto shook his head. "Nah, scared them with one hit. They are civilians, remember. They're dumb, and they don't know everything, even though they act like they actually understand the seal. Let them stay dumb. They wish to stay that way instead of trusting the yondaime with the seal that he patented and made sure it would never let it out, fine. Too bad yondaime had to be a Kage of this village, with such horrible, disrespectful, and ungrateful people he gave his life and mine to protect. Now, about that ramen." He hopped off the stool, and with Chuza, the two headed off to the tower talking profusely about the foods, what tastes better, and the such. The rest of the council dispersed, and the prisoners were healed enough to live. Leaving the now slightly wounded on the ground, the shinobi left it to the crowd to take them, disappearing like the rest. The Hokage stood in his office, watching some of the crowd still standing there, the ex-captives taken by their families, and others went back to their daily lives. He knew many would resent Naruto, himself, and the shinobi for such a display. But he, along with the shinobi, were getting damn tired of the civilians on the council and the civilians themselves, the constant asking for the boy's head, and their pull for power that they should not have. Though now few would know it, Hokage was leader of more than just shinobi. He was leader of the entire village. The civilians seemed to forget that. This was a village of shinobi, for shinobi. Civilians served them, shinobi protected the civilians. Seeing as the civilians seemed to forget that, it was time to remind them, and everyone else, that Konoha no Sato will not tolerate this lack of symbiosis that started at the founding. It was time for Naruto to become. Crap, where did he put the scroll Kushina gave him? Oh, that woman would so kill him when he died if he didn't give Naruto the letter. Kotetsu. I need 10 chunin in my office. Now.